This video is brought to you by Aura. Now, more than ever, it's really important to talk about protecting your identity, because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data, which provides information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others who perform background checks. This includes your full name, your date of birth, your address, social security number, and even any alternate names you may go by. And to make it worse, some of the members of the hacking group have reportedly been releasing this information for free online. If you weren't taking precautions to secure your personal data, then this should be a huge wake-up call, because you've never been more vulnerable than right now. When I first heard of this, I was terrified, but then I remembered that I use Aura, which made me feel a lot better, because I knew that if my information was included in the breach, that they were already working hard to remove it and to protect me. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social security on the dark web. They quickly notify me if anyone has tried to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. And, in the worst case scenario that somebody does steal my identity, their identity theft insurance will give me up to $5 million. They also provide a bunch of other features that help keep you safe online, all within a single app. You can use my link, aura.com/coldcoffin, to try it for free for 14 days, which is enough time for Aura to find out if your personal data has been exposed. I highly recommend that you do this right now, because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably won't even face any repercussions for this leak. I'm not leaving myself or my family vulnerable, and if you don't want to either, go to aura.com/coldcoffin to try it risk-free for 2 whole weeks. And now, back to the video. Chased through an orange grove. I grew up in a small Southern California town, known for its orange groves from days gone by. All those groves have been replaced by housing developments and shopping centers now, but there were still quite a few around when I was growing up in the 90s. My friend Johnny and I used to get into all kinds of trouble back then. We were just general miscreants, but there was one time I truly believe we almost became the victims of a creep. If anyone reading this also grew up in the 90s, you know that it was a totally different era. We'd be out all times of the day, and our parents would have no idea where we were. There were lots of kidnappings back then. I can remember multiple times that I was offered candy, or asked by some creep to help him find his cat. I always said I'd go check with my mom, and by the time she'd get outside ready to whoop some ass, he'd be gone. So anyway, Johnny and I were up to no good one day after school. We were traipsing around this orange grove that bordered his street. We started pulling these little dam things off the irrigation channels and tossing them wantonly. All of a sudden, we hear a sharp whistle, and both of us look up to see this man about 25 feet away from us, wagging his finger going, but his reaction was not at all proportional to the property damage we were causing. He clearly didn't own or work in the grove, because instead of screaming at us to stop, he had a grin from ear to ear. I can still see his face in my mind all these years later, and it gives me the chills. Johnny and I stood there for a second watching this guy. Then we looked at each other, and Johnny looked back towards the guy and shouted, "Run!" I look over, and the guy is in an all-out sprint towards us. Despite the physical exertion he was putting into his sprint, the grin was still there. Johnny and I ran harder and faster than we ever had before. We made it out of the grove and back to his house before noticing the guy wasn't behind us anymore. We quickly forgot about it, because Johnny's family had just gotten a Nintendo 64, and we started playing Mario. I can't remember if it was the next day or week, but sometime after this happened, we were with his mom getting donuts, and we saw a wanted poster with a sketch of a man that looked awfully similar to the guy who chased us. He was wanted for trying to kidnap a boy outside of a school. Johnny and I looked at each other, and seemingly telepathically agreed to never say a word. I don't know why we never spoke up. Maybe because we were at that age, where we'd be relentlessly bullied by homophobes because of the mere possibility that we could have been assaulted. But we never did speak of it again. As I'm typing this, I'm considering reaching out to him to see if he remembers and if it aligns with my memory of the incident. There were so many different things that happened in my childhood in the 90s that could have easily ended with me dead. Somehow, I'm still here, and I have my own family now. I trust no one because of incidents like that. I always have my head on a swivel. So to the creep that chased me and Johnny in that orange grove that day, let's not meet. So this started about 2 to 3 years back. I had just experienced a terrible breakup, and I started receiving these disturbing phone calls. It started simple. The first call I answered, and the person on the other end said how much they missed me. Now I have a very small circle of friends, and I am not on Facebook or any social site where I update my photos or daily activities. This is important. And I know that the ex I just split up with had nothing to do with the following. Apologies. It's not short. The first call, like I said, was simple. They said they missed me. I asked who it was, and they said it's me. Don't you remember? So I hung up, and they immediately called back, crying and upset that I was being mean. The caller was clearly an adult male, but they were talking as though they were a very young child. I hung up again, and they didn't call back. Looking back, I should have blocked the number, but as I mentioned, I just got blindsided by a breakup and wasn't thinking very well. Then they kept calling. They would call, and if I didn't answer, they left messages, saying how pretty I looked with my blue sweater that day, or that they knew how I took my coffee now, and said they would remember it for when we finally went out for a drink together. I blocked the numbers, and they would call from another. I answered one day, yelling at them to leave me alone, and hung up again. When they called back, it wasn't the boy, but his mother. She was very upset, said I was hurting her boy by not wanting to play, and you could very clearly hear the boy crying and screaming in the background. At this point, it dawned on me that this wasn't a joke, prank, or something. There was something seriously wrong with these people, and they were obviously watching me. For a few weeks following my breakup, I had to live in my car. The entire time I hardly slept. I was terrified thinking I would wake up one day and see him standing outside of one of my windows. When I finally got a place, he called to congratulate me, and he couldn't wait to come and play. I haven't heard from the people for a year now, but I checked my phone after a very busy workday and noticed 10 missed calls. I'm terrified to check my voicemail. I've reached out to the cops, but they won't do anything since I haven't been explicitly threatened and have been advised to just block calls. I'm going to change my number, but I'm terrified that the calls will continue even after that, and that it will upset them further. I posted this on the advice subreddit, and people have been kind to reach out with advice and tips, but I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. She heard a voice from above that said it was her mission in life to keep an eye on me. It's hard for me to write this because it's only been a year since it stopped. It started in 2014, and it happened in my home country of Sweden when I went to an art school for a summer course as a form of daily activity. The people in this art school were some of the worst people I have ever met, and that included me, because I was kind of trash back then too. I was 21 years old and had little experience of the real world. I had gone through 2 extra years of school because of switching majors and taking an extra year on my second choice, so I was literally in my first year of independence. I also have a light form of autism and didn't receive schooling until I was 12, which made me a bit more slowly developed mentally during high school. Basically, I was a 21-year-old with very little experience in life. The people I met at the art school were not, let's say, the highest of achievers. They were some of the meanest and most terrible people I have ever met. They treated each other awfully, as well as the teachers, but I was quite the little turd too. In fact, I feel like being around those people also made me worse. What started the stalking was an incident involving acrylic paint. It was going to be thrown away, so some of us took some of the paint so it wouldn't go to waste, and I finally took what was left over. Well, this is when she showed up. Her name was Anna, and this is how she introduced herself. My art teacher was pushing these big tables on a trolley through a narrow passageway of the art hall, and Anna, dressed in expensive designer clothes, stood in her way. So my art teacher, not fearing anything, screams, "Move it!" Anna snaps towards her with a crazy look in her eyes and shouts, "Excuse me? Do you know who I am? I'm a famous woman." My art teacher, not impressed, responds with, "Okay, famous woman, move it." That's how we learned of Anna, the famous artist. She then proceeded to have all the terrible people of my class schmooze over her and treat her like a celebrity, but her real reason for being there was because of her paint. So the great hunt began. I was roped into it, and my initial plan was to just give her back her paint so she could be off. Except during the hunt, I got these terrifying red flags. She kept sniffing the paint of other people to see if any were hers, Apparently, she had poured some kind of oil into the paint so she could sniff her way to where they were during the hunt. She admitted that she had been put into treatment for the criminally insane because she had stalked a previous schoolmate that she thought had stolen paint from her. She even showed a CCTV video of her old schoolmate pulling a suitcase behind her, saying that's where she had the paint that she stole. I asked her how she got the video, and she said that her dad had connections with the local government, which had gotten the video from one of the local government's cameras. During this time, she even showed me the court document, which she had saved as a PDF on her phone. She also admitted that she had been sending messages to a famous artist in Orebro because a voice from heaven told her to do it, and that he was destined to help her with her career. Anna also thought that staring wide-eyed made her more attractive, like the kind of stare where you can't see any of the eyelids at all. So while she was saying all this, she had this crazy-eyed look on her face. I was terrified of her, and couldn't figure out a way of handing back the paint, so she ended up threatening to have the principal fired if she couldn't search every room for the paint. And when she did find all of her paint, she put it in one of the schoolrooms and said that she would pick it up when she wanted to. She said that she would come every year during the art exhibit to check if her paint was still there, and that she would sue the school if she found it missing. What a crazy person. End of story. Right? How I wish. About 2 years later, I enrolled in a 1-year basic art program at the school. I had completely forgotten about this crazy person. At one point, we were cleaning out the art rooms, and her paint was brought up again, and it would again be thrown away. Me not remembering that crazy famous artist took a nice crimson bottle for myself, while others took some of the not ruined color for themselves. Then as we all tried to continue with our lives, the crazy lady one day returned and started sniffing all the color. I didn't recognize her at all, and had forgotten about how dangerously deranged she was. I had even forgotten that I had gotten the crimson color from her paint, so when she started interrogating me for why the paint smelled like hers, I didn't know what to say. She also smelled her paint at some other girl's table, and was harassing her as well. Thinking that this was all more fuss than it was worth, I threw away the crimson paint, and that was when everything went to hell, and the crazy-eyed Anna became my stalker. When she found out that I had thrown away the paint, she became convinced that I had re-enrolled at the art school specifically to steal her paint. She started convincing a bunch of gullible, and to be honest, low-achieving people that this was true, and I started being harassed. It started with a physical attack. I was painting alone in the evening, minding my own business, when this huge brute ran into me, tackling me to the floor, and started hitting and kicking me. While this was happening, crazy-eyed Anna was fake crying in the corner, but I could see from the floor how she went from fake crying to gleefully smiling as I was being kicked and hit. Another girl she had recruited picked up and smashed my phone, breaking it. As the guy stormed off and the second girl followed, I stumbled onto my feet and asked Anna why she had done this, and the answer she gave me made me realize what kind of person she was. So you will know that I can hurt you if I want. That is the answer she gave me. I later asked the brute why he had attacked me, and he said that he hated people who stole. I had bruised my ribs, but was not allowed to go to the hospital because the principal didn't want to get involved, and since my phone was broken, I couldn't call for an ambulance. And it took so long to get to the hospital that the outside signs of abuse had healed. During this time, crazy-eyed Anna started wearing a crimson jacket wherever she went. I asked her why she was wearing it, and also said she looked pretty, thinking that talking nicely to her would start a friendly conversation to maybe smooth everything over. Well, Anna is not like normal people, and does not think like normal people. Her response was that she wanted me to think of her every time I saw this color, and said that she had seen it work in a movie. She then added, "I am more beautiful than you will ever be." Wherever she went, she had a horde of schmoozers around her, all thinking she was some kind of famous and fancy artist. But eventually, she had to leave the school, and I thought I had peace. Except she one day suddenly showed up, and gleefully presented me with the school's Russian exchange student. This student had been sitting at my table every day for weeks, and I hadn't paid it any mind because, why would I? She was allowed to sit there. But this is when crazy-eyed Anna drops the bombshell that this exchange student was A, not a real exchange student, and B, she had been putting her phone on the table each mealtime while having it on speaker with Anna on the other end, silently listening in on my conversations. I remember when she first told me how I didn't believe it. I didn't believe, and part of me still had a hard time realizing the lengths this woman was going to were real. But it was what she said next that terrified me the most. She said, "I know about the secret messages behind your words. I know what you are up to." And I heard a voice from above that told me that it was my mission to keep an eye on you and make sure you behave. The abuse at school escalated quickly after this. I was harassed and cornered in every classroom and chased around school, and at the same time, I got no help. It escalated into a happening one late weekend night. I was sitting at the school's texture room when a guy suddenly burst in and started running towards me screaming, "What makes you think you can sit here?" He did not go to this school. I jumped out of a window and started running towards my dorm and managed to call 112 in the meantime and managed to scream out that I needed help and where I was. I ran towards my dorm, but another guy was waiting for me there. So I ran towards the head building, but a third guy was waiting there. They cornered me, and I remember how scared I was. I thought I was going to die. But then, a light of hope. Blue and red lights from the road. I was saved. I remember how happy I was to see that police officer. Everything would finally be over. He walked up to the girl who orchestrated all of it, Malin, and he greeted her like a friend. Then I knew in that moment that he wouldn't save me. I screamed for help and he ignored me. She told him that there was no issue here, and he said he was looking forward to seeing her around town. Then he left. He left me. He just drove away. The last thing I remember is the backlights of the police car driving away. I woke up the next morning laying on the ground with a huge bump on the side of my head. I don't know what happened. Malin claims they never touched me, and I just passed out when one of the guys grabbed me. I know better. I know the pain I felt in the huge bump on the side of my head. I called 112, and I called for an ambulance. At this time, because of the abuse, I had memory loss and couldn't quite tell the lady what the issue was, but I made a mistake. I told her that I had called 112 the day after, and that the police officer just left me. Then she got mad, really mad. She told me that I was slandering her coworker and to only call if I actually needed help. Then she hung up, and I was alone again, with no one. Not a single person on my side. I tried to make a police report against Anna and Malin, but the officer had heard about me and deleted my report. It was during this time that I had had enough and thought about ending it, so I was forcefully put into a mental health ward, but the stalking didn't stop. Crazy-eyed Anna had a friend of hers be committed so that she could come into the ward as a visitor in order to harass me. When I tried to go to art school again, she had people that had threatened me join the same program so that they could keep an eye on me. At home, she would have another guy park outside of my house a few times a week in order to scare me. She would also have things stolen from me, things like shoes, gloves, and the like. According to the people doing the stealing, this was because she had watched a movie where someone steals items and then puts them back to make someone go insane from the harassment. Crazy-eyed Anna would also call me a few times a year, lying about being a data collector to get private information out of me. Because I lived in a big city far away at the time, she constantly forced others to do the stalking for her. Most of them she had given drugs to at one point, and then she would threaten them to do what she wanted by threatening to report them to the police if they wouldn't. Others, she just bribed with money or charmed. I have gone on hour-long bus rides where someone admits to being there for her sake. Most people are afraid of her because she won't leave them alone, and she will do to them what she does to me if they don't say yes to her. One girl was roped into standing all dressed in red outside of my supermarket. Another girl was also roped into sitting in her car outside of my house for a few hours a few days a week, all because of the fear of this woman. I learned from a cousin of hers that she affords all of this because she won an art prize for $500,000 at one point. It's why she thinks she's famous. I also learned that most of her biological family has cut contact with her because she has been doing this since she was a teenager, and yet even with that information, no one would listen. When I tell people what she has done to me, people call me the crazy one. I have no history of delusions or making up tall tales, yet it was so much easier for people to just think I'm crazy. I have even been forcefully medicated at some points with psychosis medication that baffled doctors lamented over not working. Not even my family believes me, something that has forever barred how much trust I can put into the relationship between us. I asked her once why she was doing all this, and she said to punish you. I asked her how long I would need to be punished, and she answered, for as long as I want. At one point I even considered killing her. I'm the kind of person who catches flies alive in a cup and let them out the window. I have never harmed another human being. I have never been violent, yet at one point felt so desperate for freedom that I would take prison rather than being haunted by crazy-eyed Anna anymore. I was more afraid of her than prison. Then, It stopped. It just stopped. Still a year later, I don't know why it stopped. Nothing in her history tells me that she would stop willingly, so I'm convinced that she either ran out of people to threaten into doing her bidding, or something has happened to her. It's possible that one of those people finally reported her, and actually got taken seriously. I don't know. Even so, I can't feel relief. Not yet. I'm so afraid that it'll start again, and I have given up all hope of being taken seriously by the police. Anna, let's not meet. I've been debating posting this here for a while, because I didn't think it was that interesting, but my boyfriend believes it's a great fit for the sub, so why not? When I was 12-ish years old, I was potentially almost kidnapped. I was sitting in my living room, which has a large window facing the main road, when I heard someone knock on the door in the mudroom. My dad was downstairs playing on his drum set, and it was well into the evening. I thought it was strange, but figured maybe it was someone who wanted to ask him to play quieter. We've got many noise complaints over the years. When I opened the main door, there was a man, probably in his 40s or 50s, wearing what looked like casual business clothes, jeans, black shoes, and a button-up, standing there that I definitely didn't recognize. I really didn't think much of it, but kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Here's how I vaguely remember our encounter playing out. Hi, I was wondering if I could use your phone. I need to call someone. Sorry. We don't have a landline, and I don't have a cell phone. Oh, that's okay. Do you think I could at least have a glass of water? I can wait here while you grab it. Sorry, we just moved in, and haven't unpacked our glasses yet. The creepy dude, trying way too hard to be friendly. That's alright. Do you have a hose I could drink from? Yeah. It's actually right there on the ground, as I point to the outdoor hose a couple feet from the door. Oh, thank you. Do you think you could turn it on for me? Sorry. No, I don't know how it works. Oh, come on. You don't know how to use a hose? At this point, my fight or flight was in full force, so I just slammed the door, locked it, and ran downstairs to my dad. I told him what happened, and he stormed outside with a baseball bat, but the guy was gone by the time my dad got outside. I never saw him again after that. It still freaks me out to think of what he might have done if he got a hold of me. So, creepy dude who showed up at my house and tried to get me outside to turn on the hose. Let's not meet. Charmed, like a snake. Okay, first off, this is a throwaway account I created specifically for this post, because I don't want people to nag me about the story, even though while creepy, it ended without much consequences. With that said, I really need to get it off my chest because of how weird it was. It happened back in June of 2018. I was walking in the woods near my campus, which is something I don't do often, but I needed fresh air, and the weather was particularly fine that day, so the fancy took me to go on a stroll from there. I was walking for a good 20 minutes when I heard a drumming sound in the distance. Naturally curious and a bit reckless, I went in the direction of the sound, and it appeared to me that this drumming was the sound of actual drums. As a matter of fact, it was a piece of some Oriental music. The music eventually led me down to a clearing where I saw its source. It came from a pocket speaker, probably linked to a phone, beside which there was a lady, dancing in the middle of the woods. She seemed to be in her 30s, and wore really hippie-looking clothes. Then she noticed me, and said hi with a smile and gestured for me to come over. She seemed nice enough, and I didn't feel especially uncomfortable, so I did. We chatted a bit. Then I learned her name was Beatrice, and she explained to me that she liked to practice belly dance out in the open, that the noises of nature added some flair to the music. She then asked me if I wanted to see some moves. I wasn't in a hurry, so I accepted, and sat down on a nearby stump. She then grabbed her phone to start another piece of music before she began her little dance show. I don't know how long I had been watching her, but after a while, my whole body began to feel numb, and each time I tried to look around, my eyes felt like they were being pulled towards her. I also tried to move, but my muscles just wouldn't respond. It was like I was a prisoner inside of my own body. I'm not exaggerating. She then extended a hand towards me and twirled her hand in a snake-like way that my head followed on her own. She then gestured in a way that looked like she was pulling me out. Then, I swear, my body raised from my improvised chair on itself. It's a really weird phenomenon, but you need to imagine that my body was completely disassociated from my conscious mind. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't control my muscles. I could only feel my body from head to toe, somehow match her dance. I don't know for how long it went, because I was getting really dizzy, but after a while she went behind me, put a hand on my tummy, and the other on my eyes. Then I felt all of my limbs go limp as I blacked out. I woke up later laying in the grass. The woman was nowhere to be seen, but I could still see the prints left by her stuff. Needless to say, I scrammed as quickly as I could from these woods. Fortunately, I've never bumped into the gal again afterwards, and I wasn't especially traumatized, but it was a really creepy experience nonetheless. So please, Beatrice, let's not meet. What did he want? Sorry for the long explanations. I really want to make the details clear for you to understand the situation better. Also, please don't mind my grammar mistakes. English is my third language. I'm a girl living in Northern Europe. I won't go in too much detail where this happened, because I don't want people to recognize me from this story. This story takes place in October, when I had a part-time job in this research center. This was in a bigger city, not like in the middle of it, but it was a 30-minute bus ride from where I lived at the time. Keep in mind that the workplace was an industrial estate, so the only people that really spent time in the area were the workers from these companies. I worked all 3 shifts, mornings, evenings, and nights, but I did mostly night shifts because none of my coworkers really wanted them, and I'm a night owl anyways, so that 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift worked really well for me. This happened on one of these night shifts. It was a Thursday night, and I was one of 3 workers there that night. We did not work together. We were all in our own departments doing different kind of work. Also, far from each other in the building. I worked at a chem lab doing water analysis, so it was not any kind of customer service job. We were basically all alone, and it usually got really quiet and rather peaceful. We had no security guards, but it was quite impossible to enter the building without an identification card. All doors were locked, and everyone that worked there had these cards where you hold it to the sensor, and the door opens. You also have to use this card when leaving the building. These locked doors were not only on the outside, but also inside the building. So if someone somehow managed to get through the first door, without a card they could not get any further in the building, to the labs for example. The doors lock again immediately after you get in or out. Considering that, we never really had to worry about someone uninvited getting in, even in the nighttime. This particular night, I took a bus and headed to work. I greeted my coworkers that were leaving as their shifts had just ended, and met the other night shifters in the women's dressing room. All normal. I was in a good mood, and so were my 2 coworkers. When our shift started, we parted our ways and went to different labs. I was 3 hours into my shift at 1 a.m. when I decided to take my 20-minute break. The 2 workers that were on their break earlier than me said I had to go alone this time. Our break room was a lounge where there was a couple of long tables, chairs, mini kitchen, and a bathroom. I'm not gonna lie, this big hall with old flickering ceiling lights was not my favorite place to be alone in at 1 a.m. when the whole building is almost empty and it's pitch black outside. There were big windows in the lounge, but I could not see anything out of them, just darkness. And there was always this same eerie vibe at nighttime, so I was used to it. 5 minutes into my break, I decided to go outside to smoke a cigarette. I put a jacket on, took my shit with me, and opened the door with the card. We had this smoking area in the back of the parking lot, about a 1-minute walk from the door. If I said I wasn't scared to be alone in an empty parking lot at night, as a young girl, I would be lying. This was the only thing I really did not like about the night shifts, but I really needed that cigarette. Nothing bad had ever happened, and I live in a generally safe country, so I just hoped for the best. There was this nasty white plastic chair in the smoking area. I sat in it and lit my cigarette. From the smoking area, I could clearly see the entrance of the building. There were bright lights above the door. Usually I just stared at the door without even noticing it. I mean, it was a night in an industrial area, and there were not many interesting things to look at. But all of a sudden, I noticed a person walking up to the door. It was a man, with a trench coat and a top hat, holding a briefcase. I have never seen this man before, in my work or anywhere near this place. This man stood still in front of the door, not moving at all, facing the door. Even though nothing seemingly bad had happened yet, just a weird man standing by the door. I cannot even explain in words how scared I was. I had to somehow get past the man to get back inside. He doesn't know I'm there. He didn't see me. What if he does something to me when I'm trying to get inside? Is he trying to get inside? What does he want? And who is he? This was the only door where I could enter the building from outside. So I had no choice but to try and ignore that man on the door. What on earth is this weirdly dressed man doing in this area at 1 a.m.? There's clearly something he wants from us, and I wasn't even sure if I wanted to know what that was. I started walking towards the man and the door, while he was still standing not knowing I'm here in the parking lot. The closer I got, the more scared I got. I had to stop and think again. I knew it was part of my job to confront unwanted people trying to get in and tell them how to contact our customer services, but keep in mind this was 1 a.m., a weird man who appeared out of thin air, and an 18-year-old girl, alone. I had this gut feeling that I should not go to the door, so I decided to call a coworker that was there that night and asked if she could meet me at the door to let me in, so I didn't need to face this man alone. I went and hid behind my coworker's car that was in the parking lot to make a call. I was hiding behind the car in a position where I could still see the man through the car windows. I wanted to see if he leaves and where he goes. My coworker answers the call when I start whispering into the phone and explain the situation. Then, I watch in horror as the man turns around and stares right at the car I was hiding behind. I don't think he saw me, but he for sure heard that there was a woman talking behind this car. What happened next is straight out of a horror film. When this man found out there was someone behind the car, he started slowly and quietly approaching me, not knowing I could see him through the window. And here's the thing, he did not walk. He did not run. He was on all fours, crawling towards the goddamn car. I couldn't even scream, I just froze from fear, and the phone dropped from my hand. When this man was getting closer to the car, I could see both of my coworkers opening the door, waving and screaming for me to run and come in, and did not need to tell me twice. I ran inside so fast the man didn't even have time to react. When he got up and started running after me, the door was already closed. The second he heard the door lock itself, he turned around and started speed walking away, eventually disappearing into the darkness. We called the police immediately, and they came not long after, but they didn't find anything or anyone. That man disappeared as fast as he had appeared, and no one has seen him since. After the shift, my coworkers walked me to the bus stop and waited with me until the bus arrived, making sure I got home safely. I am forever thankful to these lovely women for opening the door for me before that man got me, and God knows what he would have done to me. I haven't done any night shifts after that, and for sure never will. I got a cop fired, and now I think he's stalking me. To give context, I used to be a 911 dispatcher for a small city. We dispatched all law, fire, and EMS for the entire county, and within this county were multiple law agencies. I had been there for about 3 months or so when I met him. Let's call him Jake. Jake had recently transferred from a big department in California and landed himself randomly at our department. It didn't make much sense as to why he left California in the first place, but he always insisted it was just time for him to move to the smaller, less dangerous department. Him and I quickly became close and would chat almost every day after I got off shift. Within a few months, it became apparent that we liked each other, and our flirting progressed into something more serious. Fast forward a few months later, and it turns out he was doing some inappropriate things to photos and videos of me whilst he was actively on duty. This, and a few other things he had kept hidden on duty, led to him losing his license and leaving. During the process of his termination, his sergeant had suggested I get a protective order against him, as he had made threatening statements previously towards me, such as, "You better be telling the truth. I'll find out on Tuesday if you're lying to me," etc. I had began to fill out the paperwork, and was told I had a temporary protective order on him in the meantime, but don't think I ever did. About 2 weeks after his termination, he calls me to catch up. The entire call is like an old friend to an old friend. What am I doing for work? Do I have a boyfriend now? But progressively, turns more personal. When does my shift end? What do I drive? Being 18 and naive, I treated him like I always had, answering his questions. I had contacted his old department afterwards, as his sergeant had told me to let him know if I was ever contacted again, but they turned me away pretty quickly and didn't want anything to do with it. With that, I blocked Jake. Roughly a month later, I get a call from a new number, and it's Jake. Once again, he wants to meet up and catch up, but this time, he so casually goes on to tell me about this new house he's wanting to buy in my neighborhood, knowing it's my neighborhood. I had never told him where I lived in town, let alone what specific neighborhood. During this call, he progressively got more aggressive as well, making statements such as, "If I knew I was going to get canned, I should have just had my way with you." He half-heartedly joked about getting a hotel room just for me, and that was that. A few days later, he FaceTimed me, and once again, came off as simply wanting to catch up as he was sick. Midway through our seemingly normal conversation, he makes it apparent he's been touching himself this entire time. Keep in mind, nothing suggestive was mentioned, and our conversation at that point was about his new dog. He's blocked me once again, but has tried to follow my social media, and now, I've started to see him in my area. Last I knew, he lived nearly 30 to 45 minutes in the opposite direction from me. Am I reading into this? Or should I genuinely consider this stalking? Five kids, home alone. Okay, so bear with me. This happened when I was a kid, and I double-checked the story with my family. So this was in the mid-80s. I was about 7, at home with 2 of my older sisters, 8 and 11-ish, and 2 cousins, 7 and 8-ish, all 5 girls. My sister was in charge of babysitting us 4 younger girls. You have to picture what our house looked like to understand what happened. It was a 2-story box house, with a flat roof and a smaller box front porch, also with a flat roof. I can't remember what we were doing, but we were all in the house. We kept hearing noises coming from the roof like walking, and what sounded like rocks being dropped down the downspouts. You know, kids. We thought of a squirrel or something, but it kept happening. Then my older sister said something about how maybe someone climbed the huge tree besides the house and got on the roof. We were all scared because we knew there was a roof access point in the bedroom that I shared with one of my sisters. What if he could get inside? My oldest sister told my other sister and one of our cousins to walk across the street to the corner store, and on the way back, look up and see if they could see someone on the roof. So the girls, both about 8 years old, walk halfway across the parking lot, and being curious kids, turned around, looked up, and saw a guy in one of those totally 80s guys cropped-topped football jerseys. He was crouched down on the roof. The girls came running home freaking out, and told my older sister about the guy. My older sister, freaking out, first went to the neighbor's house to use their deck to see if she could see on our roof, but couldn't see anything. She came home and then called the police. It felt like it took them ages to show up. When they got there, I don't think they believed the word we said. They thought a bunch of little kids were making up the story for attention. One cop drove down the road and up a hill about a block away to see if they could see anything, but the way the roof was, you couldn't see a person if they were laying. Then these cops tell us kids that we had to go upstairs and check everywhere to see if we found anyone. 5 little girls, from ages 7 to 11, sent upstairs scared shitless, crying, to look for this man, knowing nothing about roof access. We all cried not wanting to go, but they said we had to. To this day, I remember how scared I was. I remember looking, but how well do little kids look, right? The cops didn't listen to us, didn't check the house, inside or out, and left. We were so scared to be left alone with the guy out there, who knows where. We didn't know if he was just laying down on the roof, jumped down, or somehow got in and was hiding. My mom finally got home a few hours later, and we told her what had happened. My mom explained to us that there was a lock on the roof access, and no one could get in, but she checked anyways, then went to check out the outside. There were clear footprints in the dirt, dug in good from him jumping off the roof, onto the porch, and off into the flower bed. My mom was so steaming mad when she realized we told the truth and weren't believed by the police. We went to the police station the next day, and were all separated and interviewed. We all told the same story. My mom went up one side of the cops and down the other. We never found out who the guy was or why he was there. Did he know it was a house with 5 little girls home alone? Mid-90s terror. I grew up in the 1990s, born in the late 80s, and I remember getting my first bike and starting to explore the area in which I grew up in upstate New York. Where I grew up is much different now. In the 90s, it was more rural, with clusters of neighborhoods here and there. I lived near an old capped landfill, and the main road connected a lot of semis down to some factories in a neighboring town that was like a 5-minute bike ride. We also had an old Baptist church that was founded by an eccentric former hippie who was really good to the community. My dad, who was a very serious drinker, loved to fish, hunt, etc. with his friend because it gave him an excuse to drink and kill something. But he ended up making a deal with this pastor and the gentleman who owned the pond behind the church to stock it with fish, as at this time, my dad and his friends started becoming serious competitive fishers and went in on a boat, which my dad had to sell his share to eventually keep drinking. So my friends and I had permission to fish there in the summer, and we would go down and swim and all that. I lived easily less than 5 minutes from this pond, and my friends and I would go there one summer day. This was around 1995. My mom had heard on the news a week prior about a wave of kidnappings. I don't remember if Amber Alerts were a thing then, so she decided to make a code with me. She came to me and told me if anyone ever tried to convince me that they knew my mom or dad, in the hopes to get me in their car, to ask them for a code word. Ours was pickles. So fast forward to our fishing trips. My friends leave before me after we sat around and actually just swam more than anything. My friend Dennis got mad because he was serious about fishing, so he and his brother left, and I was alone on the road. As the road, once you get past this farm, was a straight shot to the main part of town, and our road was on the right, just before the road ended. So I get to the road, and I'm about to turn, and didn't notice I was being followed by a beige-colored pickup with this Cletus-looking guy from The Simpsons in it. He greets me and tells me that my mom and dad are waiting for us at a local restaurant, which I knew. He tells me that they asked him to come get me and to meet them there so we can all have dinner. I immediately thought of what my mom said, and I started to get this evil feeling like I was in danger. So I told him that my parents specifically have a password that they give their friends, and that if he was their friend, he was required to tell me, at which point he got mad and started swearing at me. Although I didn't see one, I was certain he had a gun, as he started fumbling in the truck. I turned and started pedaling down my road, screaming for help and that I was in danger. He jerked his truck to follow, but I was making too much noise and was already to my house that he just took off. When I got home, my mom was home, and I was hysterical and asked her why she would ask such a mean friend to pick me up, and I told her what happened and she didn't believe me. Then she calmed me down, told me I did the right thing, but I could tell she had a hard time believing me. She also grew up in the same town, and nothing like that had happened to her. A few days later, a friend of hers tells her a similar story of her son on another part of our town. The police then were involved, and the cops came and talked to me, and I gave them the same description of the man, the truck, what had happened, etc. I don't know if the guy was ever caught. I used to be very bitter at my mom for not believing me, but now I understand the confusion she had, and instead of reacting, she just tried to console me and keep an eye on everything. My dad, on the other hand, was more vigilant about it, and would ask me all the time when he'd take me out if someone looked like that guy, or if a truck looked the same as the one I saw. I hope no other kids were harmed by him. Armed men outside my front door. I have been a long-time reader of this subreddit, so it is honestly kind of surreal that I now find myself writing about an experience I had very recently. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, and I went out to the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. Instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, and so our front door opens directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby. I could not make out specifics. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country I live in is not my first language, but there was a lot of swearing involved. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute, but after listening, I realized it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, saw a message from one of the people in it that there were armed men in the building and that we should not leave our flats. The country I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard some stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks, but these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down the door and rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside. I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me and went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now, they would have robbed us already, if that's what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside the door of the shed, his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said the police had arrived, and breathing a huge sigh of relief, I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man I saw, with the gash on his face, was the tenant of the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason, had a sizable sum of money, in cash, hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery. That woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into the apartment building's garage and ambushed him as he got out of his car, and judging by the gash on his face, roughed him up a bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard, and zip-tied him. The remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It's fairly chilling to think that armed men were mere meters from my front door. So to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. Joey Crack. This happened while in my early 20s. My best friend was always getting into risky shit. While she did various drugs, I was always more of a pothead. When they say pot was a gateway drug, I believe it's true to a certain extent. With those who have addictive personalities, she definitely developed an addiction issue later on. My friend, her name was KK, was always down to meet people. She used to friend random people on Facebook or Instagram. She would ask me to hang out, so that way, when she met people, I was the buffer, just in case they didn't like each other. One day, she came over to my house unannounced and was like, "Hey, let's go to my uncle's house," cause her aunt was there, and her aunt had some goods. Her aunt and uncle were known dealers in the area, so we went. When we got there, she was like, "Hey, I met this guy online. He goes by Joey Crack." Then she shows her aunt his picture, and it's a wide-set man with a red goofy face, cornrow braids, face tattoos, and the gold grill. I laughed and said, "Wow, Kay, you really know how to pick 'em." She had already invited him over, so upon his arrival, he then comes out of nowhere where he just walks right up and gives Kay a hug, and everyone else there a kiss on the cheek. This part of town, there was nothing around, just houses, a school, and woods. Closest store was about 20 minutes, so it struck me as odd that he walked here. So it was me, Kay, her aunt, and the aunt's friend. We sit and get 3 joints in rotation. By this time, both aunts are high as a kite on coke. They take a few puffs, then they go inside the house, leaving me, Kay, and Joey Crack outside. Joey then starts asking us questions, like how we know each other, what we do for a living, etc. It was getting late, So I was telling her I was going to go home. She was like, "No, don't go yet." I told her I was tired and that Joey is weird and he kept low-key hitting on me. She then tells me he asked to sleep with her and he wanted to ask her if I was down. I laughed it off and said, "You're crazy." After a while of silence, I deflected and heard some noise that was in the darkness. You heard that? After a bit of small talk between him and Kay, he then learned that neither of us were interested. It was just a hangout. This then turns the mood. You can feel it. It was suddenly quite eerie. He got reserved and shifty-eyed. I sat down for a while just to please Kay. At one point, I turned to Joey, knowing he walked here, and it was dark by now. "What are you about to do?" "'Cause I'm about to go home, and Kay's coming with me." He was like, "I just texted my boy. He's about to come get me." When he was texting, Kay was right behind him watching him text. Her eyes grew wide, and she looked at me. That was silent girl code for, "Bitch, what the fuck?" Kay broke the silence and was like, "Hey, come help me get this thing from inside and bring it out." So I did. We went inside and she was like, "I'ma call my uncle so he can take us to your place." I was like, "Why? My house is like a 10-minute walk." And she said, "'Cause when she was looking at Joey's texts, he sent it to whoever was coming to pick him up the information of all of us here. He noted that her aunt was high on coke, as us along with our age. He was telling his boy to come over to basically rob and essay us, and called it dibs on the blonde one. I was the blonde one. Every hair stood up on my body with the thought of some gross goon trying to have his way with me. I was mad, cause she got me into this shit." We came back out and continued our conversation with him so he wouldn't get suspicious of us. She mentions out loud that her uncle was on his way home. As he pulls in, a sigh of relief comes over me. They speak briefly, and Joey then departs into the darkness before his ride even shows up. Kay and I get a ride from her uncle to my house. On the ride, we noted how weird Joey was. Later that night, as I was going to bed, I checked my Facebook, and I have a friend request from Joey, and a message. "You're so pretty. I would love to have some alone time with you without your friend." The message ended with his number. I never blocked someone so fast. After this, Kay didn't learn her lesson, but that's another story for another time. A week later, Joey was in the news. He was wanted for SA, robbery, and drug possession. A bullet well missed on my part. Joey Crack, let's never meet again. The creepy hotel owner who thought he could. After reading many of the stories in this subreddit, it reminded me that I have one I thought I had forgotten. I'm a South American woman, but I've been living in the States for about 11 years now. I first moved to Colorado when I was 21, to the small town of Silverthorne. I was recruited by an exchange student program for college students in South America to come to the USA, work and travel during the summer breaks in the South. Up to that point, I had never seen snow in my life, so I was extremely excited to be living in a cold, snowy place for once. I was going to be working at a very popular hotel in the town of Frisco, not too far from the hostel I was living in. The hostel itself had its own creepy stories, but I won't talk about them in details at the moment. So far, I didn't know exactly what kind of job I would be doing in the hotel. All I knew is that I was supposed to show up there on a certain date and time to talk to the owner, a Ukrainian-American guy that was probably in his mid-40s back then. So I show up, introduce myself with the basic English I had at the time, and tell him I'm excited to start working there. He gives me a weird, long stare, almost as if he was analyzing me. He was a tall man with very pronounced eyebrows, so that kind of creeped me out for a second. He then showed me to the restaurant and said I would be working there as a hostess, besides delivering room service orders. I really didn't think my English was that good to be in close contact with the public back then, but he insisted. For those who are familiar with the area, this part of Colorado is not too far from Vail, so it's needless to say they get very, very busy there during ski season, and I was dealing with customers from all over the world. That's when I also started helping out as a server during breakfast, and of course, would get lots of orders wrong by my lack of English, which made the owner very mad. I remember one time that my coworker and friend was taking a little bit longer to wipe down one of the tables when we had guests waiting to be seated. So he grabbed a towel from her hand, yelled at both of us to get out of his way, and stop being so damn useless, then proceeded to throw the towel at her face. Let me just make a small note here to say that the girl was also an immigrant like me, with fantastic English and living in the country for years, but he would always try and find ways to show us how slow, dumb, or inferior we were compared to him, an American citizen. Then at night, after the place had slowed down, he would always act all apologetic and buy us drinks at the bar, make forward comments about my appearance, and even caress, my legs. I was starting to feel uncomfortable around him, and would always try not to be in the same room as he was. During work hours, I would be focused on customers or talking to my coworkers, and I would never make eye contact with him if he was present. On New Year's Eve that year, there was a big incident in the hostel I lived at. I was out that night with a few coworkers, but learned later that one of the residents had gotten way too high on who knows which drug and started chasing down one of my friends inside the hostel while pointing a gun at him, yelling racist slurs, and making death threats. He got arrested, but it was easy to say that most of the students living there no longer felt safe. While telling about the incident to one of my coworkers the next day, the big boss overheard the conversation and immediately came to check on me and make sure I was okay. I thought he was being nice and thanked him for checking. He said I should not be staying at the hostel anymore, given the circumstances, and invited me to stay in one of the hotel rooms, free of charge for the next 2 weeks, while I looked for a new place. That seemed very generous of him, especially given the fact that the hotel would be completely booked often. Since it was the peak of ski season, I accepted his offer and moved in the next day. I was so overwhelmed with happiness for finally having some privacy and for getting some extra sleep before my breakfast shift, since I was now literally living at work. This was until one night later that week, where I felt extremely exhausted after being slammed in the restaurant all day and delivering orders to several rooms. I was ready to get cozy in my hotel room and go to sleep. I think it was around 2 a.m. when I woke up completely groggy and noticed that my door room was open. I could see the lights in the hallway. Then I noticed the silhouette of a tall person standing inside my room and watching me sleep. I couldn't see a face, but I could definitely tell it was a man. As I start realizing what's going on, I hear a metal clinking noise, as if he was ready to take his belt off. "What the fuck?" I yelled. That person quickly got out of my bedroom. The next day, I asked management and my coworkers and said there was definitely someone in my room the night before. They said I was probably dreaming, or someone from housekeeping must have gotten into the wrong room. Wrong room? At 2 a.m? Housekeeping? The owner didn't comment on the case and stopped talking to me or even acknowledging my presence after that. To my relief, of course. Nothing else happened. I moved on, got a new job, a new apartment to live in, etc. About a year after my little incident, while checking the local Summit Daily News, who do I see on the front page? Him, the owner. He had been arrested the night before after getting 2 female hotel guests way too drunk at the bar and letting himself into their rooms once they had crashed for the night. They woke up, and there he was, standing in the room staring at them while getting ready to make his next move. They screamed bloody murder and called the police immediately. Was it him in my hotel room that night? I'm 99% sure it was, but I'm kind of relieved I didn't get to find that out. What creeps me out the most about this situation is that what about those nights I completely crashed after one too many drinks? You know how the altitude can affect your alcohol tolerance? And oh man, it really did it for me. I'm from the sea level and not a big drinker, but a few times I woke up with zero memories from the night before. So the unsettling question is, was that the first time someone got in my room? And how many more guests at this hotel had had this happen to them without even realizing it? Someone is watching me. So I have never posted on this sub, though I have other stories I've buried deep until recently, but this is happening in the present. I've had people stalk and follow me before, and because of that and my true crime addiction, I've become supremely paranoid and a solid curtain twitcher. I reside in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left would one day soon be a development. It was 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that the roads started being formed and foundations laid. I had already had someone follow me home before when I was young, but I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window and nighttime security lights that were very bright and turn on if you're within 20 feet of the side of my house my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change, because there was never anyone to watch. Now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to the free library have been going off late at night because my one side of the curtain is open so I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed it at all. I didn't think too much at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car, someone walking their dog, or a deer, only to see nothing. To add, they put in a shit ton of streetlights around this area so visibility is great, but it just kept happening. So last night I did my usual and saw the lights come on out of my peripherals. I acted natural, giving full view out the window I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m., turning the TV off, closing the windows and curtains, and turning the lights out. Then, I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought I was going to pass out, when after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone comes out from the side of my house, all silhouette dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I saw him run off. There wasn't much they could do, except say they'd have a car drive around and look. My parents are asleep and I know I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I would probably be fine about it. But the fact that the light has been going off without me seeing activity and what happened tonight makes me think that this person has been watching me and watching my house. To the person outside my window, let's please never meet. Small update. I did tell my parents, and at first they brushed me off, claiming I'd had a couple drinks and it was late, so I probably just saw someone checking out the library. I then had another conversation about it with just my dad, who said that there had been reports the last couple weeks of car break-ins, and since my car is parked on the side of the street right outside my window, maybe they were trying to break into it. I pointed out that if he was trying to get into my car, why was he pressed up against the house where he wasn't visible from my window? And why did he at no point go towards my car? I think I freaked him out enough that we were potentially going to get a camera for that area. Given all the development happening around us, I think it's smart even without this incident. Thank you all for your advice and replies. I'll update here again if anything happens. A lady tries to jump in my car. So I'm a new Uber Eats driver, only been going about a month. I was just completing an order in the middle part of town, not too suburbs, but also not too iffy. I live in a major city, so going in and out of varying income level places is normal. As I walked to my customers, I see there's a man and woman in the doorway, and another woman across from them on the sidewalk. The woman in the doorway is standing timidly behind a guy, and his jaw looks firm. She doesn't break eye contact with me as I walk up, but I try not to pay it much mind. The guy accepted it, said thanks, and rushed him and his girl into the building. I started to walk back to my car when I noticed that the woman from before gently calling for me to stop. She was gently saying, "Hey," and I almost didn't catch it. However, I did notice her trying to keep pace with me on my way to my car. That sent my hunches up, and I did a quick little 1-2 step to get a bit in front of her, jumped into my car without breaking eye contact with her, quick pushed the lock button on my door, and she still proceeded to try and reach for my passenger side door, as if to open it. She heard the door click and stopped on her way to grab it. She bent down to look at me through my window, and her eyes looked far off and bleary. She kept mouthing something, but just like before, her voice was very quiet, and I couldn't hear her. I cracked my window just a bit so I could hear her, but not enough that she could get a hand inside. I said, Sup? I was pretending to be callous and hard, but I am very soft and easily intimidated. I'm not good with confrontation, and in most dangerous situations, I tend to panic. I'm really proud of myself at this point that I was quick enough to think of all of these safe solutions. She just starts talking in circles about, "What are you doing? Where are you going? You can't deliver for Uber. You're in high school," etc. Keep in mind that I do have a baby face, but I am 30 years old. I'm polite but curt with her, and tell her that I am doing deliveries, and now I have to go. Do you need something, or do you need any help? She keeps trying to talk in circles, but as I'm about to insist that I am peeling out, "Hey, let me come with you," I get this weird feeling in the back of my neck, because she looks like what she said was a perfectly sane request, and still did not break eye contact with me. Also, keep in mind that this entire time she's been speaking with a very gentle and quiet voice, as if she's talking to a small scared animal. I say no thanks. She insists, saying, "Just trust me. I'm going to go with you. Just trust me." Again, this point, getting more nervous, I say no thanks. I'm about to drive off. You should step back so I don't run over your feet. And she tries to get closer, maybe thinking that if she doesn't move, I won't move. She's sadly mistaken, and I start rolling slowly forward, saying, "You better step back. I'm about to crush your feet." But she kept laughing to some unknown joke in her own mind, saying, "You're so funny. You're so funny." I peeled out of there and confusedly looked back in my rearview mirror. I never came across someone like that before, and I've been in much rougher neighborhoods than this, so I was very confused. I called my husband, who was used to living in the rougher part of my large city, and said that she could have potentially been trying to trap me so that another person or car could roll up on my driver's side and potentially jump me or try to steal my car. I'm always glad for his instinct. Because of my shelteredness, I have no idea about all of these strategies that people have to get one up on you. This all happened about an hour ago, and I thought sharing this information might help someone out there. Stay safe, y'all. Roommate from hell. Never move in with a man or woman you've never personally known. I got a roommate from hell this way. The man tortured me psychologically when I turned his sexual advances down, then stole thousands of dollars from me over time. Even used my Amazon account to open up an account. He got some of my personal info, like socials, etc. As well, once I left after calling the cops to help me leave, he showed up at the Apple store I was just at a day after I left. Even though I left to go live on the streets, no family or friends, as I was severely abused as a kid. I've been on my own since 14 actually, so I'm accustomed to surviving on the streets for periods of time. I was a million times happier than I ever was in his nice apartment, surrounded by nice things, and a fancy car. I felt so relieved even just living in a concrete garage. I was a million times happier sleeping on the concrete with a pillow made of a towel and a tiny blanket in the cold and heat than I ever was living there with him. He spent his time psychologically torturing me, and I don't regret leaving at all. He would bang on the wall across from mine every morning, and late at night to startle me awake. He'd throw pebbles or tap on my window in the middle of the night to scare me and keep me on edge. He'd give me weird little candies and teddy bears, as if we were dating. Even ordered stalkerish love items from my own Amazon account. Who the fuck spends this much on a Christmas ornament that says, "I'll always love and follow you," or something along those lines? Yikes. If I'd go to the restroom, he'd run and kick his foot at the door so loud and suddenly that it sounded like the door was being kicked down. He'd steal my items if I left him alone for even a second, so I'd have no way to go out if I had plans. Then he'd put them back once I mentioned them, or when it was too late for me to leave for my plans. He kept me home this way. If I got any mail or a package, he'd interrogate me. "What did you order? I need to know." Like he owned me or something. Towards the end, I was leaning furniture up against the door because he had picked my bedroom lock before while I was gone, and when I'd wake up, sometimes there was stuff missing or moved in odd ways, so I knew he was creeping around while I was asleep. He was an absolute freak. I wouldn't put anything past him since he showed me how psychotic he was. If I was happy or in a good mood, he'd start criticizing and nitpicking at my body, hair, face, behavior, voice, etc. Anything he thought I was insecure about. I even developed an eating disorder because he always did this and mocked/laughed at me when I would make or eat food. Anytime I'd leave my bedroom, he would rush out of his room to stand right behind or near me like a weird little dog that follows you around panting. He'd even piss in my hair products, skincare products, vitamins, etc. He'd throw out food I just bought, steal my cash, and even use my debit cards. He even ordered 30 to 40 items off of my Amazon account without my knowledge or consent. It was the strangest thing. If anyone else had dealt with this, they'd go insane. I still have trouble believing this happened, as it was just so crazy to even think that someone is that crazy to do this. The man in my backyard. Hi, my name is Anastasia, and a few days ago, something happened that makes me sick. We moved to an East Coast town about a year ago to be closer to family. So close, in fact, that my aunt, her wife, and my cousins are only a 10-minute walk from my house. Granted, we are very spaced out and borderline rural despite living about 15 minutes from the outskirts of a big city. I was walking my 2 little dachshunds back from my aunt's house. My mom hates it when I'm alone the majority of the day, so I spend time at their house, and I was genuinely enjoying my time. It was cold, but quiet, and oddly beautiful. I got home, fed my pups and 2 birds, and FaceTimed a friend. I was talking with them and doing chores, and was admittedly being loud and giggly when taking out the trash to the cans on the side of my house. I get back inside and lay down in bed still chatting, when my bird starts calling at something. Now, anyone who has owned a parrot knows that they have distinct noises for certain moments. She has been in my family for 76 years, and with me my whole life, so I knew the sound was alarm/intrigue. I get up to get water, and my back is to the sliding glass door, thankfully locked, and my friend has the wind knocked out of him. I'm confused and think he's hurt. He tells me, "Natsia, go back to your room now." I scoff, but then I see it in my camera view. There's a man with his face and hands pressed up against the glass door. He's a middle-aged white guy in a gray pullover and dark pants, and a grin on his face. My friend, ever the best in panicked situations, tells me, "Don't look at him. Just go to your room." I was shaking so hard, I'm blubbering, and decided to lock me and my dogs in my closet. My parrot is still going crazy. English isn't my first language, and it's bad when I'm shocked, so I revert back to my native language, which he doesn't know. Luckily, my friend knows to take charge. He tells me he'll be over in 10, and he calls the police. I'm thinking, I can run to my mom's room and find a gun, so if the guy comes in the house I can blow a quarter-sized hole in his chest. I'm debating getting up when I hear tapping on my window. It's slow and intentionally creepy, and my stupid dogs start barking. I'm ready to accept my death. I'm a teenage girl, home alone, and I'm about to die. Wait, my aunt should be leaving for work, and I shoot her a quick text. "Emmy, there is a man at my window. Please help me." The tapping stopped, and I think it's over when I realize something that makes my balls drop into my chest. I left the front door unlocked when I took out the trash. This keeps getting worse, and I beg my friend to hurry. The tapping thankfully returns to my window, and I can only close my eyes and hope that someone gets here fast. It feels like an eternity, crying to another teen who's breaking multiple traffic laws. Never before have I ever been grateful to hear another man's voice yelling outside my house at 1 a.m. It was my God-sent neighbor. Apparently his pregnant wife was having bad nausea and went out on the deck. And where it's situated, you can see my whole backyard. She got a bad feeling after seeing an unfamiliar man approach my door and woke her husband to check it out. I'll thank God every day for her, because I think she saved my life. I let my neighbors into my house, and my aunt comes about 4 minutes later packing major heat. My friend, not long after her. I go from home alone to an impromptu house party of concerned people. The police come like 10 minutes later, like they didn't just take 30 minutes to arrive to the scene. On the brighter side, my bird wasn't too alerted by this encounter and went back to eating not 5 minutes later, and my dogs were just happy to see people. My friend has been staying the nights with me since. I'm finding it hard to be home alone, despite the fact that an arrest was made. I'm so thankful that my neighbor had such good instincts and that my aunt and friend were so quick on their feet, because this could have been a lot worse. So, man at my window, let's not meet. I still don't know what happened on our annual family trip. I don't know where else to go with this, and it still bothers me, so sorry if it isn't exactly fitting for this subreddit. This was maybe 6 to 7 years ago. I have photos on my camera still, I think, but I haven't charged it in ages. Gave up on photography. You know how it is. So I hope that y'all would just trust me. We've been going on these trips as a family for a really long time now. Probably 17 years if I had to guess. I won't say where it is we go, but it's in the Australian bush, just to give y'all an idea of the setting. Anyway, we've had a few creepy experiences there, nothing inexplicable, but this event still weirds me out, and I can't really think of anything that explains it. The year of this, my sister, cousin, dad, and myself all drove up together, and we were the first to arrive at the house. We had to wait for my grandma to arrive with the key, so my dad sat on the deck with a beer, and my sister, cousin, and I went on a little journey. The three of us made our way to a little creek not far from the house that was nicknamed Bride to Terabithia because of a tree that had fallen and acted as a bridge for use to get across the creek. This creek never had water in it though, and was not deep or wide. We could easily walk through it, but the tree was fun. Anyways, my cousin makes an off-the-cuff comment as we walk across the tree asking, sort of sarcastically, "Is there something dead around here?" Because of how many flies there were. Lo and behold, we get to the other side, and there was something dead. We were greeted with a dead kangaroo. Nothing too jarry. I had seen plenty on the side of the road, but this one was cut clean in half. And when I say clean, I mean clean. Like it was a perfect half. There wasn't an ounce of blood on the fur, no blood on the ground, and the top half was nowhere to be found. I happened to have a camera on me and took some photos of it. Then my cousin poked it with a stick, and literally hundreds of flies came out. My cousin and sister kept poking at it, trying to move it into the creek, but a fully grown kangaroo, even half of one, isn't exactly light. Their sticks broke, so I grabbed it by the tail and pulled it into the creek so we could bury it. But really, we just covered it with sticks and flowers. We looked around, up top everywhere for the second half, or a trace of what might have happened to it, but we couldn't find anything. We ended up going back down into the creek and walking through it looking for something, but what we found only made it even more confusing. We found, if I'm remembering correctly, 4 dead rabbits, but only their bottom halves, all lined up neatly along the floor of the creek until it reached thick brush we couldn't walk through. Same thing with these rabbits though. No top halves to be found, no blood anywhere, and cut clean in half. Sorry, this was way longer than I intended, but I hope y'all will read through it and maybe give me some ideas to explain what this was. P.S. We still go to this area every year, and I've never seen anything like this again. A stranger tries to steal my dog, and other nightmares before Christmas. This happened before Christmas 2019, when I was 26, and sticks with me to this day. I've thought about sharing this many times, but I was never sure if it was scary enough. I guess you'll decide. My then boyfriend, now husband, and I decided to meet for dinner at a Christmas market here in Switzerland. He would pick up our dog from doggy daycare, and I would get there after work. Some things that are good to know. At that point, we'd had our dog for about a year. He's called Bean. He's a medium-sized dog, and before he came to Switzerland, he was a street dog in Italy. He was about 2.5 years old at the time, and he loved and still loves to get all the attention he can get. Also, Christmas markets are incredibly busy here, especially after work. People will meet there with their friends to eat dinner and drink mulled wine. When we got to the Christmas market, we realized that it was way too busy to walk through with a dog, and I sent my boyfriend to go get our favorite street food, malawak. I waited at the edge of the market with Bean. Bean likes to greet everyone who looks at him, and by that point, I had gotten used to talking with strangers because my dog wanted to meet them, so I wasn't too concerned at first when a dude came up to me. Full transparency, I don't remember word for word what was said. I'm not even sure what language this happened in. I do remember that Bean happily greeted this guy, trying to stand up against him and licking his hands. The guy asked for his name and what breed he is. I told him that Bean is a pinscher mix. That's when the situation started to turn. The man insisted that he must be a Basenji. How could I say he's a pinscher? All of a sudden he switched. He grabbed Bean's leash and said, "I'll go now," and just tried to walk off with my dog. Thankfully, I had a firm grip on his leash. I was incredibly confused and flustered, and just stammered that he can't take my dog. He got increasingly more angry, with every second that I didn't let go of the leash. I loudly told him to leave me alone, and Bean started to bark at the man. I've never seen Bean this angry and scared at the same time, and thankfully, the man let go of the leash and slipped into the crowd. I was left standing there dumbfounded with a mess of a dog. Bean was barking and shaking, so I knelt down to calm him down, holding him and talking to him. My boyfriend was still somewhere in the crowd, waiting for our food. After a while, a woman walked up to me and told me to put my heel on the floor, as she'd seen someone put a firecracker there. I don't know the name of this type of firecracker. They're small and usually thrown at the floor to make a little boom sound on impact. Someone had put them under the heel of my shoe, so it would explode when I put my heel down to get up. Now I don't know what's worse. Was it the same guy that tried to steal Bean, or was it someone else who saw a distressed dog and thought, "Wow, let's scare that dog a bit more"? I think the worst thing for me was that apart from that woman who warned me, no one helped me when I was being harassed by a weird guy, even though I loudly told him to go away. And there were other people standing very close just watching. Bean was the only one who scared off the guy in the end. Thankfully, the events of that evening had no lasting impact on Bean. He still loves to greet strangers, but I still remember it, and don't think I will ever forget. The photographers. I was around 9 or 10 when this happened, but I remember clearly pretty much everything that happened. So this was at school. It was lunch break, which lasted 2 hours. I was with a group of friends and we were playing pretty much like everyone else, but we started to notice people in front of the school. And when I mean people, I mean around 20. Usually there wasn't anyone, or they were just walking by, but they all had their phone in their hands. A woman approached the entry of the school, and she just started taking pictures of every kid she saw. We could tell because of the flash. An adult from the school went to see her and told her to stop, but she didn't. Instead, she just smiled terrifyingly at him and said something I didn't hear, but it looked kinda like when a mother confronts you in a "it's gonna be okay" way. So he started to get mad because, well, taking pictures of children like that is weird as hell. Eventually she went away, but that didn't really change anything if you want my opinion, because everyone else in front of the school was taking pictures of us. Everyone, literally. I especially remember a guy that was pretending to call, except that he didn't talk, and he had his flash on, so we quickly understood that he was also taking pictures. Us kids thought it was fun and sort of a game, so we started playing hide and seek with them. "Ah, he flashed me, I'm gonna die," or stupidities like that. But we really started to understand there was a real problem when one of them tried to open the entry. That was kinda useless because the barriers weren't high enough, so if he wanted to get in, he could just climb it up a little. And that's when the headmaster got totally mad and went to see everyone, yelling at them for around 10 minutes, called the police, and when she calmed down, she asked someone to explain why they were doing that. The headmaster told us herself that all these people pretended to be some sort of voodoos, that they could sell pictures of us, make us suffer, etc. To be honest, everyone mostly laughed, but the adults didn't seem amused at all. To this day, I don't know if what she said was true. I don't know if some people were arrested, and I don't know what the pictures became. The thing I remember the most is just that woman's smile. That absolutely creeped me out. Today, I'm scared of getting a photo taken, even by friends. And when it's family members or very close friends, I'm just really uncomfortable. Almost kidnapped in a ghost town. I never tell anyone this story, but reading all of the stories on here, I feel like I need to post about it. Because of this, I don't go on walks alone or even with friends unless it's in a very public place, but even then, I am paranoid. With that being said, my friend's family had just moved to a new town 15 minutes from where I lived. It was a complete ghost town, with one tiny grocery store, a post office, and a school. This town was so secluded and quiet, I rarely saw cars drive by. One night, as we were unpacking boxes, we heard a knock at the door. It was a big, tall man with a shotgun in his hands. Being from Oklahoma, this could mean you're either meeting your new hick neighbor, or it's actually someone wanting to harm us. Turns out, it was just a hick neighbor coming to introduce himself. He told my friend's mom about the lack of police, and how everyone tends to carry their own guns in order to protect themselves, because the police were usually no help, and 15 minutes away. He also talked about how these areas can be dangerous, and that my friend's mom should keep a gun with her. At this time, I was 13 years old, and knowing this information, you would think I would simply stay my ass inside and not wander the streets of this dangerous hillbilly ghost town. But I did. There was no service, no cable, and nothing to do but go outside. We would walk to the store and get snacks, walk to the school, and play on the playground. Majority of the time, we wouldn't see a single car or person, but the same clerk in the grocery store on every walk we took. There was a day my dad had brought me to her house, and right off the bat we walked to the park. That day, I was sick to my stomach, but was so eager to go see my friend that I went anyways. I had a terrible feeling, and now that I'm older and have experienced bad anxiety, I can now say that that day, I was experiencing some pretty bad anxiety, and I didn't know why I felt this way. When we got there, we actually ended up hanging out with an old friend who had transferred to this school a year prior. After he left, we sat on the bench for what felt like ages, taking selfies and talking, when all of a sudden, the stereotypical creepy van pulls up to the park. Now, my friend was, and still is, way braver than I was, and will ever be, and she was always the daredevil one in our friendship. But for some reason, around this time, I just assumed it was a family coming to play, and my anxiety was gone. But my friend was scared. She immediately had a bad feeling when the van pulled up, and I could tell she was ready to leave. But we decided to stay and see who it was before we just ran off. Of course, like something out of a movie, two big men came out literally barreling over to where we were. We immediately started to walk away, and they tried to follow and grab us. At this point, we began to run. They got back in the van and followed us. I have no idea how, but they didn't catch up to us. We ran as fast as we could up the road and straight to the grocery store. I was so horrified when we got inside I couldn't even speak. That sick feeling I felt on the way to my friend's house made complete sense. My mom was always watching true crime growing up, and sometimes she would have me watch with her, so I was always really scared to walk around because of that. But even with that fear, I never thought it would happen to me. The van was parked across the street, but eventually drove off. We walked home with no way to call anyone, thinking they could be waiting for us around every corner, with absolutely no one around. It was the scariest day of my life. I didn't tell anyone for years, which was stupid of me, but at 13 years old, I didn't know what to do. I'm turning 21 soon, and this story still keeps me up at night sometimes. I can't help but imagine what would have happened if they captured me and my friend, where we would have gone, and what would have happened to us. John, the job center stalker. When I was 18 and newly graduated, I ran into some issues with attempts to enroll in college, and also had a hard time finding a job in my area in the meantime,
which led me to having to sign on to the job center. They determined that I was too shy to succeed in interviews and placed me in a group that was supposed to teach interview skills in order to fix that. The group ended up ultimately being a complete waste of time. I honestly think they put me in the wrong group, or just needed an extra member, and made an excuse to throw me in to make up the numbers. But that's not really relevant to the story, and the other group members didn't do much to help with my shyness either, since they were all men who were at least 4 decades older than me, and obviously didn't share any of my interests. Unfortunately, I ended up gaining the attention of one member I wanted nothing to do with. I don't actually remember the man's name at this point, but I think it was something generic like John, so that's what I'll call him. John immediately got off on the wrong foot with the rest of the group when he interrupted the instructor during their introduction to the course to complain that him being there was useless, since he would be retiring in a few years anyways, and no one wanted to hire someone who had spent over 10 years in prison. When that didn't get him the reaction he wanted, I assumed the rest of the group thought he was just attention-seeking, and the instructor had heard similar things before from people who weren't happy about being in the course. He waited until we had been given paperwork to complete, and then turned to the man next to him and loudly explained his prison sentence was for beating his ex-wife, but that she was a lying bitch, and he never put a hand on her. She didn't even have any bruises on her at the trial, or any evidence of bruises/other injuries before that either, but because she was a woman, the judge automatically believed her and sent him to jail. This immediately set me on edge. I'm not an expert when it comes to the law, but I do watch true crime channels on YouTube, and I have never heard of a sentence of over 10 years for a single beating that supposedly never even happened/didn't leave visible injuries. Either John was lying and had severely beaten his wife to the point of putting her into hospital, or he had been arrested on other charges and was covering up what he had actually went to prison for. I immediately decided I wanted nothing to do with him, regardless of which one it was, and would avoid interacting with him as much as possible, outside of polite hellos and passing him things if asked. Like I said before, I didn't really interact much with the other members of the group at all because of their ages. I attended the first half of the meeting in the morning, spent the dinner break in the library while the men all snuck off to the pub, and went home immediately after the second half was over. No one ever asked me how I had spent my breaks, and since the pub and library were in opposite directions from each other and couldn't be seen from the front of the building the group met in because of the way the streets were arranged, there should have been no way for any of them to know where I had been, which made what happened next even more worrying. About halfway through the course, there was a day where I had bumped into a friend on my dinner break and decided to put off visiting the library until the course was over for the day to catch up with them instead. When I did get around to it, I spent at least a quarter of an hour there before heading to the desk to check out my books, and ended up being drawn into a conversation by the librarian, who had noticed I was checking out books related to a franchise he also enjoyed, and that was getting a new movie the next year. There were only a handful of other people in the library, so I didn't see anything wrong with talking to a friendly man around my age, who shared my interests after 8 hours of boredom and paperwork. We had been talking for another quarter of an hour, when he suddenly glanced over my shoulder, looking confused and concerned, and was just opening his mouth to say something when someone grabbed me by my shoulders. My friends and family know I hate having my shoulders touched without warning, and would never have done that to me, so I immediately knew that whoever was touching me was a stranger, and knocked their hands away, while turning around and backing up into the librarian's desk. It was John. He was standing directly behind me with a huge smile on his face, and as soon as I turned around, he made a joke about knowing he would find me there, and how I practically lived there before chattering at me, as if we were close friends. I was just completely confused. It was obvious that he hadn't just coincidentally bumped into me from the way he was talking, but John had been kept behind while the group was heading out, because he had filled out his paperwork incorrectly, and as I had mentioned before, you can't see the library from the building, so he shouldn't have had a way of seeing where I had gone. It has also been half an hour since I left the building, so if he had left not long after me, and had just seen me go in while we were walking in the same direction, he would have come inside by then. The only way it made sense for him to know to look for me there, and joke that I practically lived there, would be if he had somehow learned I was going to the library during dinner breaks, known I hadn't that day, and guessed I would go after the meeting instead. What made that even stranger than it already was, is the fact that John had never shown any interest in me during the group sessions, and mostly ignored me the way I ignored him. unless we were forced to interact for whatever reason. So why was he now following me into other buildings to start conversations out of nowhere and acting like we were close? While John was still talking, the librarian leaned in to ask if I knew the man, because he had obviously seen my negative reaction to being touched by John. And when I briefly explained the situation to him, he asked John politely to please leave me alone or leave the building. John refused and tried to tell the man that we were friends, completely ignoring the fact that I had just said we weren't, and how ridiculous it would be to claim an 18-year-old girl and a 50-something/60-something-year-old man were friends in the first place. When the librarian asked again and outright told him that harassing other customers wasn't acceptable and he would be removed from the building if he refused to leave me alone, John smiled and agreed to leave in the tone that you use when humoring a child before walking out, and very obviously stationing himself right outside the doors, waiting for me to leave too. The librarian was clearly concerned by this and asked for the full story of what was going on, and I told him, including my suspicions that John had been following me around without my knowledge to know I would be there in the first place. He suggested I should stay in the library until his break so he could walk me to my bus stop to make sure John left me alone. But it would be several hours, and if I had waited, I wouldn't have gotten home in time to change and head to another meeting I had later that evening. So he asked me to at least come in the next time I was there to let him know I was safe, and reluctantly watched me leave. John immediately stepped into my personal space when I got outside, jokingly asking what the librarian's problem was, and still acting like we were friends. I tried to walk around him without answering him and head to the bus station to go home, but he grabbed me by the arm and reminded me that there was a closer stop for our bus. When I told him that we weren't getting the same bus because I had never seen him on the same one as me, he corrected me that we both needed the number bus, and he told me where he lived, which was in fact on the same bus route as me, although I was still tempted to walk away and go to the station instead, and possibly sneakily get on a different bus and just walk the rest of the way home. It was very clear he was going to follow me if I did, because he still had a hold of my arm, refusing to let go when I tried to pull away. And there were several dark alleys on the way that I had no intention of going anywhere near while in his company. When I agreed to go to the closer bus stop, he let go of me and started walking at my side, chattering like we were good friends again. John kept walking when we reached the stop, which was odd, but I was hoping that my lack of response to anything he said had made him give up and decided to leave me alone, or that he had mixed up that stop with a further one along, and I could run while his back was turned. No luck. As soon as he realized I wasn't following him anymore, John came back, frowning as if he was confused, and asking me. I thought we were going for coffee together. Shocked, I told him bluntly no. He kept pushing, trying to convince me that I had agreed to go with him, and when that didn't work, he switched tactics and claimed I had mentioned while leaving the classroom that I wanted some coffee, so he thought we could go together. This was an obvious lie too, since I don't drink coffee, and I told him so. John's only answer was to say I didn't have to get coffee, and kept pushing me to go to the cafe with him. I firmly told him no, and apparently he took that as me not wanting to drink in public, because he attempted to invite me to his flat. If that wasn't weird enough, he started telling me that there is a naked girl on the couch when we get there. I'm not to worry because that's his 18-year-old daughter, because an 18-year-old is definitely going to lounge around naked on her father's furniture in front of him, right? Other people at the stop were staring at us now, and I took the opportunity to point out that I was also 18 and firmly tell John that I don't want to go to his flat with him and to leave me alone. He completely ignored the last part and tried to claim I was lying about my age and was at least 29, when most people at the time still mistook me for being in my early teens at first glance. The bus arrived at that moment, and I got on as quickly as possible, thinking I would be safe there and the driver would throw him off if need be. But no, when I sat in an aisle seat to stop John from sitting next to me, he physically shoved me across the seat, pinning me against the window to the point I could barely move, and pressing his knees up against the seat in front of him to make sure I had no room to get past him unless he allowed it. The only way for me to get out would have involved me straddling his lap since the seats in front of us were occupied. I loudly told him to move and to leave me alone, but he ignored me and continued trying to convince me to come to his flat. Although a few people gave me uncomfortable looks, when I tried to make eye contact with some of the men in hopes they would help, they would look away as if they hadn't noticed, or suddenly became very interested in their phones. I spent the ride huddled against the window, trying to touch him as little as possible, and was ignored again when I shouted at him to stop touching me, because he kept putting his hand on my thigh, as high up as he could without directly groping me. No one did anything about it, but he stopped touching me after that. He had apparently given up on convincing me to go to his flat that day, but when we were coming up to the apartment block, he pointed it out to me, physically turning my face when I refused to look, told me his apartment number, and tried to give me a kiss goodbye on the cheek, which I dodged, before getting off the bus and knocking on the opposite window to try to get my attention so he could wave at me. When the bus set off again, several people started loudly talking about how disgusting he was, and that men like him should be reported, while refusing to look in my direction, where I sat shaking and seething in my seat. And other than an awkward, so are you alright? From the bus driver, just as I was about to step off the bus, no one bothered to check on me. As soon as I got home, I sent an email to the instructor, telling her that I wanted to switch groups and never see the man, explaining what he had done. She read it, but ignored it for an entire week until I had sent a follow-up, threatening to get the police involved if they forced me to interact with that man again. And their solution was to tell me that I could leave the course early instead, essentially kicking me out, as if I was the problem. I bumped into the man not long afterwards, and he tried to ask me why I hadn't been attending the group anymore, admitting that he asked the instructor, and they had refused to tell him, but I managed to get away and lose him in the crowd. I've seen him a few times in passing in the years since, but fortunately, he has never noticed me or approached me again, and I hope it stays that way. Either saved a teenager or assaulted a random guy. I work at a rest/truck stop in Massachusetts, in the USA. There is a 24-hour bathroom and gas station in this truck stop. One day after work, where my restaurant closed at 12 a.m., I decided to go and sit with my friend who works at the gas station, Jake, for this story. He was 30 years old, as I usually did this, from about 12 to 2 or 3 a.m. It was an average night at the beginning, as there were not many customers. I sat there and drank my beer and relaxed while he fared with the customers buying gas and scratchers. At about 1:30 a.m., there were some more customers coming in. I saw 2 cars park around the same time, one at a gas pump, one in front of the store. Obviously, this is normal, as we always looked towards the front door when somebody drove up, especially because we'd either be smoking pot or doing something else. I remember hearing the vehicles pull up and looking upwards towards the customers a few seconds later. I saw a lady walking from the pumps with what looked like a young girl, likely related to her, and another car park in front of where the clerk's window is. I saw the woman walk up to the door with her daughter, and another gentleman was walking behind them into the store. As the older woman opened the door after walking over from a pump, her daughter took a left turn, seemingly headed to the bathroom, as a lot of customers on our rest stop were travelers, and a 24/7 bathroom is pretty rare in my state. I saw a man get out of his vehicle, which was parked right in front of the cashier's window, Jake's window. The mother walked in, and we greeted her as usual, whereas right after, we watched the man walk up and open our front door. The man pulled on the gas station/storefront's door, and then looked to his left. I was watching both customers with both eyes. It was indeed strange when I watched his eyes veer to the left, and suddenly let go of the front doors, as he quickly decided to speed around the corner. Like I said already, I saw this woman's daughter go in that direction, which is the only way to any other section of the truck stop at this point, the bathroom. And so I looked at my friend who I was keeping company during his 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift. I said quietly, but also decently loud, "Does that look weird?" He looked at me with eyes that said more than words, with the swift saying, "It does to me." Keep in mind, a lot of Massachusetts state's troopers pull up to this location, as there are very little rest stops within 20 miles, as we are in a more urban area. No trooper pulled up this time, however. I didn't know much of what to do, so I turned around as the mother bought items, and I opened the doors that led into the dining rooms of the rest stop. I just walked slightly around the corner and peeked past the ATM, where both of the bathrooms were. When you first walked into the 24-hour restrooms, the immediate left is the men's restroom. If you continue to walk about 8 feet farther past the wall and look to your left, you'll see the women's room. So I slightly hid myself and looked through the glass door, which we had locked about 3 hours and 30 minutes before. I didn't really see the woman's daughter pass, but when I looked up, I could see the same man, clearly passing right past the first hallway, where the men's restroom was, into the hallway where there was no room, except the women's room. I waited until I really knew he had certainly entered the restroom. I really did not want to take my chances. I unlocked the door, and I pushed myself through, and the women's restroom door was already closed. On the CCTV footage, all you can see is me pushing the door open, with an arm cocked back slightly moving. Then the door closes. I ended up punching the man in the face. Then I kicked him on the side of his head. He fell backwards and hit the back of his head on the sink. I got completely terrified and called 911, our emergency service. I told them I had assaulted a man in the women's restroom of our local truck stop, but thought it was for a good reason. State troopers had arrived after not even 3 minutes. I already had my hands up in the gas station. They asked me what had happened, and I told them everything. After the state troopers witnessed the CCTV footage recorded by the gas station into the rest stop bathroom, they made a decision. The state trooper came up to me and said, "Any driver who is stopped by a law enforcement officer for a traffic violation and is not wearing a safety belt can be fined $25, and charged me a $25 fine. I will not name any officers that were involved in this situation. I don't know what happened to the possible creep, and frankly, I really will never care. For the rest of my life, I don't think I really saved anybody, and I'm no hero, but I hope that that day, I made somebody really rethink their decision in doing what they wanted to." Can't you see how much I love you? When I first got out of the army, I was in a relationship with a guy in 3rd Ranger Battalion. Let's call him Jim Reedus. He and I had an apartment together, and I thought I loved him. So instead of going back to my home in Nebraska, I stayed in Columbus, Georgia. Our relationship started out with him being what I thought was protective over me. Even though I was very attractive at the time, I had very low self-esteem because of an assault I experienced while I was living in the barracks, and the bullying I endured afterward. Things moved very quickly. In fact, we were inseparable from the night we met. Anytime another man looked at me, he would get very confrontational towards the guy. I felt safe and protected by this. It made me feel special. I thought he must really value me if he would get so upset by a guy looking my way, at first. Soon, when we would be out at a bar, he would get hammered every time and act very nasty towards me if he thought I was looking at another guy. This would cause bitter fights, and I would always end up in a fetal position in bed, sobbing. But still, I stayed. The next day, he would always apologize, making excuses about it being because he was so drunk. But then, he would proceed to explain to me why what I had done was wrong. It wasn't long before I found myself totally isolated from my friends and family. Because he was so insecure, he made me take all of my phone calls on speakerphone. My family begged me to leave, but I was afraid I couldn't get by on my own. Then, one night, we came home from the bar in the usual fashion, him screaming in my face and me sobbing. I told him I was going to get a room at a motel, and he lost his freaking mind. He yanked the keys out of the ignition and threw them into the wood line. He then got out of my car and proceeded to kick in the front quarter panel of my car. He used so much force, the hinges to the passenger door were bent. I told the insurance company it was a hit and run, or I never would have been able to get the damage fixed. He screamed at me to get inside the apartment, but I couldn't unlock the door without my keys, which he blamed me for. He then grabbed me and started shoving me into the front door, first by my shoulders, then with his hands around my throat, screaming, "Can't you see how much I love you?" I rasped, No, I can't." He let go. I fell to the ground in a heap. That night I had finally had enough. I was finally so angry that I didn't feel afraid anymore. That morning, while he was sleeping it off, I began to make plans. I started by telling him he had to leave and move back into the barracks. When he refused, I had to get his chain of command involved to make him leave the apartment and go back to live in the barracks, on someone's couch, or in the street, just as long as it wasn't with me. He stalked me mercilessly. I filed for an order of protection, but he bullied me into dropping it. I knew I would never be free from him if I stayed. So my parents sent me some money via Western Union. This was in 2002, and I rented a Penske truck and a trailer, got help from my neighbor guy friends to load it all up as soon as the sun set, and brought it from where I had hidden it. My best chance was to leave under the cover of darkness. I was really sick that night. I was running a fever of 103 degrees, but I knew it had to be then. It couldn't wait. I just told myself that I had to get out of the city limits, then I could pull over and sleep a little bit. I figured I would just drive as much as I could, and then rest when I couldn't push any harder. I put my puppy in the cab of the truck with me, towed my car behind the truck, and left. I don't know how, except through divine intervention, but somehow, I managed to drive nonstop from Fort Benning in Georgia to my parents' home in rural Nebraska. I stopped only for fuel, at which time I would feed, water, and walk my little dog Scruffy, use the facilities, and get whatever food I could afford on my meager budget. I drove 14 hours and pulled into my parents' drive at around 10 a.m. Central Time. I crashed on their old couch and slept for nearly 24 hours straight. I still hope for nothing but pain and suffering for him. He turned me onto pills, then coke, then crack, all while he was on active duty. He was a scumbag of a soldier and a man. He reached out to me on social media a couple of years ago. I told him what a piece of steaming shit he was and told him to rot in hell. It felt amazing, even after all these years, to say that to him and to have him be the one stammering. I'm actually glad he reached out to me and gave me the opportunity to verbally rip him to shreds. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Jim, so let's not ever meet again. Stalker in the forest. Okay, so this happened to me earlier, and I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. I'm currently staying in a remote part of the United Kingdom and having a little break from working, which means more time to pursue my hobbies, one being photography. I had scoped out a creepy-looking tree formation in a nearby forest and set my camera and tripod up as the sun was coming down, you know, for that extra creepy vibe. As I'm happily taking photos, I see a woman pass the entrance to the arched trees. This woman had parked her car next to mine when I arrived. She went past a couple of times, looking at me, for prolonged periods each time she passed. I assume she wants to come up this path, but sees that I am taking photos, so decides to walk elsewhere. Approximately 5 minutes go by, and she appears again, this time walking towards me, dragging her left side slightly with a strange limp. She stops once and stares at me for a few seconds, then starts walking towards me again. I ask her if she's okay, and she starts grunting at me, then stops and stares again. It's at this point that this woman is close enough for me to realize that she's actually a man in woman's clothing, with a wig. An uncomfortable moment passes, and she starts grunting again, walks towards the edge of the path, grabs a pile of leaves, and starts throwing them around, grunts some more, and then walks off aimlessly into the forest. I call my friend to tell her what has happened, and asks that she stays on the phone in case this person comes back. I'll just take a couple more photos, and then I'm out. For a good 10 minutes, I hear the crunching of leaves circling me in the forest, and I just try to convince myself that it's the wildlife. Then, silence. I take the photos, and I haven't seen/heard the person for around 15 minutes now, so I assume I'm safe. I leave the path and see that the car has gone. Thank fuck. However, I very quickly notice that there is a man walking towards me from the entrance. It's the same fucking guy. He has changed into men's attire, and as he walks past me, he shoots me a grin that sends shivers down my spine. I don't scare easily, but this guy just gave off all the wrong signals, causing this overwhelming feeling of dread to wash over me. I'm still at the phone at this point, and holding my tripod over my shoulder just in case. I quickened my pace and got back into my car. As I did so, I saw him coming out of the lane I had been down, stop, and look around, then start walking towards my car with intent. This part is all on video. I video for a while, then haul the fuck out of there, driving past his car that he had moved down the road, and thinking, what in the graybeard fuck just happened? So, limping, leaf-throwing forest stalker, I hope we never meet again. Note, I did report this to a non-emergency police number, just because it was so fucking weird, and I absolutely got the whole, this guy could hurt someone feeling, as I walked past him. Edit. Video.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Right.
And the original photo when dressed as a woman, coming towards me. Longer exposure times have caused the blur. Tinder date that turned weird. I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anyone there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app, and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house. She greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go for us to chat and get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me, staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said, "Sure, I would love to," and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just maybe smoked some weed or something, as I kind of got the vibe that she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in, and she did bring up that she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I'm not much of a fan of these, but it at least made me relax in the back of my mind to think that she was maybe just high off marijuana, and that rationally explained some of the out there behavior. Granted, I had had a few drinks at this point, so I was completely not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks. Then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was a big secret, and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, "I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is a link to my past." It was hard for me to take that serious at this point, with how much I drank, so I kinda challenged that statement, using the little bit I knew about history. At this point, she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then, she got quiet, tiptoed right up to me, and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers, while still holding my neck, and says at this point, "I am a shaman, and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people, and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors, and they will be punished." Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass, made a cross on my face, and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. But then, she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I'm not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them, and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it, but my red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed the sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to light it and bless the house. Side note, I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own, something I take very personally and like to do myself. So I tell her no, she can't light it, and that it's my thing to do on my own. But then she freaks out, telling me I'm a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now. She runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she's screaming at the top of her lungs that I'm a horrible person and I should go die. I tell her that she can walk herself home then, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard for about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off of the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her, but she tries to barge inside, so I block her with my forearm. Then, she acts like she's about to punch me, but I just hold my ground and tell her she's not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her hell no, because I paid for the damn thing. So I slam the door at that point and lock it. I heard her bang on the door for another minute, but then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter, but for the next few nights I was creeped out always walking around the area I live, just to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I honestly hope she's okay wherever she is, but I hope to never see her again. Man claims he was from the police. This is a story that pops up in the back of my mind from time to time. I've only told it to a few people, but I definitely feel like it deserves its place in here. It's for sure one of the scariest moments I've ever had as a child. Back when I was around 10 years old, my mom finally decided that it was time for her to start taking her driver's license classes. When she began taking lessons, she was struggling a lot. For that reason, my dad decided he wanted to do some practice with her, besides the official driving lessons with her instructor, just to make sure she'd pass the upcoming test first try. My little brother and I were attending swim lessons at this nearby university at the time. Behind a forested area near the university lays this huge student parking area surrounded by trees, which turned out to basically be empty every weekend. My dad saw the opportunity to take my mom here to drive around for a bit, and brought my little brother and I with them, since we were too young to stay home alone. We brought a football with us. When we arrived to the parking lot later on in the evening, my parents began their practice. My little brother and I quickly got bored though, and asked if we could go over to this little grass field on the side of the parking lot to play some football. My parents let us, since they'd always be able to keep their eyes on us whilst driving around. After playing for some time, my parents ended up driving around the other end of the parking lot. They were approximately 300 to 400 meters away from my brother and I. Suddenly, this white Toyota pulls into the parking lot. We were playing almost right at the exit/entrance. The car turns around and stops on my right side with the vehicle facing the exit. The driver rolls down his windows and presents himself as Thomas. He looked friendly, was good looking and young. A guess would be around 30, but this is where things start to get weird. On the passenger seat was a woman, covering her face with a newspaper. All I could see was long blonde hair, and in the back seat was a baby sat in a baby chair. Thomas immediately states that he is from the police, and that we have to get in the car immediately as he has to talk to us. My brother actually took 2 steps towards the vehicle, but I stuck my arm in front of his chest as I was sensing something was off. The woman was still covering her face at this point, not saying a word. Thomas then raises his voice and told us once again to get in the car, or else he'd come out and get us. My brother and I froze out of fear. Suddenly, the woman put down the newspaper, showed her face, and told us in a calm, motherly voice to just listen to the man. The woman looked young, pretty, and like a person who wouldn't hurt a fly, but at this moment, I began screaming as loud as I could. What we hadn't seen at this point was that my dad was already running as fast as he could towards us. He was coming from behind the vehicle, so we didn't see it. My parents didn't have time to drive to us, since the road down the parking lot was twisted all the way. When my dad heard my scream, he started yelling as loud as he could. "Hey, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from my children!" As soon as Thomas heard my dad and realized my brother and I weren't alone, he threw his car into gear and took off as fast as he could. He most definitely looked like a person who shot himself when he saw my dad. My dad was furious and told my brother and I to hurry back up to the car. He didn't even think about calling the police at that point. He wanted to beat up the guy himself. That resulted in us driving around for the next hour trying to find him, before my dad cooled down and decided he should probably just call the police. We never found out who these people were, but this episode taught me never to judge a book by its cover. People can be the most friendly looking people in the world and still wish evil upon you, or the ones you love. I'm not sure what these people would have done to us, but I am sure about one thing though. They definitely weren't from the police. I was almost kidnapped as a child. Recently, there was an Amber Alert and my daughter was asking me what the beeping sound was all about. For those who don't know, an Amber Alert goes out when a child is reported missing. If you receive notifications, you know what I'm talking about. The alert will sometimes give information like the victim's appearance as well as the perpetrator, the location of the abduction, and make and model of the vehicle. My phone started beeping one evening while helping my daughter clean her room. An Amber Alert. She asked about it. I gave her a small rundown and that was that. However, it triggered a childhood memory I have, where I believe with all my heart that I was almost kidnapped when I was a kid. To be clear, this isn't a memory that was lying dormant in my subconscious, and this random Amber Alert and talk with my kid caused it to resurface in my mind. This incident is something I've pondered and thought about off and on for years now. I'm a 41-year-old male, by the way. It's just been a while since I've considered the factors and details of the experience, and this recent Amber Alert and talk with my daughter really caused me to pause and reflect on the incident itself once again. And here I am. As a parent, you worry about these things and do all you can to protect your children, especially when you've personally experienced something truly scary like this. The occurrence happened when I was just a young kid. My guess is around 7 or 8. I can't be sure, but I think that's a safe estimate, based on the fact that much of those early childhood memories aren't there anymore. I do remember my kindergarten experience, which I should have been 5 or 6, and also later grades. So this incident must have happened sometime after, or around the ages of 7 or 8. My parents took me to a neighboring city to do some shopping. We lived in a small rural town, with not much on offer, so from time to time, we would go to this neighboring city, about 45 minutes from where we were located. It just had more to offer. They would take me up there for some school clothes shopping, how to eat because the restaurants were better, and because my mom was a crafter. She loved to make crafts. It was her thing. There were different craft stores and a fabric store she liked going to up there. This specific trip, we went to a fabric store up there, Joann's Fabrics to be exact. This was a pretty big store. As a little kid, I guess most every place seemed big, but no kidding, this was a sizable store. My dad sat out in the car while I went in with my mom. He did that a lot. Sit in the car when there was a store he didn't want to go in, so I can't blame him there. I can't recall exactly what all my mom was looking for or trying to get in that store that day, but I do remember what section we were in. An area with a bunch of racks with various fabrics hanging. Imagine a clothing store with circular racks with clothes hanging around them, and that's pretty much what it felt like at this fabric store, racks of hanging fabric. I remember this area being slightly towards the beginning or entrance of the store. As my mom was looking through these racks, I began to wander, though not far, just enough to kind of look around myself. I was probably bored and started wandering around is my guess, but I could still see my mom just up and over a few racks away. So it wasn't like I was on the other side of the store or anything. A random man approached me, and honestly, I can't remember at what direction he came from. It's just like I was there by myself one minute, and the next, I looked up and saw this guy. It was like he came in fast and out of nowhere. I quickly looked over to where my mom was. She had moved a few racks up and away, but I could still see her. There was a fair bit of distance between my mom and me at this point. So here I am, standing behind some rack of fabric with this older guy, opposite me on the other side of this rack. Then he speaks. "Hey little boy, how you doing there?" I remained silent because this took me completely off guard. He asked, "Where are your folks at? Are you alone in here?" I stood still and quiet. "Come here, I got something to show you." At this point, he started advancing towards me, coming around the rack to where I was. I quickly started to turn the other way, but he stopped and started coming around the other way as if to meet me in the middle. I was scared at this moment and became instantly aware that this man seemed dangerous and like he was trying to get a hold of me. "Come here," he barked. I jerked fast to the left, but he did the same, and he had this wild look in his eyes. Whichever direction I went, he followed. But remember, there's a rack between us. God, I'm so thankful for that rack. After some back and forth movements from me and this man, I finally lock onto my mom and yell, "Mom, help!" You would have thought I screamed bloody murder. It was so loud, but I got my mom's attention. "What's wrong?" she asked.
This startled the man, and he looked over his shoulder in the direction of my gaze and confirmed, "Yep, that must be his mother." His demeanor completely changes, and it's as if everything is just fun and games, and he was just messing around. And he said as much to my mom. I was just messing with him. "No harm, ma'am." My mom came over to where I was, and as we reconnected, the guy just tips his hat at my mom and makes his way out of the store. I explained to my mom what just happened, that this guy was trying to get me. I was so upset and shook up, but she told me I did the right thing by yelling and getting her attention. It was terrifying for sure, and I'm thankful something crazy didn't happen. Could I have been imagining things? Like maybe this guy really was just messing around. I very much think there were nefarious intentions. Why would a random older guy be perusing a fabric store? If he was there for something like crafts or fabric, why promptly leave when confronted? I truly believe he was up to no good. Anyway, that's my story. I appreciate anyone taking the time to read. The Millionaire Call. I mentioned this story on another post, and because I have enough karma, it's time to tell it full. Throughout the story, you will see how I omitted tons of red flags, so please be merciful with your judgment. This one is long. I had just turned 15, and it was the end of the summer. My parents were working. They were administrative and monetary consultants at a lawyer's office, and my brother was in basketball practice. So, I was home alone with my puppy watching TV. And the phone rang. Hello? Hello, are you Martha's son? Yes, my name is... Who asks? Oh, it's Janice. Your mom and I have been working together for 5 years in La Chalette Lawyer Buffet. I have never seen or heard Janice. My parents have always kept their jobs and personal lives miles apart, but I knew who she was. My mom always spoke about her. She was the personal assistant of one of the Buffet's owners. Oh yeah, Janice. My mom is not here at the moment. What can I help you with? Oh, I'm so sorry, but Mr. Delgado called me. Your mom and dad are in court. They seem to be in trouble, and he is just arriving there. A fraud allegation, he said? They can't call due to the legal proceedings, but can I have your cell phone number? Mr. Delgado will call you right away so he can explain to you better. Yeah, sure, it's... Don't worry. I'm sure it's nothing serious. Take care. And she ended the call. Don't worry. I was scared shitless. My mom and dad would never commit a crime. Or I didn't think so. Maybe this was a misunderstanding. Before I continue, I must clarify some things. Mr. Delgado was another name I knew. This time thanks to Dad. He was a junior associate in the same Buffet my parents and Janice worked, and as far as my parents' conversation went, he was a very capable lawyer. My cell phone rang. Hello, is this... Yes, Mr. Delgado? Yeah, kid, listen to me. We're in quite the trouble. I'm here in the court. Your parents are being prosecuted for tax evasion and financial fraud. I'm working with the bare minimum here, and the judge won't let me talk to them, so I need your help. This is a thunder case if we don't work fast. We could be in serious problems. What? But my parents would never do something like that. We haven't done anything illegal. I believe you. I know you are scared, but listen to me. I need your help so you can help mom and dad, all right? I'll try. Have your parents made some big purchases recently? A property? A car? House items like a TV, computers, fridges, or the like? Anything that could set the government alarms about illegal money movement? Well, they bought me a computer for my birthday, and my brother got a new iPad. He may have used my dad's credit card. That's great. That could be part of it. Anything else? Not that I can remember. Maybe they took an extra large sum of cash from the bank. Do you have access to the safe? Your dad said you have one. Safe? We don't have a safe. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know what you're talking about. Damn. I thought he told you about it. Maybe it's because you are too young. Your brother didn't know either. Have you talked to Josh? I was going to call him, but he rarely answers when he is playing. Yeah,
Janice spoke to him before calling you. You can't call your brother, nor your parents. These kind of procedures are really sketchy. Your parents' cell phones are held by the police, and I am sure they are going to track calls. They won't check mine or Janice because we are their lawyers, but yours are not safe. So please, answer only if it is one of the two of us. Janice's number is, and this is mine. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay, call you later. Take care.
He hung up. I was scared. I did not know what to do. Couldn't call anyone. And I just found out my dad was keeping a secret safe from me. What the fuck? Since when did my parents manage that amount of money? I waited for an hour and was just about to call Mr. Delgado when I received the call. The number was Janice.
Sweetie, how are you? I'm fine. Oh, baby, don't cry. We're going to solve this together. I know this is going to end well. Mr. Delgado was able to speak to Philip, and they had made a deal with the prosecution. They are going to do a home check to see if there is not any stolen or fraudulent assets, and all of this will be over. That's amazing, Janice. I know. But that brings us another problem. These check-ins are sometimes done by unscrupulous people, and they will take anything they consider valuable as evidence and will never return it. Your mother fears they will do that, especially to her jewelry, and most importantly, her wedding ring. You need to take it all out, including the computers. We already told the judge about them, and he discarded them as the cause, but we don't know if the agents will respect the verdict. Mr. Delgado is going to pick the things up. But wait, I don't know where my mom keeps her jewels or wedding ring. They must be in her room. Just look for those you can save. Worry about those that could look suspicious. Okay, but does Mr. Delgado know where I live? Yes, sweetie. He will wait for you in the park on the other side of the street. Be ready in 30 minutes.
She hung up, and I did what was told. I went through my house, searching for anything that looked expensive and put it in my backpack. I was able to find my mom's ring and other gold jewels. I also packed my brother's laptop and my old computer. Better to be safe, I thought. I went to the park and waited. Mere minutes later, a black SUV made a turn and parked on the other side. A bald man in a suit came out and gestured for me to come over. When I came close, about 3/4 of the distance between us, my survival instinct finally kicked off. Mr. Delgado? Yes, boy, it's me. That was the voice in the cell phone, no doubt about that. But there was something off. Mr. Delgado was a junior associate, as I told you, and my father always said how he was an intelligent young man that would go very far. The guy in front of me was at least in his 40s, not young at all. I stopped, so the man came closer. Is there a problem? Are you all right? His fatherly tone was almost enough to make me put my guard down again. Almost. No, I am fine. Well, then let's go. Your parents are waiting. Sorry, what? Where are we going? To court, obviously. You can't be here when the police does the checkup. The alarm has gone off in my head, and its volume was increasing. In that moment, I finally started putting the pieces together. Mistakes in their story, some illogical points they have made. This was wrong. There was something wrong here. I needed to get away from there as fast as I could, but there was a problem. Mr. Delgado had company. I could see in the SUV there was another man in the driving place. The park was totally empty, and my house was too far away for a sprint. No one in the streets either. I was alone, until I remembered I was not. Kid, let's go. My puppy. What? I can't leave my puppy alone. He's just a few months old. But I need to go for him. It's important. We don't have time for the dog. I was making time. I needed him to believe I was still in his game until someone arrived in the area. It was still a public park in summer. It was bound to happen sooner or later. More likely sooner. I think he knew the same. Whoever he was, he knew he couldn't stay in the open too long. Fine, go for the puppy, but give me the backpack. It looks heavy. It will only make you go slower. Shit, I didn't want to, but I gave it to him. It would at least appease him somehow. If I refused, who knows what he could do? And I went away. I didn't run, I just walked, trying to keep my calm and trying to keep the charade, until I was sure the distance between us was enough, and I sped up to the 10,000. I didn't know it was possible for me to go that fast. As I was getting farther, I could see the SUV engine as it started and went its way. I stopped. I was in front of my house and broke apart. I was crying. I was shouting, scared, sad, mad. How could I be that stupid? My neighbor heard me and came at the moment. She must have thought I was having a panic attack. Maybe I was, and hugged me, trying to calm me down. I told her everything, and she was the one who called my mother. My mom was in our home in 15 minutes after that and hugged me so tight. I was still terrified and would still be a long time after the incident. To this day, I am unable to answer a phone call of an unknown number without feeling a pain in my stomach. And in general, I hate phone calls. Only text is what I say to everyone I meet. I gave away the equivalent to $5,000 in electronics, jewelry, and some spare cash I had found. I gave away my mom's wedding ring and 2 family heirlooms. I gave away my birthday present and the iPad my brother had spent all year saving for. In that moment, I just hated myself. I hated that I had been tricked so easily. Even if my family said the most important thing was that I wasn't hurt, I still saw the pain of losing all the material things, especially Mom. That hurt me the most. With time, we were able to understand that this was a very long game we have been involved in for months. How did they know my parents' coworkers' names and jobs? My mom lost a flash drive with lots of documents some weeks prior. She believes in the bus, with a lot of job information. She never thought too much of it, but it's likely they also got our home telephone from one of those documents. How did they know where we lived? That summer, we had received a lot of calls from different services, ex-bank, ex-cell phone line, ex-public service to verify data. Most of the time, it was my brother who answered, sometimes my mom or me. We understood that under the pretext, they were able to obtain not only our address, but they verified my parents' names. How did they know I was alone so they could trick me? Same method. With their almost daily calls, they knew who was at home, at what time, and were able to pinpoint that most Tuesdays and Thursdays, I was left in the house with no one else, not even my brother. I also believe they had come to the area at some time, as they knew the park had no security cameras, and that my mom did not use her ring. They created this whole story, almost perfect, but it still had flaws. First, the one that saved me, Mr. Delgado's age. Second, I forgot my mother had just been working in the buffet for 3 years. It was impossible she met Janice 5 years prior. Third, the safe thing. Obviously, a general assumption they make believing every person has one. Fourth, I found it weird that Mr. Delgado was acting as my parents' lawyer, when my uncle had always been the one in charge of any small legal problem we had. Fifth, all their legal chit-chat. I didn't know our legal system that well, but it's almost impossible you were taken suddenly to court and judged in less than a day without being able to establish a defense. This is just what I can remember, as it was almost 12 years ago. My conversations with Janice and Mr. Delgado were longer, and I know I had seen more holes in their stories once I reviewed them without the panic. Sadly, I saw through their lies too late, and when I was already in a very bad position. I was victim of a llamada millonaria, the millionaire call, a method in which the criminals manipulate the most naive and vulnerable person in a household, using an emotional bargain so that they willingly give up their things, or even themselves. The thieves were never caught. The phones they used were fake one-uses, and without camera footage, the police had nothing to work with. There were no fingerprints or similar, because they didn't touch anything that I kept. I was not able to see the SUV plate due to the distance, and Mr. Delgado was an average Joe without any identifiable mark. The only good thing that happened that day was that I didn't enter their damn car. Maybe I wouldn't be writing this if I did. We lived in fear that they would reappear someday, as they knew our home address, but thank God it didn't happen, and I hope it stays that way. Janice and Mr. Delgado, let's not meet again. I don't go to the coin laundromat anymore. A few months ago, I, 22, was at the local coin laundromat. I went late because I had been studying around 10 p.m. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly, and there is a lot of drug use, but I've never really felt scared. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to a dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it. I just felt the presence. I turned around and there was a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a white guy with pink hair, wearing a full face mask, like a ski mask, a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was dark out. The gloves and the sunglasses especially immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude. I tried to laugh it off and told him he surprised me. He immediately started talking. A lot of it was disjointed and just didn't make sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring his brother money to get a classic car. None of it made much sense. But he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond. So I tried to just play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door, and I started getting this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose. Not just accidentally as he talked to me. He was getting closer to me as he talked, and the feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly, I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave and keep him talking until I could. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling got more intense, so I started gripping my keys in attack position just in case. He talked more, and then backed off a little. He took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second, and when I looked back, he was pulling something I couldn't see out and holding it to the side, behind him where I couldn't see it. But I did see what was in the backpack: duct tape. Instantly, it was like an alarm went off. There was no more worrying about being rude, no more second guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew I had to do something. Time seemed to move in slow motion. He turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tightly as possible and tried to mentally prepare to fight. I remember being afraid that I would walk too slow or be too weak, like a nightmare. But all of a sudden, the door to the laundromat opened, and a woman walked in, barely even looking at us as she went to get her laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly, it's over. He just turned, got his bag, and left. I was so scared I just stayed there for a minute, until I could get my laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say, since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, I think the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone walked in. If he was just crazy, it wouldn't have mattered. I think a stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined the laundry service. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. So, to the man with the pink hair and the unicorn backpack, let's not meet again. The hobbling hitchhiker. One evening, I was out in Lacey, Washington to pick up a handgun I had recently purchased for protection. Contrary to the pickup status both online and sent to my email, the store didn't have it in stock yet, and told me to come back in another week. I lived about an hour from Lacey at the time, and when I had gotten there, evening rush hour was just beginning to become unbearable. I didn't want to drive all the way back home just yet, as it would add an additional hour to my already long commute. Side note, the car I was driving belonged to my dad, and I was borrowing it until I had enough money saved up for a new car, after my beloved Honda had broken down the previous year. I killed some time bumming around the store I had purchased my firearm from, then decided to drive over to the nearest coffee shop. It was a newly built cabin-style cafe with a modern twist. The barista handed me my 16-ounce dirty chai, and I walked back out to my car. I then drove to a gas station around the corner, still trying to kill time until traffic thinned out. The car didn't need gas, so I pulled into a parking spot right at the corner of the four-way street block the gas station was on. I turned off the engine, stepped outside, and lit up a smoke, leaning against the driver's side door so as not to stink up the interior. The weather was overcast and drizzly, but not overly cold. It was now dusk, and most daylight had disappeared. The stoplights in the intersection were diffused by the late autumn mist. I watched them flicker from green to yellow to red, and again, as the traffic was orchestrated accordingly. Zoned out by the lights and being generally lost in thought while enjoying my coffee and smoke, I didn't notice the man walking towards me until he was already halfway across the street. He was white, average height, and strawberry blonde, maybe in his mid-20s. He definitely hadn't changed his clothes in a good while, and carried a backpack I assumed to be full of the few belongings he had. He didn't smell, but he looked raggedy and unkempt. My immediate thought was that drugs were likely a part of his habitual lifestyle. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I'm always cautious having grown up in the suburbs of Seattle. The man finished crossing the street, awkwardly limping toward my car, maintaining eye contact and a winced grin. I locked my car out of caution, but remained outside smoking casually. Normally, I'm not a social person, but I don't go out of my way to be unpleasant either. He approached me and stood about 10 feet away when he said, "Hello," and asked if I had a light. I complied hesitantly, but saw no harm in meeting his simple requests. Taking 2 steps forward, I lit his cigarette which he was holding out toward me while approaching. He attempted to make small talk, weaving in hints that he had just gotten off of the bus and still needed to get down the road another block. Somewhere in this poorly crafted sob story, he stopped himself mid-sentence, like a bad actor, and pretended to be struck by an epiphany. "Hey, would you mind just dropping me off down the road? It's not very far." I apologized and said I couldn't help because it was my dad's car and not my own, and I didn't feel comfortable without my father's permission. Some stupid yet plausible excuse I came up with on the spot. Mr. Unkempt didn't like my answer, and his smile immediately turned tense and flatlined. Clearly upset, he became more insistent. "But it's just down the road," he whined. "My leg is killing me, and it wouldn't even be far for you. I'll give you a cigarette." His persistence and sudden burst of hostility made my hair stand up. I firmly said, "No, I'm sorry I can't help you. It's my dad's car and he has set the rules." Absolute BS. With 10 years of hospitality under my belt, I immediately offered him alternate logical ideas of what he could do to get to where he needed to be. I even mentioned maybe someone in the gas station we were outside of could help him out, or call him a ride. Each word I said made him increasingly irate, and he began curling his fingers into fists. Not in a threatening way, but like a toddler about to scream bloody murder for not getting their way. He seemed to pause and size me up in a fleeting moment. I'm small and not at all intimidating physically, so I told him I hope he makes it home safe, quickly unlocked my car, jumped in, and locked myself inside. When looking up from locking the car door, I see him speed walking back across the street from the direction he originally came from. No limp, no awkward walk whatsoever, no distress or pain showing even slightly, just the normal speed walk of a physically well person, a rageful person. I knew I had dodged the bullet, and I felt pretty dumb for hanging around the city after dark alone. At that point, I didn't even care about traffic anymore, so I turned over my engine and hightailed it home, in what ended up being an hour and 45-minute drive. But this time, the traffic was 100% worth the convenience. PSA if you haven't heard it enough already. Be careful who you give your attention to, especially when you're alone. Stay aware always, and err on the side of caution, even when strangers seem harmless at first. Crazy, bad acting hitchhiker guy, I hope you got the help you needed rather than the help you wanted. And I hope we never meet again. Attacked in the park, at 10 years old. When I was 10 years old, I went to the park with a friend. At the time, there was an event on. I'm not sure what the correct word is, but it was the kind of event where there were animals you could pet, cotton candy exhibits, and exhibitions, in addition to places you can buy things. I mention all this because it's relevant later. Anyway, I buy a small plastic toy sword at one of the stalls, and me and my friend went off away from the event into the playground section of the park. We were playing around with my toy sword when we were approached by a group of teenagers a few years older than us. I can't remember exactly what was said at first, but they led us over to an area that had a wooden picket fence. They seemed nice at first, so we weren't scared or anything. That was until one of the guys suddenly out of nowhere grabbed us. I think there were 3 or 4 of them in total. One guy was holding each of us, and the other 1 to 2 guys were just standing back laughing. They also positioned themselves so no one could see us or what was happening. The guys started to get aggressive, and us only being 10 were really scared. They started trying to force my head into the space between the picket fence and said they were going to beat us. We tried calling out for people, but we were met with more physical violence. Luckily, I still had my plastic sword and they hadn't taken it off of me. In the panic I was in, I was able to smash the hilt of my plastic sword into the neck, face, or shoulder of the guy holding me. I must have smashed it hard enough to make him hurt, because he let me go, and the guy holding my friend was distracted. In that split second, me and my friend bolted away. They chased us nearly all the way back to the event, swearing at us, telling us what they were going to do with us when they caught us. Thankfully, we made it back okay, and we just clung to our friend's mom for the rest of our time there.
Someone broke in when I was alone at home. Hello. I have to tell you that I'm not a native English speaker, so please forgive my spelling mistakes. It happened 6 years ago when I was 20. So I came home after sleeping at my boyfriend's place. It was like 8 a.m., super early because my boyfriend started his shift. My parents were already gone like an hour earlier to their holidays. So I was alone at home, and I knew it. So I come home and I went directly to my bedroom to continue my night. But before climbing the stairs, I saw that the kitchen door and window was wide open. I was surprised, but I didn't think that I was in any danger inside my own house. You have to know that my father is super paranoid, and there's no way he would have forgotten to close the windows before leaving the house for 2 weeks. Even if I stayed, I used to sleep at my boyfriend's house most of the time. But I was barely awake, so I just closed the door. I checked the kitchen and the living room just to be sure, then got up to my room. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. I went to my room, changed, then I went to the bathroom to get back to my room. I did close the door to my room, and I don't know why, because I never usually did. I was scrolling on my phone, and like 5 minutes later, I heard her footstep right behind my door. Someone was there, the whole time, while I was living my life vulnerably. I was terrified. My heart stopped and I couldn't move. I just took the first thing in front of me to defend myself. I stared at the door, waiting for the person to open up and kill me, or worse. I was ready to jump out of the window and die if I had to see that door open. Minutes passed and I heard the person on the stairs. I don't know how long I stayed there, immobile, but eventually I did call my boyfriend and he came to rescue me. At first I thought I was crazy because I didn't actually see anything, and I couldn't believe that it really happened. But my boyfriend confirmed they forced the door and windows on the kitchen, so they were really here. They were silently waiting for me to sleep to get out of my house. I was home alone, feeling safe, but I was not. It was traumatic. I can barely stay alone somewhere without freaking out today. I live alone, and I'm constantly afraid of someone trying to break in. But the worst part is they didn't take anything. My mom's MacBook and jewelry, my PlayStation 4, my dad's gaming setup. Everything was so easy to take, but they didn't. I can't stop thinking that they're here for a different reason. You also have to know that, at that time, I was very active on Snapchat. I used to post every day. I used to tell and put in my story every part of my day. So the 5K of unknown followers that I had on social media knew everything about me at this time. And I think it might have been related. Since then, I've stopped my activities on Snapchat. Do you think it's related, or did I just interrupt them?
He stared at me from his car for almost 3 hours. I, 29F, used to do some street performing when I was low on money, and at the time of this story, I was 25. I had recently lost a lot of weight and needed to save money for skin removal surgery, in addition to buying all new clothing and seeing a chiropractor because of the changes in my gait affecting my spine. Pro tip: losing weight is expensive as fuck. I don't know why nobody warns you about that. So this was a Friday night, and I was in a college town near the state university with a lot of bars and restaurants. Because all my clothes hung off my body like a tablecloth, I was wearing a decorative scarf tied into a dress, and it was a little on the revealing side, but didn't look as sloppy as the rest of my clothing. If you don't wear decent clothing and makeup and such when you street perform, people assume you're homeless and can be really shitty towards you. This is relevant to the story. So, I was tuning up my guitar, sitting in a camping chair outside of a couple of bars, and at around 8:30, this beige SUV pulls up and parks in front of me. The guy driving it hopped out and approached me. "Hey, do you want something to eat?" "Nah, I'm okay. Thanks though." "Okay." And he got back into his car. But instead of driving away, he just sat there, staring at me. I thought it was a little bit strange at the time, but I was focused on getting warmed up, so I didn't initially worry about it too much. I was only planning on staying out until about midnight, so I wanted to maximize my time. It was the end of dinner time and beginning of the bar time rush, so it took me a while to realize that the beige SUV was still there, and the guy was still sitting in the driver's seat, looking at me. I'm pretty sure he didn't even pay the parking meter. At about 9:30, he hops out again. "Hey, are you hungry yet?" "No, I'm okay. I ate before I came here." "Come on, I wanted to give you something, but I don't have any cash. Let me buy you dinner." This does happen. When somebody who doesn't carry cash sees a street musician that they like, they will often offer to buy a snack and bring it to you, so I didn't find that strange. "Okay, sure. If you want to bring me a snack, that's cool." "Okay, come with me." No. I'm not leaving my spot here. There's a really good restaurant I want to take you to, but it's too far to walk. We need to drive there." "Sorry, I'm not really interested in going somewhere. I need to stay here and make some money tonight." "I thought you were hungry. Come on, let me buy you dinner." Starting to get frustrated. "No, I told you I'm not actually that hungry. If you wanted to tip me with something other than cash, a slice of pizza from the place across the street, or a soda, or a cigarette, that I'm fine with, but I'm not leaving my spot." "No, I'm not going to buy you a slice of pizza. If you want to eat dinner, you need to come with me." At this point, tons of people were walking past us, and I was getting really annoyed at him for keeping me from playing music. Well, I'm not going anywhere, and I need to make some money tonight, so I'm done talking about this. At that point, I started playing my guitar to show him that I was done with this conversation. I probably should have been more concerned by this point, but I was honestly just pissed off. It wasn't that uncommon for men who saw me street performing to offer me food or shelter in exchange for sex, so I kind of assumed that's what he was after at that point. For about the next hour, I focused on just playing music and chatting with people, and it was actually a pretty productive night. I had almost forgotten about the creepy dude, until he got out of his car and leaned against the door, still staring at me. By now it was almost 11 p.m., and it dawned on me that he had been here for over 2 hours. That's when the alarm bells finally started to go off in my head. I had a hard time focusing on music after that, because he was just standing there. And the longer it lasted, the more it felt like he had something more nefarious than just trying to bribe a young homeless woman to sleep with him in mind. At about 11:30, I realized I needed to do something sooner rather than later. It was pretty much peak bar hour, but the streets were going to become less crowded eventually, and I was going to be walking home. I didn't want to risk him following me. Now, when I'm street performing, I'm in friendly mode, and I'm not the most intimidating looking girl in general, so I don't think he was expecting me to confront him directly. But when I feel threatened, I tend to get pretty mad pretty fast. Figuring I had plenty of witnesses, I walked right up to him, angry as hell by this point. "Why are you staring at me?" Him taken aback. "Huh? You've been staring at me for 3 hours now. Do you just like making younger women uncomfortable?" I was mad, talking progressively faster and louder, and it was very clear this wasn't going the way he expected it to. No. I just want to buy you dinner." "So you're just waiting for me to get hungry enough to go get dinner with you, when I've already said no several times? That's not being helpful. It's being creepy. I know there aren't any restaurants that are still open at 11:30 p.m. around here." No, this one is. It's still open. I don't care if it's still open because I don't want to go anywhere with you. I told you that. Why are you still here waiting? No, you don't understand. He looked like he was racking his brain for an excuse. What? What am I not understanding about you staring at me for the last 3 hours? No, you see, I'm an Uber driver. Of all the stupid excuses he could have picked, this was probably the stupidest. Me pretending to understand. Oh, okay, I get it. You've been waiting all this time for someone who ordered an Uber. Him smiling. Yes. And you were just going to leave them waiting while you took me to a restaurant then. What happened next freaked me out more than anything else that night. As soon as I blew a hole through his piss-poor cover story, it was like he took off a mask. His smile disappeared, and his voice was deadly serious as he climbed back into his car and said to me, "Okay, you will never see my face again." And he drove off. Fast. I just stood there in shock. I'd had plenty of creepy encounters while street performing, but not like this. It was impossible to convince myself that he was going to do anything besides abduct me. I was done after that. I decided to order an actual Uber home instead of walking, which cost about half of what I'd made in tips that night. In the back of the Uber, counting my cash, I realized that it was time to retire. The small amount of money I made during the daytime was not worth the effort, and the decent money I made at night was not worth the risk. I've since moved on to a new side hustle, and also developed agoraphobia because of this, and other incidents like it. I hate leaving the house alone. I order most of my groceries and household supplies through DoorDash, and I have a job that's only 3 blocks away from my apartment. Still, on my walks to and from work, I find myself consistently checking my surroundings and using the reflection in storefront windows to make sure I'm not being followed. So, creepy guy in the beige SUV, I hope you keep your promise, and that I never see your face again. Amanda, the ex-girlfriend of my best friend who nearly destroyed my life. Okay, this may be a long story, but I'm ready to tell the people of Reddit my story of Let's Not Meet. This first started when I was in my first year of 6th form. My friend, let's say her name was Candle, she introduced me to her friend. Let's call her Amanda. I used to chat with Amanda every day for like 2 weeks simply because she used to message me constantly. She seemed like a nice girl at first, until she started to make me feel uncomfortable around her, as she used to message me, "I want to cuddle you, like a big teddy bear," and similar things to that, and I shot it down, but she got upset and threatened to call the police on me if I didn't go on a date with her. I'm a gay guy, by the way, but I wasn't out of the closet at this point in my life. I screenshotted everything she said to me and I showed my friend Candle, and she said, "Yeah, I believe you. She's a compulsive liar. She lied about a teacher essaying her, and used to make things up to make her sound better than everyone else." I was so glad Candle believed me, and advised me to block Amanda, which I did. Fast forward 2 years later, I was now in college and I encountered her again. I didn't recognize her and was chatting to her without realizing she was the same Amanda from 2 years prior. That was until I messaged Candle on Facebook, as Amanda told me she knew Candle. Candle sent me a long paragraph. You do realize that's Amanda, right? Then, it all came flooding back to me. She's right. It's the same girl who threatened to call the police on me for not going on a date with her. She was dating a friend of mine in college. I tried to warn him, but he didn't listen to me. Amanda claimed to have a crush on me a second time, and I shot it down right away, telling her I'm not interested. She obviously took offense to that, and threatened to call the police again, to which I replied, "What's the police gonna do? This isn't a police matter." Which, by her facial expression, angered her more, but she just walked off. The next couple of weeks go by. I ended up telling my friend about what she'd been messaging me with, and he obviously believed me as he saw her messaging me in real time. She kept asking me on a date and saying she liked me since day one, but here's the thing. She was in a relationship with my friend. Naturally, my friend got upset and called her in front of me, where she claimed she had no clue what he was talking about, and told him I'm making up lies. Then he forgave her, after she admitted it was true just a week later. To my annoyance, she began hanging out with us. I was nice to her because I didn't want my friend to get upset. She tried telling me she had 2 children at 17, with one being 13 and one being 3 years old. I thought that's odd. How is she 17 and having a 13-year-old child? She would have been 4. Something wasn't adding up. She stated she was SA'd when she was young. I should have called her out, but my friend was there, and I didn't want to upset him. She even stated that the 3-year-old child was my friend's daughter. Even he looked confused, like it was the first time he had ever heard of this child. When she went home, I asked him. He hesitated. No idea. She never mentioned the child before now. And we definitely never had sex. Very strange. Fast forward to a year, I was working in a shop. She suddenly showed up and asked to speak to me. My manager let me go on my 30-minute lunch. She was with her friend, and she wanted to tell me that my best friend was manipulating her and always hurting her, which I knew for a fact wasn't true. Marcus wouldn't hurt a fly, but I listened to whatever else she wanted to say. She said she was trapped in a relationship with him and felt scared of him. No idea why she was telling me this, knowing I don't like her. I just made out that I believed her and headed back to work. I came home and FaceTimed Marcus to tell him everything she had told me earlier that day. He started crying his eyes out because he found out she had cheated on him with another guy. A friend of his showed him a picture as proof and forwarded it to me. It was definitely a picture of her with some guy kissing on a bus. I told Marcus he needs to get away from her ASAP, which he did, until the next day when they were back together, as he yet again forgave her. We started doing group video chats, me, Marcus, and Amanda at her request. And remember her 3-year-old from a year prior? Well, now, she was a 5-year-old called Lily, and I asked her about the 13-year-old she mentioned, where she replied with, I don't have a child other than Lily. The next couple of months go by, and she used to say, Lily's in bed or Lily's at school, etc. But when I call her out, she used to show us Lily by turning the camera to a pitch black area of her bedroom and quickly put the camera back to her. I thought this was odd and said, why do you move the camera so fast? We didn't see anything. She then replied, because she's camera shy, or she's asleep. I couldn't take it anymore. It was excuse after excuse. If Lily was Marcus's daughter, he deserves to see her, as he literally never met or saw Lily, not even once. I sent her a long message stating that Lily does not exist, and why are there no pictures of her? Then I blocked her, because I've had enough of her playing games with my best friend. She then went onto people's Facebooks, and I kid you not, she took random photos of random people's children and claimed them as Lily. Me and Marcus looked at each other and knew these were different pictures of random kids. Some of them weren't even girls. This went on until one day me and Marcus went to Amanda's mother's workplace, and Marcus showed her all of the messages, especially the ones about this Lily, and the many pictures of her and random guys she meets up with. We found her on dating websites asking for men to fatten her up. We showed everything to Amanda's mother, and she was furious. She said Amanda had never had kids, and she was never SA'd as a child. She knew something was odd as she got into some random man's car just the other day before. I thought this was the end of Amanda, but I couldn't be more wrong, as Marcus, like an idiot, met up with her that evening and forgave her for the millionth time. And then something strange happened the next day. Marcus called me on FaceTime and he was furious at me. I asked him what was going on and what did I do. He told me that I was a bad friend and that he wanted to cut me out of his life. I was in shock, and I heard Amanda laughing in the background. Then it clicked. She said something about me which wasn't true, and now me and Marcus were arguing like crazy. He blocked me on everything, which broke my heart, as this boy was my best friend, and now he's believing his compulsive lying girlfriend over me? Me and Marcus were having on and off arguments all the time, and Amanda was the root of it, telling him lies and manipulating him like she was jealous of our friendship. Maybe she thought I was a threat to her relationship with Marcus and tried to split us up as best friends. She literally used to invite me out with them, and when I turn up, she used to be like, I wanted to spend time with you. Why is he here? Excuse me? You're the one who invited me. This happened every single time until one time I snapped back at her, which made her cry, but I didn't care. She needed to stop doing this to me as it wasn't healthy for my mental health. A few weeks go by, and Marcus was texting me on Facebook Messenger. We were having a laugh like we used to. He went to the toilet as he was with Amanda. Then I finally got a text from Marcus saying, Hi, it's Amanda. I replied with, "Hey." And she started sending me threatening messages saying that I need to leave Marcus alone, and he doesn't like me and I need to move on. I was like, what the fuck? I ended up arguing with her over this, asking why the hell she was using his phone sending me these messages. Amanda was like, "I dare you to come say it to my face." And at that point I had had enough. I contacted a friend of mine, let's call her Jasmine, and told her the situation. I ended up in tears on the phone. I've known Jasmine since primary school and we had been close friends since, so she naturally got defensive and asked me to get in the car, that she'll drop me off there so I can say it to her face. Jasmine wanted to hurt Amanda for what she had done to me. We saw them and confronted them. Marcus genuinely had no clue what was going on until I showed him the messages Amanda sent from his phone. He was furious and walked off in tears as I ran after him, leaving Amanda and Jasmine alone. Me and Marcus hugged it out and we had a talk about what had happened. He was telling me that he isn't allowed to be friends anymore, and Amanda made him choose between her and his family, which made me furious even more. I had enough of the way she was treating my best friend. The next day, Jasmine messaged me and said she can't be friends with me anymore, as I was bullying Amanda for months, which wasn't true. I would never bully anyone. I said to Jasmine if she was my real friend, she would know that Amanda was lying, but obviously not. To this very day, I never saw Jasmine again. This felt like a big betrayal of our friendship, and I would never talk to Jasmine ever again. This was over 6 years ago now. Me and Marcus were getting on better, and he wasn't letting Amanda manipulate him anymore. That was until these boys came into our lives. Well, first it was another girl I was friends with called Alice. I had known Alice for years and I invited her out with me and Marcus to a pub for a few drinks. It was a nice evening, and Alice even called Amanda and told her that she needs to leave Marcus alone. That evening when we were saying goodbye, as I was naturally worried for Marcus as he's like a little brother to me at this point, Alex asked if I was gay, which I am gay, but I wasn't out of the closet yet, so I responded with no. And Alice said, "Then why you worry about Marcus? You obviously fancy him." Well, no. He's like a brother to me and we have been through a lot because of Amanda, so I obviously do care about him. I thought to forget about this as I assumed she was just making conversation. Then Alice messaged Marcus asking him out on a date, and by the end of that week, they started dating. I was happy that he was moving on from Amanda, but boy was I wrong. I started receiving messages from Alice's brother and his friends stating that they were going to slice my throat, and were messaging Marcus to help them beat me up. We were talked into joining a group video call, and the call contained me, Marcus, Amanda, Alice's brother and his friends, saying horrible things towards me, saying that I should die, and I hurt women, which wasn't true. It was more of Amanda's lies, and I was messaging Marcus to back me up, because he was quiet while I'm trying to defend myself against these guys. He just read my messages and still sat there, not saying anything. At this point I had had enough. I left the call and left the group. Then I blocked the lot of them apart from Marcus. Marcus called me the next morning saying sorry for not defending me, which I replied with, "Well, that isn't good enough. They were literally threatening me." Marcus went quiet and said sorry again. By that point, I had ended the call because I couldn't be bothered with this stress anymore. Next thing I know, Alice was denying that she ever dated Marcus and claimed that I had made a fake account of her on the messaging app. Are you serious, mate? I also noticed Alice was being besties with Amanda on Facebook, so that's the puzzle fitting. At this point, I wanted to end it all. I was at my lowest. I was losing all my friends because of this Amanda. This was the start of my depression, getting worse and worse. Me and Marcus eventually made up and we were best friends again, but there was a period where we didn't talk for over a year. I guess that's me trying to move on with my life. But we eventually started talking again and me and Marcus met up, just the two of us, and he was saying how sorry he was for everything he had done. I said it's okay. He was under Amanda's control. Fast forward to 2024. Marcus has a new fiancée who is a lovely girl, and I'm going to be the best man at his wedding because I stopped him from jumping every time Amanda cheated on him. I was always there for him. He now sees that I was there for him, and we're closer than ever. He even defends me a lot more nowadays, and always has my back. I've seen Amanda here and there a few times, but I don't even acknowledge her, or them, as Amanda is non-binary, which I don't believe, as it could be another lie for attention, but I'm not judging. If that's how they feel, then that's up to them, but that doesn't change the person who nearly destroyed my life. Last time I saw Amanda last year was at Pride. They were pointing at me, showing their current boyfriend who I am. I didn't notice until my other best friend, not Marcus, pointed it out to me. That was the last time I ever saw them, and hopefully, never again. There's a lot I missed on this story, as it happened over a couple of years, but I just want to say, Amanda, let's not meet, ever again. The day when my eye twitch saved my life. This story dates back to 2019. I was 13 years old at the time, yet it remains vivid in my memory as if it were yesterday, possibly due to the trauma. I found myself alone and bored at home, so I decided to FaceTime my best friend, who lives in the apartment building next to mine, and invited him to join me for a walk around the neighborhood. However, he was still on his way back from school, which was understandable as it was a Thursday afternoon. About 500 meters away from my house, there's a jogging circuit. Fueled by my overwhelming boredom, I changed into my sports clothes, just a basic t-shirt and shorts, which had no pockets, and set out with my music, enjoying the vibe of the circuit. Upon arrival, I was surprised to find it wasn't as deserted as I expected, with around 8 to 10 people scattered along the 15-kilometer circuit. I started with a leisurely walk, then transitioned into a run for a couple kilometers, before finally settling down on the grass. While I was engrossed in my FaceTime call with my two best friends, I noticed two guys on a motorcycle repeatedly passing by, but I didn't pay them much mind. As it started to get late around 6 p.m. and feeling exhausted, I decided to head home, taking a shortcut through an empty wide street lined with buildings under construction. Despite having taken this path several times before without incident, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched and followed. Glancing back, I noticed the same two guys on the motorcycle approaching me. I whispered to my friends on FaceTime about my unease, urging them to mute their microphones and stay focused with me. As the guys approached, one of them asked me for directions to the nearest barbershop. Nervously, I provided a random location. Meanwhile, I noticed the other guy attempting to locate my phone, which I had tucked between my shorts and my belly due to the lack of pockets and my earphones being in. Feeling increasingly panicked, time seemed to slow down, and I could no longer feel my legs. They continued to pass me, but at a slower pace, as if planning their next move. I was faced with three options. 1. Approach a taxi driver who was fixing his car nearby and explain the situation, but my gut instinct warned against it, fearing they might notice and return. 2. Flag down a random car and seek help, but again, my intuition cautioned against it, fearing the car might be locked, and the guys might confront me after the car drove off. And 3. Opting for the third choice, I ran in the opposite direction into oncoming traffic, retracing my steps. Instinctively, I ran for a solid 5 minutes, eventually entering a field and continuing to run towards some nearby slums. Glancing back, I saw the guys chasing after me into the field, one of them shouting, "Just stop! We just want to know where the barbershop is!" I've always trusted my gut, and it screamed at me to keep running or face dire consequences. So I sprinted between the slums until I reached near my best friend's house, where I urged him to come downstairs immediately. Collapsing in the parking lot, my friend was alarmed by my condition, although he was unaware of the specifics of what had occurred. Feeling nauseous and disoriented, I couldn't feel my legs or arms. My friend assisted me back to my house, where I laid down and eventually lost consciousness. The next thing I remember is waking up the following day with bruises on my legs from running through the field filled with spikes. The entire ordeal unfolded within the span of 10 to 15 minutes, but now, I traversed the same path without any apprehension. Trafficking attempt in Tokyo. Good morning. I have posted on this sub once before about an event that happened when I was a small child, but it's been a while. Hopefully I do this in the correct format. This happened a month ago, in Shinjuku, Tokyo, Japan. I am a 28-year-old white American woman from Alaska. I am slightly above average height for any woman my age, and I am by no means tiny, though I'm not particularly fat or buff either. My point of mentioning that is that I wouldn't be an easy target to just scoop up and kidnap. I also have a lot of distinct identifying features. My waist-length hair is currently half blonde, half dark brown, and I have visible tattoos all over my upper body, including on both arms. Last month, I was in Japan for 2.5 weeks with my fiancé, and some family and several of our mutual friends. The whole group was about 12 people. I speak Japanese fluently, and I am a very well-traveled person, and consider myself to be pretty street smart / able to take care of myself. So, while I did not wander off alone much on this trip, I wasn't concerned if I did have to go somewhere by myself. It was Friday night during Golden Week in Tokyo, the day before we were leaving to come back to the States, and our group was going to go out drinking on our last night. The area we were staying in wasn't the nicest, but it wasn't particularly bad either, just more dirty than other areas in Tokyo, and with a lot more tourists, and more homeless people. Each night when we would go out, the men in our group would be openly propositioned by prostitutes, and there were often people just passed out on the streets, things like that. So on the last night, we were all going to meet up in front of our hotel, a large, nice hotel in the main city center, to go out, and I happened to be the first person there. Now, while I wasn't with my group or people that I know, I was by no means alone. There were hundreds of people around as it is a very populated area, and I was standing on the sidewalk in front of the hotel. A man suddenly approached me, and the first thing that put my guard up was how close he got to me. Again, this was a crowded area, but by no means crowded or noisy enough that he needed to be 5 inches away from my face, which he was. He was black and looked to be around my age, probably between 25 and 35. He immediately started asking me questions, and I got more suspicious and on edge with each one. This is how the conversation went. Stranger. Hello, where are you from? Me. I'm from Alaska. Stranger, visibly excited, with a crazed look in his eyes. Oh, American? Yes. Where are you from? Ghana. Are you here alone? No, I'm with about 15 people, including my husband and my dad. They're in that shop right there. In reality, I was with 12 people, including my fiancé. My dad was not there, and none of the group was in the nearby shop. What hotel are you staying at? I don't know the name of it. It's across the city. Also a lie, as we were standing in front of the hotel I was staying at. How old are you? 35. Also a lie. I was trying to say I was as old as possible while having it still be believable. Right. Come with me. Yeah, no thanks. At this point, I began to turn to walk away. Yes, come with me. We'll take something. Nope, bye. I then began hurriedly walking towards one of the nearby shops. Stranger, muttering now, take something. Wake up in paradise. Luckily, he did not follow me, and I waited for my group inside the store that I went into to get away from him. I immediately messaged our group, and my fiancé and one of the other men came down immediately. This incident was particularly scary, because a couple of the people on the trip with us don't have a radar for this kind of thing, and it makes me feel ill to think what might have happened if they had been the one being propositioned instead of me. Also, I know I should have stopped talking to the guy sooner. I was just kind of frozen, and at the beginning, I thought he might just be a regular guy trying to hit on me, which I planned to kindly turn him down. Asking where I'm from didn't strike me as too weird on its own, but his next lines of questioning were enormous red flags. Notice that in the whole conversation he never once asked my name, or if I was married / with someone, which you would expect someone might do if they were just trying to hit on you. Also, keep in mind that this happened in one of the safest countries in the world. Moral of the story is, you can never be too careful, especially as a woman. Keep your wits about you, and don't feel bad for blowing off strangers. Also, if something seems off, don't give out your real information. I shouldn't have even told him the actual state I live in, but luckily I realized that he was sketchy after that, and didn't give him any more real info. Creepy grandpa locked me into his house while I was hitchhiking. First of all, this is the story of my worst hitchhiking experience. This incident was sketchy as fuck, but I still wouldn't give up my love for hitchhiking. I am a 21-year-old, 20 at the time, man from Finland. Anyways, on to the story. This happened on the 2nd of December last year, in Kalamata, Greece. I had been hitchhiking for quite a while at that point. I had started from Budapest and had hitchhiked through 7 different countries with only positive outcomes. The story begins around 11 a.m. on Saturday, some hours before I had woken up in my hammock hung behind the castle ruins, and the only place that had trees that weren't someone's olive trees. I was tired from the lack of sleep caused by the cold night, and early wake up by the noises of the busy market across the street. After a quick tour of the town and some breakfast, it was time for hitchhiking. I made a sign with the words Athens and Sparta in Greek. I was standing here, by a road leading to a roundabout, where the first exit goes towards Aeropoli, the second towards Sparta, and the third towards Athens. A lot of cars drove by, but nearly all of them took the first exit. It took at least an hour for the first car to stop. It was this small, quite old, worn-out white car, and driving it was an older guy, around 60, who looked a little dirty, greasy hair, some teeth missing, and a big nose filled with visible blackheads. He didn't really speak English, but I could understand that he was going to Sparta. I was a bit frustrated by the fact that pretty much all of the cars were going towards Aeropoli, so I thought this might be my only chance, and jumped in. We were trying to have a conversation, but without a shared language, it isn't really possible. We introduce ourselves and I try to explain where I'm from. He smokes and offers me a cigarette too, but I refuse. We drive just shy of 6 kilometers before the guy suddenly makes a left turn, and we end up in his yard. He stops the car, gets up, and signals for me to follow, so I do. I take my bags and feel a bit confused. It's a small house on the mountain surrounded by sheep and olive trees. There's a dog sleeping in the sun, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by us at all. We walk to this balcony/terrace that surrounds his house. I then put my bags inside the house and join him sitting on the balcony. Then, he lights up another cigarette and asks if I want to eat something or maybe take a shower. I refuse, and with the help of Google Translate, I ask why we weren't going to Sparta. He answers that I can sleep at his house and he'll drive me there tomorrow. I try to explain that I would like to get to Sparta or even Athens today, so staying at his place isn't really an option. I'm pointing out that there's not many cars going past his house, like one every 15 minutes, and only some 4 to 5 hours of daylight left, so every minute is valuable to me. But he doesn't really seem to understand me, so I get up and walk through the door to grab my bags. I put my backpack on and pick up my other bag. I turn over and see him inside. Then I try to walk out, but he stops me and guides me to the side, locks the door, and turns to me. At this moment, I'm not panicking or anything, because I assume this is a form of hospitality, and he is just doing this jokingly to offer me some food. I keep saying no to him, but he doesn't care. Now, he is standing right in front of me, and I'm starting to feel very disturbed by his presence. For some reason, I keep staring at his blackhead-filled nose. The image still haunts me. He opens his mouth and raises his right hand in a loose fist in order to show me some blowjob motion. I'm still saying no to him, but he suddenly grabs me by the crotch, and I can feel this cold, tingly sensation shivering through my body as my hair stood on end. I keep saying no and start to raise my fist in order to hit him. We stand like this for a couple of seconds, and thank God, he lets go, but I'm still feeling the urge to hit him, though I don't. Then he asks, "No sex?" And I almost shout no at him in a tone that makes it sound like I'm questioning the question itself. Finally, he opens the door, and I'm free. I walk out feeling so fucking creeped out by the experience. I walk past the dog to the road and I see 2 pickup trucks on the other side of the road. The trucks are surrounded by a group of hunters carrying shotguns on their shoulders. This makes me instantly feel a lot safer. I keep walking by the road for a while before a car passes me by. It's quite warm, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I empty one of my water bottles and turn it upside down, showing it to the cars passing by so they would think that I'm out of water. This works, and the second car stops. I get to Sparta, and later that day to Athens safely, but I felt disgusted until I got into the shower. All the kindness I had experienced hitchhiking before this event made me too comfortable, and I had let my guard down. I think humans are good by nature, but probably trusting every stranger is a stretch. Stranger danger is still overrated though. Additional notes. I'm quite a lean guy, and not that strong, so I was lucky that the situation didn't end up worse, though I think I could have beaten that also very lean shepherd grandpa. As a safety measure, I carried a knife with me, but it wasn't on me at the moment of the incident. Also, the knife could have made the situation worse. Obviously, I wouldn't have stabbed them unless it was necessary. My mind was running like a million miles an hour during and after this experience, and I thought about how everything could have turned out in the worst case. I also thought about beating the guy, telling the incident to the hunters, and calling the police, but ended up doing nothing and just walking away. I hope karma gets him eventually. And even after this experience, I still think hitchhiking is the best way of traveling. Let's never meet again, you sick fuck of a person. Psychopath. This happened about 5 years ago. I randomly just felt like I wanted to share this with someone. I also hope this can help other people in a similar situation. I had just gotten out of a 2-year-long relationship, living in the city I moved to my then boyfriend for. After he left, I felt lonely and heartbroken. I was stuck in the apartment we had shared. I downloaded Tinder to chat to guys as a way of coping with the breakup. There, I matched with this guy. He was about 4 years older than me. He was extremely handsome and charming. He was very much into fitness and had an amazing body. After talking for a few days, he asked to meet, so we did. He came over to my house, and I was immediately attracted to him. He was a bad boy, the kind I usually fall for, but he was also very sweet in the way he talked to me. He kept complimenting me and doing sweet stuff to me. After a few days of meeting, we ended up hooking up, and it was honestly the best hookup I had ever had. I felt this intense chemistry between us, and we started hanging out and hooking up a lot. At the time, I did smoke weed a lot. I know he smoked too and did some other drugs, but I didn't really care much at the time. Eventually, he would keep asking me to hang out pretty much every day, begging me to come over because he missed me. When I told him I was too tired, he would bribe me with stuff, like saying he would give me massages, weed, dinner, romantic things, give me the best night, etc. He didn't like it when I told him no. He would sometimes get angry and send me a bunch of messages just pleading for me to come over. After every time I had been to his house, he would shower me with love via messages. He was so romantic, saying I made him feel so amazing, there was something special about me, and that he loved being with me. He would often shower me with compliments, but then get angry when I said I didn't have time to hang out with him. This one time I was at his house, and he got a call from somebody. After he hung up, he told me I had to go upstairs and hide because his baby mama was coming over. He didn't want her to see me because she was crazy, and he told me some stories of crazy stuff she had apparently done. I believed him. He was very convincing. I believe this happened twice. Now I know I should have seen the red flags. I probably did to some extent, but I didn't care much. I kept hanging out with him a lot, even though I figured out he was heavy on drugs like coke and speed. One day I was at his house, and we had just hooked up. I had smoked a lot. He was on coke and probably some other stuff. He wanted to hook up again, but got frustrated that he couldn't get it up. Then he got mad, and kind of blamed it on me. He then yelled at me, and just kept getting more frustrated. I felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave, but he wanted me to stay. He tried to continue, but it didn't work. I was extremely uncomfortable and felt embarrassed. After a while, I told him that I wanted to leave. He then told me to give back the weed he had given me, as in his mind it was his payment to being with me. I honestly felt so pissed that I just grabbed my stuff and walked out the door, but he followed me. At first, he walked calmly about 30 meters behind me, begging me to stay with him and asking where I was going, but I kept walking and saying no. He then ran towards me. I picked up my phone to call a friend of mine because I could tell he was getting aggressive. Then I turned around and saw him literally tear his shirt open while stomping towards me. He grabbed my phone out of my hands and then kicked me in the stomach so hard I fell into a ditch. He smashed my phone to the ground and told me, "You're done." I thought he was going to beat me up, but then it looked like he was actually trying to contain himself for a second and just turned around and left. I was mortified by what he had done. I ran away shaking. I can't even remember how I got home, but somehow I did. I was able to borrow a phone from a stranger and called my friend. He came over. I had bruises on my stomach, my legs, and had no phone. I also called the police using a friend's phone and told them that I wanted to press charges. A few days later, he messaged me saying I tried to steal from him, that I took advantage of him just to get some weed. A few hours later, he texted me saying sorry. After a few more hours, he texted me asking what happened to me yesterday. Then a week later, he found out I had reported him to the police. He was mad. He said he couldn't believe I reported him. Then he told me he would give me 2 new phones or whatever I wanted if I withdrew the report, that he wouldn't contact me anymore if I just did it. He just didn't want any trouble and didn't want to lose his daughter, but I didn't answer. Then he sent another message fabricating the whole story of what happened that night. He kept harassing me for weeks with messages. Some days he was just begging for us to get back together or be friends while bribing me. Other days he was accusing me of random stuff, calling me names, etc. And that he had a great lawyer, that he would report me to the police for stuff I had never actually done. He kept acting like a smartass, saying he would beat me in court. It all just became a big chaos. After a few months, there was a trial. I couldn't attend physically, so I testified via a phone call. I was questioned about our relationship and the incident that night. He lied and made up stories about me, but no one believed him. As the trial was done, I received all of the papers in the mail. I was in shock when I read it. He had previously been charged with violence and rape towards his ex. Apparently, there was also an incident where he had forced his ex-girlfriend to do things while other men watched and videotaped her. There were other girls too that had experienced similar things. Stuff like robbery, weapons, fights, violence and torture, you name it. He had been to jail multiple times. I had no idea I had been dealing with such a dangerous man. I'm pretty sure he's a psychopath. He has no understanding of what he has done. The sick part is, I recently came across a post about him on Facebook. Apparently, he is pretty popular with women lately on Snapchat and Instagram. He posts stuff about his life, whining about being beaten up by random men, being tortured, robbed, etc., and that people follow him with guns. I have learned that the reason he keeps up being beaten up by people is because they know what he has done. He posted pictures of himself at the hospital to make people feel bad for him, and they do. He makes women feel sorry for him. He says people lie and make up stories about him and he gains pity. He then posts all the sweet replies and messages girls send him, saying stuff like he feels so grateful for all of the support. He is extremely good at manipulating people. I honestly feel so lucky that I got away at the time I did, and that it didn't escalate any further. I checked his Facebook, and apparently he has a girlfriend now. I pray he doesn't hurt her in any way. My middle school bully stalked and attacked me. Hey everybody, I tried posting this story before, but not much luck, so I'm going to try to get it up here. For context, I am from a small town that houses 3 different elementary schools, and only 1 middle school and high school, connected by the gymnasium, and a tunnel between the 2 buildings. I had lived there my entire life, and went to a different school than most other people mentioned in this story. Back when I was in middle school, I had a litany of bullies who loved making every moment of my life a living hell. They did pretty much everything you could think of, ranging from pranks in the middle of class to downright physical assault, but all of them were nothing compared to this one girl I met at the beginning of 7th grade, whom we're going to call Sadie. Sadie was a stereotypical mean girl in every sense of the word, loved fashion, had a gaggle of friends willing to do her bidding, and every guy was into her or wanted her. She was the kid with the highest amounts of detentions, argued a lot with teachers, and the principal pretty much did nothing about her actions. And she made a habit of making fun of some specific kids, which included me. I was a plus-sized kid, a scaredy cat, gullible, and a bit of a pushover. But I did try to do well in school and kept it to myself, but that didn't do much. As soon as Sadie took notice of me, she took it upon herself to make sure every time we ever saw each other, she'd make me miserable. At the beginning, it wasn't anything much. She started rumors about me, talked shit about me online, and in school. I didn't even have social media yet, so I didn't find that out until later, and threw things at me that ranged from her garbage to one of her textbooks. It wasn't terrible at first. Sadie was annoying, sure, but I had workarounds, so I just ignored her. But when the other kids saw that I wasn't going to fight back, they joined in and took things way too far. Almost daily, I have been chased in the halls, ganged up on in the bathrooms, had my food stolen, gotten blamed by the teachers for their dumb actions in class, and many other things. These kids had me on edge and feeling practically worthless for the entire school year, to the point of me considering just running away to avoid the hell of going back to school. Why didn't I tell the school, you may ask? Well, I tried. Dozens of times. Teachers, guidance counselors, even the principal. But they didn't care. The school was honestly not the best, and they were pretty negligent to everything that didn't involve funds, sports events, and GPA for the year, so they gave no heed to me when I tried to tell them what was going on with Sadie and her lackeys. These are some of their real responses from the incidents that happened. When I had gotten my backpack thrown down the stairs and the calculator inside that I had brought home got broken, "It's your property, your problem." When Sadie had written a fat joke alongside a slur on my locker door in permanent marker, "You have no evidence that it was her." When Sadie's boy toy and his friends cornered me outside of the changing rooms for gym to ask me for something, they were probably just kidding around. All of them spearheaded by Sadie, who was practically in charge that year, and nothing she did was getting her into trouble. Summer could not come fast enough that year, and by the time 7th grade was over, they let those kids get away with so much. I honestly gave up on trying to get outside help at that point. As I got some personal help that summer, I decided that things would be different by the time I had to go back to school for the following year. I was not going to be Sadie's personal punching bag anymore. When 8th grade started up, I was ready. I learned MMA self-defense. I defended myself vocally. I wasn't so quiet anymore, and I fought back. And it worked. None of the old bullies from last year even looked my way again, except for Sadie, who still tried to pull her usual stunts. But the longer I showed her I didn't care, the more it pissed her off. Honestly, it felt like ample revenge to all of the shit she put me through last year. Sadie, however, would not let go of it for the life of her. I didn't know it then, but this whole act of hers would end up taking a bad turn. One day, I was walking to the gym, with Sadie following close behind me. She did not share a gym class with me, but she did like following me around in between classes and trying to get a rise out of me. This day, however, was not great for me. I don't exactly remember why now, but I was stressed out, and I kept getting pissed off over whatever went wrong that day. Sadie following behind, trying out different insults and commenting about me, sent me over the edge. In a quick motion, I stopped walking, spun around, pushed Sadie backwards, and spit towards her, with it landing on her leg. I told her to just fuck off and leave me alone. I didn't know what I was really expecting her reaction to be, but it sure as hell wasn't what she did. Sadie just stood there, frozen, staring at me. I expected her to be coughing blood up from rage, or her screaming, or anything at all, but she just stood there, as if a deer in the headlights. I didn't think about it at the time, as I left for gym not too long after, and eventually forgot about it. After school, I was just walking across the school building to head for the parking lot to the next high school building, where I was to catch the bus. Everything felt normal until I saw Sadie not far behind me. I didn't think anything weird of it, so I ignored it and kept walking, until I noticed she was taking the same path I was to the buses. This wouldn't be odd if she actually rode the buses at all. Sadie walked to and from school every single day. If not that, someone would come pick her up. But the carpool lot was in the opposite direction of the buses. I took a different path than my normal route, around the back of the school. I looked back to check, and yep, Sadie was taking the exact same path I was, and she stopped walking every time I looked back at her. I began picking up the pace a bit, and from behind I could hear her running to catch up. By the time I was nearing the bus lot, she was somewhere around 10 feet behind me, still jogging to follow me. I definitely did not want her to learn which bus was mine, nor did I want her to follow me home, so I decided to fake her out. I jumped onto a different bus, much to the dismay of the driver, and Sadie ran in after me. After she got in front of the bus driver to yell at her about something, I ran off and raced to my actual bus, which was all the way on the other end where this particular bus was. I got in, and the bus drove away just as Sadie got off to see where I went. The next day, I didn't see Sadie anywhere at school, not in any of the classes, not at lunch, not even after school either. I asked, but nobody knew where she went. This went on for the rest of the week. The bus incident took place on Monday, and the disappearing act happened on Tuesday. By Thursday, I began to relax about the whole thing. I still didn't understand what Sadie was doing with the whole bus incident, but as long as she was gone, things felt okay, until Friday afternoon came along. Like the last few days, Sadie wasn't there, so I was pretty relaxed for most of it. When the end of the school day came, I was about to walk out the front doors of the building when something stopped me. I had a horrible feeling in my stomach, telling me not to go outside. I had no idea where it came from, but I thought it was just my leftover anxiety playing tricks on me, so I headed out anyway, not still twisting. The middle school and high school were all a part of one connecting path system, which means we all had hallways and walkways connecting both the main middle school and the main high school buildings, with one long sidewalk path out front. The parking lot where I had to walk to my bus was on the opposite end of this long sidewalk, which ran in front of both the middle school and in front of the high school. This can make for a pretty long walk, and the doors leading into the high school, often flooded with students, make for some interesting obstacles. This would all come into play when this happened. I had just walked down the outside stairs to the sidewalk when I saw someone run around the corner from the building. I looked over and it was Sadie, looking as pissed as a rabid dog, full sprinting right towards me. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my whole life, running off nothing but pure adrenaline and fear. Sadie was catching up quickly behind me, and all I could do was run and pray for help. I dodged between crowds of kids and just tried to lose her somewhere in the masses, not caring at all if I bumped into people, only afraid that Sadie was still behind me. By the time I reached the buses, I didn't see her anywhere, so I stopped and nearly collapsed to catch my breath. I felt relief for only a second, until she popped out of nowhere from the side of the crowd and lunged at me. Sadie grabbed me by the hair and backpack, swinging me around in a circle as I tried to get her off me. She kept pulling and jerking so much, I felt my hair being ripped at some points, but she kept going. I screamed for help, kicking and punching blindly in Sadie's direction, but either nobody wanted to get involved or were too scared to break us up, because there was nobody who came forward. Sadie let go of my hair to reach for something behind her, and what happened next was only a miracle. My older brother was walking out of the high school drinking a soda when he saw the scene and ran to help. He was the only one who knew about Sadie and recognized her when we had gotten to school in the mornings. He threw a soda at Sadie's head, which startled her enough to let me go and drop whatever she was holding. I grabbed my brother and we took off for the bus, making it just before it drove off. After we found the seat, I looked back outside. What I saw still gives me chills. Sadie was on the ground, arms pinned by a teacher, and right on the ground next to her was an open hunting knife. I knew without a doubt that that was hers because of the sound I heard when she dropped it earlier. Next Monday, I got called down to the office where my brother was also waiting. We got pulled into the counselor's office where there were 2 police officers waiting. After we ran, a high school teacher saw Sadie picking up the weapon and apprehended her while another person called the police. They got Sadie into interrogation, and now they needed to hear what happened from me. I practically broke down right then and there and told them everything. What Sadie did to me the last year, what I almost did because of her torment, the bus incident the week prior, and what happened on the sidewalk. My brother put his arm around me while I just sat there, nearly sobbing my words out. The police and the counselor just sat there writing down what I said, but they looked on sympathetically. One of the officers asked me if I would like to tell my parents so they could press charges. At this point, I just wanted everything to end about this horrible situation and be done, so I just told them to do whatever they wanted. I just wanted this to stop. The counselor could tell I was already upset, so he sent me back to class, and me and my brother made a promise to never speak of this again. Sadie ended up getting into juvie for the rest of the school year, all the way until halfway through the second semester of freshman year of high school. The school had also had some changes to it too. Police officers were now on duty during school hours in the middle and high schools, and kids could now stay with teachers before, during, or after school if they needed to. I never saw Sadie again after that, not even in passing. I later learned from one of her old friends that after senior year she dropped out to get her GED because the incident on the police record meant college was impossible. It's been over 9 years since that day on the sidewalk. I will admit, this is honestly not as bad as what other kids probably had to go through, but I still feel the trauma from that time in middle school, and especially from what Sadie did to me. After middle school, I had developed depression, severe social anxiety, and PTSD from the bullies. I can't fully blame the situation for everything, as maybe if I had pushed a bit harder with the teachers and the principal, maybe this wouldn't have happened in the first place. But eventually things did end up getting better. I just wish I could go back to my 13-year-old self that had to endure all of that to say everything was going to be okay. I am doing better now. I'm looking into therapy. I am in university and cannot be prouder of how far I've come. So, to the psychopath of a bully that tormented me all of those years ago and almost stabbed me, let's not meet again. The man with a ladder and bad intentions. When I was a senior in college a few years ago, I lived in an old house about a 5-minute walk from my campus with 5 of my girlfriends. It was still COVID times, so we spent a lot of the time just in the house since we could not really go elsewhere. To preface, this house was old, and many of the windows didn't lock. Our landlord sucked, as many college ones do, and did not do anything to fix this issue. But with it being 6 of us and often a boyfriend or 2 sleeping in the house, it felt mostly safe, and many of us would keep our windows open. Our college was in a town just outside of the second most dangerous city in the state, but right around the campus it felt relatively safe. When the weather started getting warmer in early spring, we would sit out on the roof to sunbathe, and this roof faced our street. We would access the roof from my roommate's, let's call her Mary, bedroom window on the second floor, since it led straight to the roof. Our street was residential and did not get a ton of traffic, but we did have a couple encounters of young guys catcalling us as they drove by, but nothing seemed sinister as we were college kids. One night, late in the semester, Mary went up to her room to call her brother, while the rest of us were hanging downstairs. That's when she rushed downstairs and said she saw a ladder leading up to the roof where we would all sunbathe, and right near her window, which was open. Later, we learned that she said out loud to her brother what she saw before she came down. When she told us this, my other roommate and her boyfriend ran outside to find a man running away from our house with the freaking ladder, who we assume heard Mary telling her brother she saw the ladder and knew he was caught. It was dark, so they could not make out anything about him. I immediately texted our landlord asking if he had someone come by the house to do any work, and he said no. When we called the police who came by, they did some investigating and patrolled our house for a couple of nights, but we never found out who the man was, what his intentions were, or if he had been there before. So, to the creep with the ladder, let's not meet. "2 years of hell. How I was stalked, completely betrayed, and nearly murdered." Hey everyone, this is my first post of an actual story on Reddit, so bear with me. I've been reading everyone's amazing stories for years, and I felt like it was only fair that I contribute something back. Allow me to tell you about the time I dated a guy on MySpace for 2 years, then nearly ended up getting my entire family murdered, me stalked by a psycho, and everyone involved in nearly losing their minds. I've never written this down before, or told many people that I even trust. It's all just too painful and quite honestly unbelievable to tell often. If it didn't happen to me, I probably wouldn't believe it either. But unfortunately, it did. I promise what you are about to read is 100% the absolute truth. I hope y'all find this interesting. Let me give you some background for this story. I'm an almost 28-year-old gay male who was born and raised in the Appalachian Mountains, which for my friends not in America, that's in the South, more towards the Mid-Atlantic region. I usually don't just throw being gay out there, but it's important to tell my tale and to understand why I made such insanely poor choices in my teenage years. I know almost everyone does, but this really takes the cake. Follow me back to when I was 16, just about 12 years ago. I was a junior in high school, had plenty of friends and no trouble with bullies, at least not while I was at school. My parents are now wonderful people who greatly regret the way they treated me when they found out I was gay. At the time, I hated them for being so horrendous to me, but as I got older, I finally understood that their reaction was just a product of the strict religious movement that they, and myself, were brought up in. A mild disclaimer: I do not have any hatred in my heart for any religion no matter what its views are. Whatever you choose to believe in is alright by me. I'm more of a treat people the way you'd like to be treated kind of guy. This just happened to be my parents' reaction, so don't judge them too harshly. Also, I don't want the comments to turn into a religious debate and/or LGBT rights discussion. This post is about none of that. It just so happened to be my circumstances. My parents, who at the time firmly believed that this would send my eternal soul into damnation, pretty much only allowed me to stay at our house a couple of times a week after that. For at least a year, I was living on friends' couches and off the kindness of their parents. I was in what I can only describe as the worst state of miserable, major depression I have ever been in my entire life. I had tried to end it the year before, with a very serious OD at the cost of 9 days in the ICU. I should have died, but your liver is an amazing thing, and it started to regenerate on its own. A year to the day after that, literally to the day, the first guy I ever fell in love with was killed in a tragic car accident. My parents had zero sympathy for my feelings. They were the immoral feelings of a blasphemous son, so they didn't count, I guess. I remember coming back from his funeral that night, and my father asking me, "Why are you so upset? Were you with that boy or something?" I didn't even respond, just walked right past them and straight into my room where I proceeded to cry myself to sleep. Again, don't judge them too harshly. They were different people back then. Needless to say, this sent me completely spiraling downward in the worst ways possible. Drugs, alcohol, you name it, I did it. Anything to stay numb and keep myself from feeling the immense amounts of pain I was in emotionally every single day. To have your situation go from a year before seeing your father cry for the first time as you lay dying in the hospital bed, to him spewing so much malice and hatred towards you. Let's just say, it was enough to make anyone have a mental breakdown. I had friends who cared about and loved me deeply. I don't know why that wasn't enough. It just wasn't. I felt like no one truly loved me or ever would. Hell, if my own parents couldn't, then what were the chances with finding a soulmate? Would I just be alone forever and miserable, as I was then? At the time, and in my angsty teen mind, that's exactly what it felt like, which finally brings us through my background and mindset, leading into the pure, unadulterated hell that was soon to follow. In the midst of my deepest, darkest despair, the brightest idea anyone has ever had on this planet popped into my head. Well, if no one around here will ever love me, then I'll just go online and try to meet someone who will. Pure stroke of genius, right? It just made absolute biblical sense to me at the time. I felt like the only gay teen in the whole damn state, like the only person who really understood me was me, and only ever would be me. That in order to find someone to love me, I would have to search far and wide beyond the borders of the mountainous fortress I had resided in my entire life. Proud of myself for having such an ingenious idea, I immediately hopped on MySpace and spent the next hour making it as badass looking as I thought I could. You could customize just about everything on your profile, so of course, mine had accurately reflected all of my emo feelings and the darkness in my soul. Word to the wise, and something I wish I realized back then, if you're trying to attract the darker things in society, you're probably gonna get exactly what you're sending out. I know I sure as hell did. It all started out innocently enough. I clicked on one of my gay acquaintances' profiles, and for some reason, this guy on his top 8 just flew right out at me. His name was Jacob. He was gorgeous, dressed in all black, and that was pretty much all I needed to know at the time. I saw he was from Maryland, several hours away from me, but far enough to possibly not be like everyone else here. Far enough to hopefully have the exact kind of mentality that I was looking for in another human being. So I sent him a message, something lame to the effect of, "Hi, what's up? I saw you on my friend's top 8 and thought you were cute, so I figured I would say hello." I wasn't expecting a response, none whatsoever. He was so gorgeous and seemed way too cool for me, so why in God's name would he message a guy like me back? And then, it happened. Within a minute of me sending my message, I got one back, and it was from him. Not gonna lie, I exploded in joy on the inside, something that I hadn't felt in years and years. It was just something like, "Hey, you're cute too. How are you?" But it was enough to send me over the moon. I felt alive again. But what I really felt was hope again. We talked the rest of the day and night. We talked about each other, how much life sucked, how bad we wanted away from our hometown and our lives. You know, the usual teenage gay boys living in repression. I fell for him hard. Too hard. I mean like hook, line, and sinker hard. We chatted for maybe a week before he asked me out. I had no problem with dating online. Hell, that was the whole point of me doing this in the first place. So I eagerly said yes. We had only been dating for a week after that or so, when he introduced me to the rest of his friends. I met his ex-boyfriend Zachary, and his best friend Josie, who I quickly became best friends with, along with 10 other girls and guys. Josie was a cool chick, and she had known these guys for years. Who better to give me all of the dirt on them? During the course of the next month, Josie and I became the closest friends out of everyone he introduced me to, in what turned out to be a gang. They were mostly just a group of suburban white kids who called themselves the elites, and just drank and smoked a lot of weed. I had heard some crazy stories here and there about them beating people up, and some of them taking the gang thing way too seriously, but I didn't really think much about it. Josie and I had been talking on the phone every single day, and really made a genuine connection with each other. She had my sense of bizarre humor, was extremely intelligent, and still liked to have a cozy good time on top of it all. During this period, Jacob and I were doing great, but there was one little problem. I started to fall in love with his ex Zachary. The more I talked to him, Jacob could be intense, and at times violent when he was angry, from what I heard. But on the other hand, Zachary was his complete opposite. He was too kind for his own good, an extremely caring guy, and he wrote the most beautiful piano music I have ever heard. Being a musician myself, French horn for 10 years, I was immediately endeared to this guy. The more and more time I spent online talking to Zachary, the less and less time I felt like talking to Jacob. Eventually, Jacob kind of figured out what was going on, and to my shock, he let me know that he was cool with it, and wished us the best. That's how after 2 months with Jacob, I started dating his ex Zachary. This would be the guy I would date for the next 2 years, and with whom the worst times of my life would be spent. Josie was clearly thrilled for me. We still talked every day online and on the phone. Sometimes I talked to Zachary on the phone, but more often than not, we just kept our communication on AOL Instant Messenger. When we started dating was when everything started to collapse. Jacob, who has initially said he was okay with everything, ended up exploding. He completely tore me a new one online, and then proceeded to go and kidnap my current boyfriend. Josie called me up, freaking me the hell out, saying that he'd taken Zachary and no one knew where they were. This clearly sent me reeling from shock. I guess all of the rumors I had heard about Jacob were true, and now, because of my actions, the guy I'm in love with is in danger. I quickly contacted some of the older guys in the gang and let them know what was going on. Their response was basically, "Ah shit, not again," which caught me off guard. Again? You mean this happens frequently? I talked to Chaz, the leader of the gang, while he sent some of the guys out to deal with Jacob and retrieve my boyfriend. He basically told me in a nutshell that Jacob has been and always will be obsessed with Zachary, that when he gets wasted on whatever, he goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and sets out on some wild mission to kidnap and assault my new boyfriend. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was in complete and total shock. But apparently the situation was resolved easily, and he handed over my man without too much incident. He also received a healthy-ass beating to remind Jacob that it's not nice to go around kidnapping people just because you can. This was the first, and certainly not the last incident I can remember, where a pattern I'm all too familiar with now would develop over the next several years. Jacob would get drunk and jealous, he would do something completely insane to me or my boyfriend, and then, after all the freaking out and worrying was over with, he would come crying back begging mine and Zachary's forgiveness. This became a weekly routine, and it began to wear me out mentally very quickly. Flash forward to around a year after I had sent my first message to Jacob. I was still with Zachary, still best friends with Josie, who I had even been up to Maryland and met in person at this point, unfortunately to miss my boyfriend who was out of town visiting family, and still dealing with Jacob's craptastic insane plots to ruin my relationship and give me a stroke before the age of 20. None of this craziness set off any red flags in my head, not one. As a matter of fact, nothing period during that entire year gave me second thoughts about anything going on really. That day-to-day the sky's falling lifestyle had become the norm for me, and I was used to it. Several of my friends, however, had their doubts, though they were polite enough to keep them to themselves for the time being. This was when the first true danger that threatened me and my family ever arose, and it led to a night I will never forget. as long as I live. Cut to me as a 17-year-old who in the span of 1 year had accomplished everything he set out to do. I had the perfect boyfriend, even if I'd never met him, didn't care. I had an awesome new best friend in Josie. We'd hung out a few times at that point, and I adored her. And I had joined a group of my own in my hometown. My parents were going to throw me away just because of who I loved. Well, then I was going to throw away every single religious thing I had ever been taught and go to the dark side. I became a Luciferian, otherwise known as a Satanist. Oh boy, did I think I was a badass now. Now, when it comes to the coven I joined in my hometown, that could fill an entirely different story in an entirely different subreddit. Maybe I'll post that experience sometime, but the point of telling you about them was so you can understand what happened next. I received a call one night at around 12 a.m. from Josie, who was almost beside herself, very out of character for her. I mean, hell, Zachary had been kidnapped over 40 times in the past year, and she hardly batted an eye. But this was different. She explained to me that Jacob had really outdone himself and lost his mind this time. He had hired a guy from the elites, named Sean, to come down to my house and kill me, plus my mother, father, and younger sister. My sister is about 7.5 years younger than me, and from the day she was born, I have always been fiercely protective over her. She was, and still is, my beautiful baby sister, and the only one in my household that I loved at the time. When I heard that my ex had taken it so far as to hire a hitman to come after my family, I flew into what we around here call a mountain rage. It didn't matter to me if someone simply came after me, but to target my precious sister, who had nothing to do with any of this, was the boiling point for me. And even though I despised my parents at the time, I'm still a Southerner, and when you mess with a Southerner's family, then all of the crap you've been fighting about goes right out the window. Complete and total defend the homestead mode kicked in. I asked Josie when he left Maryland. She told me she found out that he'd started driving towards my house maybe an hour ago, and as soon as she found out, she called me immediately. Okay, so that meant I had at most 6 hours to prepare, and at least possibly 4, if he got a good head start. She also informed me that Sean was a former army guy, but got kicked out for failing several psych tests, and being a complete sociopath in general. I'm not a big guy, and at the time, I weighed even less than I do now. I was 5'7", and maybe weighed 130 pounds soaking wet, but my first thought didn't require brute strength to beat back this attacker. I called up my coven leader Brandon, who lived not even 10 minutes away from me, and explained the situation. I told him I needed to borrow his favorite toy, and promised to bring it back in good condition, with as little blood on it as possible. He agreed, and 30 minutes later, I was back at home in my room, cleaning and loading an extremely nice over and under pump action shotgun. Like I said, no brute force required. I called Josie back up and got the details on exactly what he and his car looked like. Then, at around 4 a.m., I told her I would call her back and crept out into my front yard. Now, for people who have never been to my house, they always got where to park at wrong. They always ended up in front of my house down a hill, instead of in the driveway on the side. This little detail was stuck in my mind and probably saved my life. In the very front of my yard, there was a huge oak tree that was big enough for my skinny, girl jean wearing, emo ass to hide perfectly behind. All I had to do was wait and hope he did exactly what I thought he would. I got so lucky because he parked exactly on the opposite side of the big tree I was hiding behind. I heard a car door open and someone step outside of the vehicle, shortly followed by the unmistakable cocking of a 9mm handgun. While that sound may have struck fear in the hearts of others, it absolutely enraged me to the core, so I replied with a kind of sound of my own. As I stepped around the side of the tree, he was directly in front of his car, gun down by his side. In one motion, I simultaneously pumped a shell into the chamber of my shotgun and raised it directly level with his head, about 10 feet away from me. This caught him off guard, and completely by surprise. I didn't hesitate. I simply told him the God-honest truth. I said, "Buddy, you've got one of two options right now. Either you get back in your car, turn around, and drive straight back to Maryland without stopping, or you can so much as flinch in my general direction, and I will splatter your brains across the great state. You have 5 seconds to decide. What's it gonna be?" I kid you not. The most sickly smile spread across this psycho's face, and for a moment, I thought we were about to reenact the movie Tombstone. Fortunately, he had much more of a sense of self-preservation than I thought someone who just drove 8 hours to kill a family he never met would have. All he did was give a little chuckle and said, "You're a cool dude. See you around." He then walked backwards very slowly, my gun following him the entire way, got back into his car, and just drove off. Right then and there, I made up my mind. I had to tackle the beast head on. I was always raised that if you have a problem, be a damn man and take care of it yourself. I had to go to my enemy Jacob's turf and bring this war to his doorstep, just like he brought it to mine. It was time to go to Maryland. After all the drama of nearly being murdered by a nut job, I'd really had enough of Jacob's BS at this point. I got online and cussed him out until a fly wouldn't land on him, making a point to let him know that his little plan backfired. He wasn't dealing with some poor little boy that couldn't fend for himself, and each and every crazy situation that evolved had made me stronger as a person, if not a little bit more mentally disturbed every time. I told him he was going to regret the day he ever crossed me and my boyfriend. Instead of apologizing like usual, his true colors finally came out. He laughed at me. He freaking laughed at me. He told me I was cute when I was angry, and said what a damn shame it was that I didn't have a bullet hole in my head. He wished I was dead, and that he never spoke to me in the first place, because he was still in love with his ex, my current boyfriend of a year, Zachary. He informed me that the war was just beginning, and he would do everything in his power to win Zachary back, like he was some kind of adorable trophy you won for baking the best freaking pie at the county fair. I was incensed, completely livid, and brimming to the edge with fury. I told him to watch his back, because I'm coming for him. I called Josie and told her everything that happened, and asked if I could come stay with her for a week. She excitedly agreed. Zachary was asleep for this whole ordeal, and blissfully unaware that anything had happened. When he found out the next day, I think he was more angry than I was. Fortunately for us, the gang's leader Chaz liked Zachary a hell of a lot more than he did Jacob, so we hatched the plan with him. The idea was for them to kidnap Jacob like he had Zachary so many times before. They would be accomplishing this task while I was on my way up to Maryland. And when I got there, he would be mine to do with as I pleased. You can imagine on the 8-hour drive up there, all of the hideous and heinously brutal ideas that were going through my mind. I was going to inflict maximum amounts of pain on the guy that had caused so much in my own life, and I would relish every second of it. Unfortunately, my dreams of reviving the Spanish Inquisition on my ex's head never came to fruition. When I arrived in Maryland, Josie came skipping out to greet me. Happy as a lark like always to see me, she had some good and bad news. I always ask for the bad news first, and the bad news was that Jacob had gotten tipped off by Kenny. God, I freaking loathed that guy, always meddling where he didn't belong. That everyone was coming for him. He made a hasty retreat, and had intended to kidnap Zachary and take him on the run too. But that was the good news. Before he could get to him, Zachary had hopped on a bus and headed to New York to stay with his mom while things cooled off. As sad as I was that once again, I had missed seeing him for the first time, I was just relieved he was out of harm's way, safe and sound. Again, no alarm bells were going off for the second time that I had made the trip up there. Zachary was not around. Josie called him on her cell, and he apparently picked up his mom's. And we got to enjoy one of the rare times we actually spoke on the phone. All was well. Now for a week of fun and plotting on what we were going to do with Jacob the next time he reared his ugly head. Later on that week, Josie wanted to drive down to an old colonial part of Maryland and go ghost hunting on these abandoned railroad tracks. However uneventful that may have been, we did end up inviting Sean to go with us. Turns out the psycho dude actually felt bad. Well, almost. He blankly told me that if I didn't have the balls to stand up to him, he would have killed me and my whole family for just $500. Instead of killing him on the spot, which every fiber of my being was telling me to do, I decided to play nice and get him on my side. That way, if Jacob ever tried that crap again, he would definitely tell him no, because I'm the cool dude. Sometimes you catch more flies with honey. Anyway, the rest of the week was normal and a damn good time. Josie and I said our goodbyes and parted ways, wishing each other a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. The next couple of weeks was semi-normal. No word from Jacob at all. Not even a peep. What a gift, I thought. I'll take it. Year 2 of my relationship began quite happily, believe it or not. Even my birthday month of January was an unusually good one. Then came the next couple of months. 2 months, which quite vividly live within me to this day. They also defined my life for the next several years. This is when the sky stopped falling, and my world completely crumbled from beneath me into utter devastation. At the beginning of February, Chelsea had a sudden and urgent impulse to get away from her parents. Now, I could completely understand that, so I happily agreed to let her come stay down south with me. I borrowed my best friend's car and drove a 15 to 16 some odd hour round trip all the way to Maryland and back. My parents were less than thrilled. They told me she couldn't live in the house with us, so I said fine, and shelled out my own money to a local La Quinta Inn, where she and I lived for almost 2 weeks before my parents caved and let us back in my house. Now, I forgot to mention something extremely important earlier about my boyfriend Zachary. He was very sick. I mean, terminally ill, but we thought it wouldn't be for years. I was told he had cystic fibrosis, and he needed a double lung transplant in order to live much longer. He was hospitalized in the beginning of February and rushed up to the transplant list because his condition was so grave. I can't even begin to tell you how after the year we had been through together, how badly I wanted to be by his side. Unfortunately, he was at a hospital in the part of the country that specializes in treating CF and was way too far for me to travel. Josie kept me in pretty good spirits about the whole thing. She had had a lot of experience with CF since her sister died from it several years earlier. She reassured me that since he was so young and tried to take such good care of himself, that he would probably receive donor lungs very soon and be just fine. I tried not to worry too much, but in reality, I was worried my ass off. Losing him after getting him out of harm's way so many times before was not an option in my mind. How could we have overcome so much only for him to succumb to this disease? Zachary and I talked constantly when he felt like it, and even though he was scared and alone, he said he felt like $1,000,000 knowing I was supporting him with my love, no matter where I was. That made me feel wonderful, being able to comfort him from so far away, and for a couple of weeks, my comfort seemed to be the trick, until one day, that day. My boyfriend died suddenly on February 14th, 2008, his lungs filled with fluid. He suffocated and died. There was nothing anyone could do. I was completely and totally lost. Josie broke the news, and I collapsed into the biggest mess you've ever seen in your life. She was still living with me at the time, so she tried to console me as best as she could, while she was shedding her own tears at the loss of her best friend. That forever ruined Valentine's Day for me. To this day, it only reminds me of loss and death. You don't realize how fragile your heart truly is until you've experienced a loss like that. Little did I know that even worse moments in my life were about to occur a month later. I was headed on a course for total destruction, and still, blissfully unaware of the one person who had been driving this crazy train from day one. Skip forward to March, St. Patrick's Day to be exact. A little over a month since Zachary had passed away, Josie had forcefully been returned to Maryland by her parents, seeing as how she had practically ran away. I was off in la la land of booze, drugs, and more pain than either of those could cover up. I was chilling with my Satanist posse, doing what all normal American teenagers do on St. Patrick's Day, pretending like we were Irish, and testing the limits of alcohol poisoning. My alcohol tolerance back then was ridiculously high, so I had already drank an inordinate amount when my phone rang. It was Josie. I slurred my words as something to the effect of, "Hey girl, what you doing?" came bubbling out of my mouth. I announced to the room that it was Josie, to which everyone replied, "Hey." She had lived with us for several months, and love her or hate her, she'd become an honorary Southerner. The next words out of her mouth once again sent my head spinning off into space and my world into complete chaos. Zachary's not dead. I stopped breathing for a moment, and when I caught my breath, I asked her to repeat that again. She did, except this time she added the fact that his life had been in danger, blah blah blah, so he had to even hide from me, blah blah blah. But Jacob had to think that he was dead, blah blah blah. I could literally feel my brain dripping out from my ears as my mind turned into mush with every word out of her mouth. Then, the real kicker to my drunken meltdown. Zachary got on the phone. Sure enough, it was his voice. He apologized for what he had to do. I apologized for what I was about to do, which was scream and yell my lungs out, throw my phone into the wall, smashing it into a million pieces, and then proceed to go from being super hammered drunk to completely shithouse wasted. I drank everything that wasn't nailed down. Who knows what other drugs I did on top of that, because I sure don't remember. I was literally having a complete and total mental breakdown. The last strand of sanity in my brain just snapped. I did this for a couple more hours, until I somehow drove back home, put on my work clothes, and tore out of the parking lot to go to my job in a city half an hour down the interstate, with people chasing me trying to stop me. I don't recall any of what happened next, But apparently, this is what I did. I showed up to work completely wasted and got fired from a damn good job. I called my father, freaking out in the parking lot of said job. He realized I was drunk and told me to stay there and he would come get me. Oh, how I wish crazy drunk me would have listened. Instead of doing that, I started driving on the interstate again, not caring if I lived or died, and obviously not caring about anyone else. According to the police report, I was tearing down the interstate at 130 miles per hour. I apparently hit a 2-mile marker on the side of the road and blew both of my right-hand tires, but continued on driving with sparks shooting 50 feet out of the back of my car. I took the next exit to the hospital going fast and spun out / completely totaled what was left of my car. According to bystanders, I proceeded to exit my vehicle and run across the damn interstate towards the hospital with people chasing after me. Once I got to the ER doors, I heard the now familiar sound of a police cruiser. I was then arrested for driving under the influence. I blew a .20 about 12 hours after I had had my last drink. If I had blown a .21, I would have gotten a felony charge. That led to years of failed drug tests, violated probations, and ultimately a year in jail down the line. After that, I decided enough was enough. These crazy people from Maryland and their insane concept of living could all go to hell as far as I was concerned. It had nearly been 2 years of torment, fear, and unimaginable pain. Worst of all, it was starting to cost me my mind and my freedom. I was done listening to Josie and ready to start listening to my actual friends in town, who had been begging me to stay away from those people for a long time now. Some good friends sat me down and started to tell me all of the inconsistencies in all their stories over the last few years. At first, I didn't want to listen, but then eventually there was too much evidence not to listen. Finally, I opened my ears and my mind to what was really going on. I decided to figure this out once and for all. I got on MySpace, Facebook, and every other social media I could think of. I typed in Josie's full name into the search bar of every single one. What I found to this day still makes me want to turn my stomach contents inside out. There, on every social media possible, by using her name and the few email addresses I knew she had, I found dozens of accounts linked to her emails. Duplicate after duplicate of Zachary's full name on accounts with pictures of her. And the same thing with Jacob, and every single solitary other person in the supposed deletes. That's when it finally, after years of denial and torment, it finally freaking hit me like a railroad car full of bricks. Holy shit, she's every single one of these people. She absolutely and unequivocally made up every single solitary one of these people, and has been pretending to be a dozen or more people for over 2 years. As you can imagine, my jaw hit the damn floor. Thank God I had some close friends there who kept me from falling apart and helped me find every single fake profile she had ever created. I was dumbfounded. Profile after profile after profile that had her pictures but the names of people I knew were entirely real. Prototype accounts before she ended up making the actual fake accounts. Gag or jokes to her really. In fact, all of this had to be some big, insane, psychotic joke. I was too shocked to be enraged yet. But don't worry, that's coming. I diligently copied every link to every single one of her profiles into my AOL Instant Messenger. Then I called her. Hey, how are ya? I'm alright, I guess, just bored. You? Nope, definitely not bored over here. Get on AIM chat. I'll show you something really interesting. I was nearly hysterical at that point, and I could tell she knew something was up. Once she was online, I simply asked her, "Hey Josie, what are these?" Then sent her the links to every single fake profile she had ever created in her miserable life, and a few from email accounts I didn't even know belonged to her. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. As I heard her clicking through link after link, her 2-year-long mental game was over, and she finally realized it. Her words? "Well, fuck, man. Guess you got me." Then she started to laugh. Genuinely laugh as though something really remotely funny had just occurred. I don't recall what I said, but apparently it was bad enough for my friends to take away the phone and have to hold me down. Catfish the show or movie wasn't around way back then, so I had unwittingly become one of the first hardcore victims of a stalker in the internet age. Worse than that, I had talked to, lived with, and even befriended the girl who had been stalking and trying to ruin my life for over 2 years. It was literally, and still is, the single biggest mindfuck I have ever had in my entire life. Thousands upon thousands of messenger conversation, hundreds and thousands of hours of phone conversation, countless amounts of cash being spent to drive up several states away just to stay with my psycho stalker every single time. Even bringing her down to live with me for months, having $5,000 mysteriously vanished out of my bank account. Everything was starting to make sense. There was no Jacob. There was no Zachary. There was no gang. What there actually was one completely batshit insane girl with more mental problems that I could fit in an encyclopedia. She was the only person I ever talked to. She was the only person I ever saw. And even worse, she was the one that paid Sean to come down to my house with a gun and try to kill my entire family. Josie was the only person in these last 2 years that had orchestrated any of this. From all of the fake kidnappings and boyfriend drama, to faking the death of someone I had fallen in love with, and bringing him back just to screw with my head? Who the hell does that? All of the events of the last year came flooding into my mind as I realized in each and every one, it was solely her, and no one else but her. So many questions raced through my head, the least of all being why me? I deleted my MySpace, I made my Facebook private, and I only accept friends that I knew are real. I completely fell off of the wagon and out of my head. Drugs, alcohol, and more drugs. That's all I could do to cope. Here I was, a gay man that had unknowingly fallen in love with a straight woman, and regardless of whether or not I thought it was a gay man, which I wholeheartedly did, that shit still fucks with you in the head pretty bad. I didn't think I could ever be close to someone again. My world had been rocked and ruined. To this day, all these years later, I still do not trust people. I do not think I will ever be able to trust someone ever again. Can you blame me? Then she came down here. Yep, you heard me right. That bitch moved into my sister town not even half an hour away from me. I bumped into her on accident and we started talking. Again, as much as I wanted to stomp her into a bloody pulp on the ground, you catch more flies with honey. I wanted answers. Hell, I deserved them. I told her I was trying to forgive her, and I needed answers to my questions in order to do so. I asked her if she would sit down with me and tell me everything, and she reluctantly agreed. I politely informed her that this forgiveness was not for her, but it was for me, so I could stop holding on to and living in the past. I explained she nearly killed me, / ruined my life, and what she did was the most personal and horrific thing one human being can do to another, especially after I was so damn good to her. She was polite and let me get what I needed to get off my chest. I tried to be calm and not rude so she wouldn't run away, and I did get closure somewhat and answers to everything. Here's her explanation. Take it all with a grain of salt. It started out as a joke. When she was in high school, there was a girl who was being mean to her and bullying her, so she thought she would get back by getting her to like a guy online and reveal the awful truth later. Haha. She had made a bunch of prototype profiles, and eventually almost 20 profiles in total, so it looked like this group of people had the same friends, and they were real. She just pulled pictures off of freaking Google. She knew none of these people in real life. She was having a good old time tricking this girl when along comes a spider to mess up her web. Me. She said she thought she would just mess with me for a bit and let me know that she was actually a girl, but after talking to me, she unintentionally fell in love with me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know what to believe. If she really did love me, then why did she put me through pure freaking hell for 2 years? She said she wanted to tell me a million times, but it just got out of control, and before she knew it, she was really getting into being these people, and somewhat believed she was them, and they were real. Again, this chick is the world's best bullshitter I've ever met, so who knows what the truth really is. All I wanted to know is how did she get the music, and how did she sound like the guy on the phone? The music, as she shockingly demonstrated to me, was actually hers. She's an amazing pianist and guitar player. I saw this with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Zachary's voice on the phone wasn't very complicated. Paid a guy friend a few bucks to be in on it, which this jerk-off eagerly agreed to. Ruining someone else's life for a few bucks? How sweet. Sean was all her. She paid him $500 to do that, and she had zero explanation as to why. She knew he would do it. He's just as much a psycho as she is. The rest of it was pure fantasy and imagination. All dolled up to be extra crazy, so I wouldn't care much about Zachary and give her more attention. As lie after lie was finally revealed and the truth brought to life, I had heard enough after around 8 hours of this. I had heard everything I really ever needed to hear and wanted to. My life was nearly destroyed. My family nearly killed. My mental and emotional health left scarred forever and ever, simply because she wasn't getting enough attention in her life. Neither was I when all of that started, but I didn't go about like a human wrecking ball trying to make myself feel better. I'll never be able to completely comprehend or understand the mind of someone like that. People who derive pleasure from other people's pain and misery. I'll never be able to fully trust, not in the way that's required of a true partner and companion. I just can't do that again. If I'm mortally betrayed again, I know the next time it'll kill me. So as I write this in my apartment, a little over a decade after it all happened, I'm alone. One good thing did come from all of this. It sure as hell made me the person I am today, and it strengthened and toughened my resolve into tempered steel. I learned to be okay with myself, and to finally love myself after so many years of self-loathing. I'm a pretty amazing person. I don't need a man to define my life, and who I am in any shape, form, or fashion. Obviously, I'm worth something. Otherwise, this psycho chick wouldn't have latched onto me for years, and ended up moving 8 hours away from her home to be 30 minutes away from me all this damn time. What she stole, I will never get back. What I gained, she can never take away from me again. The old woman in the cinema thought I was a demon. Quite an odd title, I know, but this is the only way I can describe what she meant. This happened a few years ago, right before the pandemic hit. In fact, I know the exact date because it spooked me to my core. It was February 18th, 2020. I was 14 years old, so you can imagine this was a pretty frightening moment for a young girl. My mother, younger brother, and I went to go see a movie. He wanted to see the new Sonic, and I didn't really want to go, so I went to see the Birds of Prey movie. I had already seen it, but I wanted to enjoy the cinema popcorn and a hot dog, and quite frankly wanted to watch it again. I had gone off by myself to the viewing room, and it was completely empty, just me in there, so I felt relatively safe being able to see the whole room, given I was also at the very top. It was pretty amazing to have an entire room to yourself, until it's not. About halfway through the film, I went to the restroom. The soda didn't last long, so I went and once again it was just me in there. Every room was in current running progress, so nobody wanted to miss a big moment. As I was finishing up, there was an elderly woman at the sink, about 70. I thought I was alone, but I suppose not. She was washing her hands right next to me, moving from her original spot. Now for context, before I say what she said to me, I'll give you a brief description of myself. I have black hair, green eyes, relatively sharp features, high cheekbones and arched eyebrows. Yeah, a typical Disney villain. I think I'm somewhat attractive, but not nothing to lose your marbles over. She had looked at me with the most subtle but unnerving grin, still with her hands under the water, but not doing anything, and said, "Young lady, you are quite a gorgeous girl." I said thank you, and she went on to say, "A beauty like you is only something an evil thing can have. Your eyes are just so hollow and soulless." She continued with that damn smile. I was seriously starting to get creeped out, but I do live in the Bible Belt of Texas, so I chalked it up to her being a nut job. But then she got closer and said, without the smile, "You shouldn't have that beauty." I hurried and left as soon as I possibly could. I didn't like being alone with that woman anymore, and waited outside the restroom where it was populated, but she never came out. After 5 minutes, I went back to the viewing room and was paranoid for the entire rest of the film. I could not get that crazy lady out of my head. Like, who says that to a kid? I seriously considered getting exorcised by a priest after that encounter. I'm not sure why I didn't go get the attendee after that. I think I was worried they wouldn't believe me or something. After that, I told my mother, and she didn't let me go alone until I was at least 16. Never do I want to see that woman again. I still get paranoid about that any time I'm alone in a public bathroom. In fact, I avoid them altogether. I still don't know what to make of it. I dodged being murdered by my psychotic roommate, just by a hair, with real news articles. I'm a 36-year-old female in Sweden. I have worked in mental health care for the last 18 years, mainly with people with psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia. I was working at a group home for 9 years, and very close with my coworkers there, especially 2 females. The last few years I worked there, another female started working there. Let's call her M. The 4 of us grew very close. She was very timid, shy, friendly, and we got along well. She was, however, often on long-term sick leave because of her own mental health issues, so we didn't meet much at work. But she only showed up at our after-work dinners, so we continued to stay in touch even when she wasn't well enough to work full-time. She told us that she had a history of schizophrenia herself, just like the patients we were treating, but that she was medicated and hadn't had any psychotic episodes for years. Since I have an education in psychiatry and a long experience with schizophrenia, I have no judgment towards people suffering from the illness, and it didn't bother me being friends with someone who was diagnosed like that, and even after what I will tell you, I still feel the same way. In summer of 2023, I had moved on to work at a new place, also within mental health, but this time forensic psychiatry, like a halfway house for mentally ill murderers, etc. The four of us stayed in touch and still met every now and then for dinner parties. Em told us that she had been evicted from her apartment because of an accident where she had accidentally entered her neighbor's apartment in the middle of the night. She told us that in the huge apartment complex, the doors all look exactly the same, and that she simply walked into the wrong door by accident, and that the neighbors had created a scene out of pure drama and reported her to the police. I somehow felt that while that sounded out of proportion to evict someone for just that, perhaps the landlords took the kind of action because he judged her based on her medical history and felt bad for her. I questioned her if something else happened and she claimed that it didn't, and this was the full story. In Sweden, it's very difficult to get a contract for an apartment when you've gotten evicted. You pretty much get blacklisted. Em asked me if she could move in with me, since she was literally on the streets, literally homeless. I said, of course you can. I've always gotten myself into uncomfortable situations by saying yes instead of thinking about myself, and I had no idea how severe this situation would get when I said yes to Em. I live in a pretty small apartment. It's one bedroom that pretty much only fits a bed and a desk, a living room that fits a couch and a TV, a small kitchen, and a small bathroom. I also have 2 cats. We decided that Em was going to live in the living room, and I offered her to throw my couch out so she could have a bed there, but she said that she was fine with sleeping on the couch since it's comfortable enough. I insisted on giving her a bed, but she declined. There's a door between the living room and bedroom, but between the living room and hallway there's just an open arch, so she wouldn't have total privacy. I hung up a thick velvet curtain covering the arch, so it at least gave her the sense of a door and more privacy than nothing. There's another door from the bedroom to my kitchen, so I have 2 doors to my bedroom. I have to have one of them open at night, since my cats want to go in and out, and they also have their litter boxes in the bathroom, and food and water in the kitchen. I naturally kept the kitchen door open and not the living room door, since that's where Em lived, and we wanted to keep our privacy somehow. She wasn't working at this time because she was on one of her long-term sick leaves, while I was working shifts, so sometimes I had to get up at 6 a.m., and sometimes I didn't get home till like 11 p.m. I have really severe insomnia and need to combine Ambien with promethazine, and even with this I still wake up easily. I told her that I would appreciate if she could try to stay quiet those nights I have to get up at 6 a.m., but that it's fine if she's loud when I'm off work or when I do evening shifts. She was a heavy smoker and a coffee drinker, so I bought her a coffee machine to make her enjoy her living situation more. The coffee machine and sink is placed right outside my bedroom door, and the kitchen is very small. So the first night together, I had to get up at 6 for my shift. As usual, I had a hard time falling asleep. Em had been up several times that night to go out and smoke, and I woke up every time. At 5 a.m., she started making coffee, and since it's literally outside my bedroom door, I got wide awake from the sounds of it. I asked her in the nicest way possible why she was up this early, asking if she had any plans today. I mean, she's on sick leave. Why not sleep at 5 a.m. if you can? And she just said that she couldn't sleep. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I would just appreciate it if you could wait with making coffee till 6 a.m., since I really need this last hour of sleep because of work. Adding to why I need my sleep is that I have epilepsy that gets really bad when I don't get enough sleep. I usually get a lot of seizures when I don't get at least 4 hours of sleep. I knew that I would probably get seizures at work now, meaning that this day would be both stressful and potentially dangerous for me, since there's a huge risk that I fall and hurt myself. And it's not a good thing to get cramps and seizures among mentally unstable criminal clients who you are supposed to care for. I know that it's not an ideal situation to work in that field with my condition, and I can inform you all that I did quit after only 6 months. She said that she really wanted coffee with her cigarettes, but she would try to wait the next time I have work. I accepted it and went on with my day, but things didn't get better. She continued to wake me up early in the morning and through the nights, and continued to promise to stop, but insisted she really wanted coffee with her cigarettes. I suggested making coffee the night before, or drinking iced coffee or Coke instead, but she didn't want that. I may add that she demanded me to be silent at 10 p.m. because that's when she wanted to sleep, and I respected that. She used to get these moments of binge eating where she would empty my fridge and pantry from everything I had. I remember this one time I had bought a big loaf of bread, and she texted me 30 minutes after I left the apartment saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I ate your loaf of bread. I will buy it back once I get money." Like an entire loaf of bread in 30 minutes. I had told her that when she moved in, to feel at home, and what's mine is yours, so I couldn't really get mad, but it started to annoy me for two reasons. It was kind of expensive since it was such huge amounts, and it was always in inconvenient times of the day, like after an evening shift when the store was closed, and I came home hungry, and she had emptied the kitchen from everything I had bought the same day. M also had long black hair that was everywhere, all over the sink, the floor, the bathtub. I'm no clean freak, but I think anyone could understand that this isn't the nicest thing to step in and see everywhere in your house. She also left her fingernails and toenails on the bathroom floor. There was also pee drops on the toilet seat every time she had been to the toilet. I saw a silverfish on my bathroom floor. I'd never seen one before. And they eat hair and skin and nails, so I figured this fella probably enjoyed life because of the new dirty condition my bathroom was in. At first, I didn't want to say it straight out because I thought it would hurt her and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. So I just put a broom and shovel in the bathroom to imply that we needed to sweep the floor more often. This didn't seem to work, so after a while, I told her in the nicest way possible with a smile on my face, "Do you think we could try to clean the floor in the bathroom more often? We tend to lose some hair when we brush it, and I'm afraid we may get pests. I saw a silverfish the other day, and I don't want it to get worse." I always made sure to say we instead of you, so she wouldn't feel attacked. She promised to think about it, but nothing changed. I started dating a guy and was head over heels for him. He was also in a roommate situation, so we had a tough time getting any alone time. I asked them if there was any chance we could get one night to ourselves every now and then in the apartment, and that she of course could get the apartment to herself as well. She didn't like the idea and claimed that she had nowhere to go, no friends or family. Now I wasn't asking her to leave for 24 hours, just a few hours so we could just get some quality time together. She could just go to the library or take a walk or whatever. I was at work for 8 to 10 hours 5 days a week, so she got a lot herself. One of our old coworkers realized that this was really tearing at my mood, to never get any time for myself, and started feeling really suffocated. She offered that M could stay the night at her place, and they were all friends too. M said she didn't want to bother her, but we told her that she didn't. They're friends. She's more than welcome, and I really just want one night to myself and my guy. I didn't understand why she made such a big deal over leaving me in the apartment for just one night. She eventually accepted and spent the night there, and I spent the night away the next week so she could get more alone time too. When I came home the next morning from my night away, I saw that my cat's water bowl was completely dried out. There was no spill on the floor, and it looked like it had been wiped out with a towel or paper. I had it filled to the brim just the night before, so I asked her how this was possible, and she said that the cats must have tipped it out, but there was nothing on the floor like I said. My cats are overly social and usually cuddle up with strangers after just a few minutes, but I noticed that my cats withdrew from her more and more over time, and the last couple of weeks, they never left my bedroom, except for when they ate or used the litter box. It seemed like they were scared of her, which I couldn't figure out since she was so timid. I had this old saucepan from the 60s that meant a lot to me. You probably wonder how a saucepan can mean a lot to someone, but it was my grandmother's, and it's the only thing I have that belongs to her. My mother used to cook for me with it when I was little, so it had great nostalgic value to me. She burnt it one day, and made no attempts to clean it. She just left it out on the stove and went out to smoke. I found it ruined and cried. She didn't even say sorry. She also broke dishes several times and didn't bother to replace them or apologize. This added to my frustration with her naturally. This had probably gone on for 2 months now, and she kept waking me up at night, kept binge eating my food, never cleaned, never left the house, scared my cats and ruined my things. I realized that she stole my prescribed sleeping pills, lots of them as well, and I only get one per night, not more or less. And as you already know, I really need them. I had 20 of them in my nightstand when I left for work, and when I came home, they were gone. She denied, which is pretty hilarious since no one else could have been there. My frustration was getting heavy. The summer heat was strong, and I felt locked up in my tiny bedroom with my 2 cats, never getting any time to myself, never any alone time with the guy I was dating except for once every 14th day. My apartment was messy, and she was stealing from me. Then out of nowhere, my old elementary school classmate texted me on Facebook, asking how I knew M. He had seen that I had posted on Facebook that we were roommates now. I told him that we were old co-workers and that she needed a place to stay because she got evicted. He said, "I know. Do you know why she was evicted?" "Yeah, she accidentally went into her neighbor's apartment." He said, "That's not the full story. She broke in and snuck up to their sleeping baby with a knife in her hand, but luckily the father woke up and wrestled her down and managed to save the baby." I felt sick to my stomach. Could this be true? It would certainly explain why she was evicted, but it just sounded so horrible, and she is such a timid, nice girl. I had so many questions, but my friend had the full police report. Apparently, the couple that M had broken into was his ex-girlfriend and her family. It seemed that M had a psychosis during the break-in, but those parts weren't public. It was, however, clear to me that she had been lying to me about what had happened, and how long she had been mentally stable. I started getting paranoid now, and I was already frustrated with everything, and really wanted her to move out. We did, however, have a contract, so she had a 30-day notice. I knew that if I asked her the harsh way, it would mean 30 days of chaos until she moves out, so I wanted to handle this as nicely as I could. I started looking for cheap hostels that I could suggest to her so she wouldn't be on the streets. I sat down with her and told her that I loved living with her, and I feel really horrible for this, but I just miss my alone time and that the apartment is too small for 2 people. I said it wasn't personal, and that I wouldn't want to live with anyone right now, and that I wished it would have worked out, and that I'm really sorry and hope we will remain friends. She looked crushed and said it was impossible. I showed her the hostel I found and said that I understood that it wasn't the ultimate situation, but I really needed her to move out because I felt suffocated, and also the summer heat was making it tough to always have the door to the bedroom closed, and that it was tough for me to not get my sleep. She said okay. She was going to try to move out, but not until 30 days had passed, and I said of course. The first night after our talk, she got up and made coffee at 2:30 a.m. I nearly had a mental breakdown. I was going to get up at 6 and couldn't go back to sleep. I asked her in the morning for probably the 10th time not to make coffee till I get up, but she didn't even answer me. She just sat in the sofa and stared out the window. I said, "M?" And she kept staring. I was freaked out, but left for work. She kept being weird, kept making a mess, kept waking me up, and kept eating my food. And all I could think about was the incident with her, the baby, and the knife. Eventually, I got so pissed off about being woken up by the coffee maker, so I unplugged it and stored it in my attic, which she had no access to. It may be childish, but I was getting so tired by this moment. My sleeping pills were stolen and I was starting to feel like Edward Norton in the beginning of Fight Club. Well, the next night I woke up at 4 a.m. by her making coffee in a saucepan. Not my grandmother's saucepan. That one was ruined. I tried talking to her again, explaining the situation, but she just stared and didn't reply. Me being frustrated and on the tipping point, took the saucepan and stored it in the attic as well. I know, but I was going crazy. I just wanted her to stop with these nightly coffee routines and get the hint. The third night I had the guy I was dating sleeping at our place, because I was getting really paranoid now over her weird behavior, not speaking to me and just staring into space. I woke up from a very light snooze by him poking me. He whispered, "Look." In the doorway, M was just standing silently, staring at us. This was like a scene from a horror movie with her long black hair over her face. I kid you not, I didn't say anything at first, because I wanted to know if she just stood there for a second doing something by the door. But I realized after a while that she was actually just standing still staring at us. It reminded me of the ending of Paranormal Activity, when Katie just stares at Micah in the final scene. So I sat up and said, "What are you doing?" But before I could finish the sentence, she just slammed the door shut, and I heard the sound of something metal falling on the floor and her running into the living room. I yelled out, "You need to leave!" and started crying hysterically because this was turning into a fucking nightmare. Of course I didn't go back to sleep, and I was really happy that I had company that night. I just kept asking myself, has she done this before? Stared at me in my sleep? The next day when I got out of bed, I opened the door that she had slammed shut and saw the kitchen knife on the floor. So that was the metal sound I had heard before she ran off. I took all of my knives and locked them in the attic as well. I then asked a friend of mine to come to my house and be there when I tell her that she has to move out immediately, that I can't wait 30 days. During the conversation, I really tried to stay calm. I know she has a mental illness. I know she means no harm. Even though I was so frustrated, I couldn't hate her. I was mostly scared and tired. She, however, didn't answer when I talked to her. She just kept staring out the window. She left the apartment and sent me a text instead saying that I was disrespectful for bringing a friend over to her place. Nighttime came, and I thought this would be a quiet night finally. No coffee maker or saucepans. But at 3 a.m., I woke up to her burning dry coffee powder in a frying pan. At this moment, I just felt terrified of her. Her face was dead. Her eyes were black. I suspected she had gone into a psychosis. I stopped the fire and she just ran off to the living room in silence. I knew she had an appointment with her psychiatrist the next day, and while she was away, I packed all of her things. I then sent her a text telling her that she needed to pick them up and give me my keys back, and that I'll give her money for a hostel the upcoming 26 days. But she didn't reply. The guy I was seeing came to keep me company in case she would fight about it, but she didn't. She left the keys without looking at us, and left. Our coworkers who were friends with both of us told me that she moved in with a guy she was dating, and she stayed there for a few weeks till somehow, amazingly, got an apartment of her own. She started working again, and I was really happy to hear this. She seemed to do well. Then, in January of this year, one of our old coworkers told me that M had called her and told her that everything must burn, that she has a baby she must save, and other delusional stuff. She had called 112, the Swedish emergency number, about this, but they hadn't taken her seriously. M then proceeded to burn her entire apartment down, because the voices in her head were telling her that she has to burn everything to save her friends and family. Her neighbors tried to rescue her from the fire, but she had fought them off and ran back in and poured liquor on the fire to make it burn more. She was arrested and sentenced last week for aggravated arson. Gross arson in Florida. Police and emergency services were called to the Wilhelm Tamsvag in Florida due to a fire in a property. An apartment in the property was set on fire and one person was taken into custody. The person was handcuffed and taken into custody in accordance with LPT 47, the Compulsory Psychiatric Care Act. The area was cordoned off and the person taken into care was taken to the hospital. A report of aggravated arson has been drawn up. She will serve time in a mental institution/prison for a long time, possibly forever. What's ironic is that she will probably be in the facility where I used to work, and end up where she used to work herself. My old coworker was a witness at the trial, and apparently she had stopped taking her medication because she thought that it had made her feel numb, and she thought she was stable enough to function without it, but apparently not. She had also stopped taking her medication the last few weeks when she stayed at my house, so when she stared blankly into space, she was going into psychosis. When she stared at me with the knife in her hand, when she burned the frying pan that last night. It's disturbing to think about what would have happened to me and my cats if she would have stayed. I also think about what could have happened to that baby where she snuck into before she was evicted. And yeah, I know it's crazy that I didn't just throw her out by then. It was complicated. The reason why I haven't been able to talk about it with my friends is because they sympathize with her and have minimized my experience, and they think that I made a bigger deal out of it than I believe it has been. I sort of understand it, since they have never seen the darkness in her eyes that I saw those last couple of days. Update, May 16th. I just remembered some other things that I wanted to add to the post. There were several times I was going to work early in the morning that she occupied the bathroom by taking long baths. I patiently tried to wait until last minute before knocking and asking her if she could get up and get back in after I had gotten ready and left for work. Just another thing that added to my frustration. I felt really ill one time when she was staying there. I don't know at the time what it was, but I woke up early in the morning one day feeling very nauseated. On my way to the bathroom, I literally shit myself and threw up at the same time. It takes like 10 seconds to get to the bathroom, so you can imagine how bad it was when I didn't even make it. I had a really high fever and kept throwing up and shitting myself all morning, and anyone who has ever been this ill will understand that you want the bathroom all to yourself. Actually, I think it's pretty understandable that you'd want to be completely alone when you were this ill. My head was spinning, and I was nearly hallucinating from the high fevers. One random thing I laugh about today is that it was Eurovision week, and for some reason the flute solo from Moldova's song was stuck on repeat in my head while I was in and out of fever dreams. I have a hard time listening to it today. Anyway, working in healthcare, I also have a natural instinct of not wanting to spread infections So my first thought was that besides wanting to be alone, I didn't want to risk giving whatever this was to M. So I begged her the moment I noticed I was ill to please leave for her own sake. I could barely speak because it made me throw up that easily. Our friend in common had asked her to water her plants that week, so she had the keys to her place and could have been alone there. But M refused to leave, and I swear, if I had the energy to slip out of the window and fall to my death, I would have, but I couldn't. I was half sitting, half laying on the toilet with a bucket in my lap, my head sort of resting in the bucket of puke because I couldn't hold it up, a high fever, and I just begged through the whispers for her to leave so she wouldn't be ill too. I told her, "What if you get sick soon too? We can't share the toilet. I will be here all day. You should go to her place before it's too late. Please." Eventually she left, pissed at me. It turned out I had a severe case of food poisoning and was well again after 2 days, but my God, the fact that she refused to leave is something I felt I had to add to the story because it made me so frustrated too. Also, I went through our conversations and saw me asking her how long the door had been closed. That reminded me that she used to shut my cats inside of my bedroom while I was away at work or wherever, so they couldn't eat, drink, or use the litter boxes. She claimed she just recently closed it because she was trying to sleep, but I remember she did it in the middle of the day one time, and the last few days too. Burglar in a Halloween mask. I have been lurking on this sub a while and enjoy reading people's personal experiences. While perusing, I recalled a story of my own from my childhood I had mostly forgotten. Here it is. My parents divorced when I was 4 or 5 years old. During and after the divorce, my brother, let's call him Chris, my mom, and I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment townhouse. Now, this is not the nice townhouse you may imagine. It wasn't a complete shithole per se, but they were older and in a rougher part of town, something a single mother with 2 kids could swing by. The layout of the apartment is important to the story, so bear with me. When you walk in the front door, the kitchen is immediately to your left, and there's a short entrance hallway in front of you. The kitchen has an open countertop area that looks into a dining spot for a table, and a split-level living room/den area that also had sliding glass doors leading into the backyard, with no fence or privacy, where there was a rather sad and sparse playground. In the hallway entrance again, on the right is a staircase leading up to my mom's and my brother's rooms. One day after school, my brother and I are out playing in the backyard on the playground, doing our kid stuff, when my mom told us she wanted to go check the mail. The mailboxes of the apartments are located at the front entrance, which is on the opposite side of the complex from us. Naturally, me being 5 and Chris 9, my mom didn't want to leave us alone, especially since it was about dark outside. We came inside and got ready to leave. On the way out, I remember my mom asking Chris if he had closed and locked the sliding glass door. Chris said he had. Cut to, we are back from the mailroom. It's been maybe 20 to 30 minutes max. It's hard to recall fully, but my mom unlocks the apartment door. I'm lingering in the car for some reason or other. Chris doesn't notice I'm not in the apartment yet, and on the stairs leading to the bedrooms on the right, he sees someone's feet appear at the top of the landing, as if somebody were running to hide. Thinking they're me, he doesn't think something's off. Chris goes to the kitchen, and I go upstairs directly into our bedroom to get ready for the bed/bath in the bathroom. My mom is at the table in the dining area near the split-level living area downstairs. While I'm completely clueless getting ready for bed in the bathroom, Chris from downstairs keeps hearing someone walking around in my mom's bedroom. Now, I had a bad habit when I was this age of going through people's stuff. Not maliciously, I was barely 5, just curiosity. Whatever. And Chris, thinking I was being a nosy bastard going through all of my mom's jewelry, etc., runs upstairs to catch me in the act and get me in trouble. Chris runs up the stairs, sprints across the hall to my mom's bedroom, and throws himself stomach first on the bed. When he looks up, he sees a tall, slender man with a bright green goblin latex Halloween mask on and is holding a large knife he had swiped from the kitchen. My brother sits silently in shock as the man in the goblin mask raises one finger to the mouth, indicating for him to be quiet, and in true form for my brother, he screamed bloody murder for our mom. Now, I had heard things going on, but I had no idea. and am not aware of what's happening. I have gotten into a big oversized sleep shirt, and am going downstairs to have a glass of milk before bed. When Chris screamed, the man ran downstairs and encountered my mom, who immediately jumped into action. Our baseball gear was in the living room, and my mom grabbed a bat and started fighting this man in our house, while he's taking swipes at her with the knife. I first noticed what's happening when I had come downstairs to the kitchen, pulled up a step stool to reach the counter, and to pour a glass of milk. And that's when I see over the bar, the guy pushed my mom off the steps into the split-level living room, landing on her back. She starts swinging the bat wildly, trying to make any contact with it, and she does. I'm glued to this image, truly frozen in place. Not scared, just so young that you can't fully process what you're seeing. The man finally runs over to the front door, which is right by the kitchen. I'm mid-pour in my glass of milk, frozen, milk continuing to spill out all over the counter and floor. He stops and turns directly to me, and in that green goblin mask, with the knife, screams a primal, deep sound of rage and frustration, then slams the door so hard the whole place shakes. I continue standing on my stool pouring milk everywhere, frozen for, I don't know, could have been a second, but felt so long. I don't remember what happened after that, but all of the parts I've replayed are very clear to me. Moral: lock your doors, and don't just assume you did. And dear man in the goblin mask, let's not meet again. Clown warning. This story is bizarre as hell. I still remember it clear as daylight. It was probably May 1st, 2005 in my hometown of bumfuck nowhere, Maine. I was 4 years old, with my father walking around the May Day festival. It's a small festival put on every year at the local high school, with a bounce house, baked goods, face painting, fire safety teachings, and one lone paramedic in case anything were to transpire, and a couple of food vendors here and there. Now, this specific year, they had a random clown doing balloon animals for all the kids, and I asked my father, "Will you get me one?" He looked over at the clown, smiling, then down at me. "Why don't you wait here for a moment? Let me grab us some water and we can go together," he said, giving me a happy medium. I smiled up at him, but also being 4 and naive, I didn't listen. I marched my little legs over to the tall man, probably about 5'11", scrawny, had overalls with white splatter, a red styrofoam nose, white base and big red smile with blue grease paint smudged haphazardly around his eyes, long scraggly hair that only came down from the side of his head, leaving a bald donut on top. I thought that's how all clowns looked. He had white gloves stained in brown and deep mahogany colors. I thought paint, but who fucking knows at this stage? He was making a giraffe for a little boy before me, and I was too shy to interrupt, just kind of mesmerized. When he was done, I stepped forward very bashful and started out a week. "Excuse me, sir." His head whipped over at me, and his eyes stared almost through my soul. I could not see irises, just black pupils. I was about to ask him for a sword or something when he reached down so quick, grabbed my left wrist, yanked it up, and sank his teeth into my forearm. I was shrieking within a millisecond. The guy let go of me and darted off around the back exits of the high school. I had a giant bite mark outlining my arm. My father was by my side immediately. He looked up and saw the guy taking off down the road. He was mad but just picked me up and ran me over to the paramedics tent. There were cops called and people surrounding us at the tent trying to see my arm. In a small town like that, everyone has to be involved. This was pre-high quality cell phone days, so no one was filming this or anything, but plenty of my hometown residents saw it. All horrified, everyone who saw had to give a statement to the cops, including me and my father. After all these years, my father told me that the event coordinators came up to him after my mom picked me up and said they never hired a clown for entertainment, nor did the cops ever find the guy. They told my dad it was probably some drugged up junkie having a bad trip and took it out on me. My hometown has one of the worst drug epidemics in the state, so it would not surprise me. Irony of this whole story, my mom sent me to circus school when I was in middle school, and she also started an animal-free circus made entirely of puppets. You could say, I now have clown DNA. I just barely escaped a group of guys in a car. So this actually happened about 2 hours ago. I and my boyfriend decided to go to the store to get oil. We have to go out 45 minutes just to get this oil in a bad part of the city, but it's the only European store that has the actual stuff I grew up eating, and it's difficult finding authentic places that have exactly what we had, and this is the only place I found that has it down to the exact brand. As we are driving, we are on a 3-lane road, which we need to get into one of those mid-section U-turn type lanes. We get into our left turn lane, and a black car blitzes from the far right lane through the middle lane to cut us off at the left lane, which my boyfriend and I are like, what the fuck? And then they stop at a green light for the U-turn. My boyfriend gently honks twice in a nice way in case they were on their phone to go since it's our green. They go forward, and we go to the parking lot directly to our right to the store we need to go to. The car in front of us, which was now on the far left, goes through the other 2 lanes and drives onto the sidewalk to go into the parking lot we were going into, and rides nearly on our bumper, pressing their horn the entire time we drove. My boyfriend eventually decided to stop a few feet further than the store instead of parking at it. At that point, I realized his car camera was not on. I can't remember the name in English. It's a camera that records in front and back as you drive. I tap it since usually it starts recording when it feels motion, but it didn't turn on, and we realized it's somehow disconnected from his car. As he's trying to get the camera plugged in back into his car, the black car pulls up, and I see 3 guys, looking to be around 18 to 20 years old in there. All 3 are African American. They roll their window down, and the driver reaches for something and is about to take it out when I start screaming at my boyfriend, "Just drive. Go. Just go." My boyfriend slammed onto the gas pedal, and we drive off, but the black car does too. My boyfriend suddenly began doing donuts in the parking lot to get their car to back off, while I'm screaming, "Oh God, the police! Call the police! I need to call the police!" and managed to dial 911 as he was doing his last donut, and then suddenly began driving out of the parking lot. The black car was still chasing us out, as I finally got an answer when the police asked where we were. I blinked out and stuttered in panic that we are currently being chased, but my boyfriend yelled out what road we were passing. Those guys kept going after us until we were around 3 or 4 blocks away from the police station. We stayed on the line, and they probably realized where we were going before they swerved to a random road on our left. At some point we got disconnected, but the officer called me right back and stayed with us as we pulled into the station. We explained what had happened, and the officer was nice. He offered to escort us back to the store following our car in case the guys were still out there. We showed them the skid marks. The officer said nice, as a joke. He did the paperwork as we grabbed the sunflower oil I wanted and had my boyfriend try authentic Slavic ice cream for the first time, which he agrees is 100% better than American, and we decided to cut our day short, thanked the officer, and went home. My boyfriend said he was amazed at how quickly I made all the right decisions, and was surprised I even called the police because he's aware I have a history of being SA'd by 2 on-duty officers 4 years ago, and I've been too terrified to call or speak to officers since then. But I was so terrified of getting shot, and my only priority was to have police over so my boyfriend is safe if something happens to him. I was so terrified my chest hurt, and I'm so happy we are safe. My boyfriend is now laughing, saying he can now prove front-wheel Dodge cars can do great donuts. I genuinely hope I never see or run into those 3 guys ever again. Mini update. The dashcam footage actually did capture what happened once I slapped it. I just uploaded it to another post that lets me show the video, but people downvoted it because I was panicking in it. Fleeing the state from my stalker. Hello everyone. I am very new to posting on here, so please bear with me. I wanted to share my story that has occurred over the past 5 years. This story is about me, currently 20, and my stalker ex, currently 23. The start of our relationship, 2019 through 2021. 5 years ago I met my ex. I'll call him Alex for my own safety. In early to mid 2019, I came across Alex's profile on Instagram and recognized him as a student who attended the same high school as me. I always thought he was attractive, so I followed him on Instagram, and to my surprise, he actually responded to one of my stories. We started messaging on Instagram back and forth. Then the two of us quickly found out that we liked each other. We started calling each other and sleeping on the phone. One night while I fell asleep on the phone with Alex, I heard his voice coming from the phone whispering something like, "I would whip you," and things along that manner. I thought I was hearing things, so I brushed it off and thought I was just dreaming. Eventually, me and him started dating and going on dates. Everything was pretty well except for the fact that when he would kiss me, he would bite me extremely hard, to the point it would make me bleed. I told him multiple times not to do it, but he would always continue. A couple months into dating, a girl had made a video on Instagram claiming he was a cheater, but he denied to me that he even knew this girl, and I believed him. 10 months of dating went by, and the friend sent me a screenshot of him being active on Tinder. I immediately broke up with him after that. A couple months later, I started dating someone new. During this relationship with my new partner, Alex would blow up my phone with messages and calls, so I decided to block him. He then started driving past my house every single day. At this point, I had started my first job and he would eventually show up there too. I even moved jobs because he found me there as well. Getting back together, 2021 through 2023, the situation eventually died down. Randomly out of the blue, I get a flower delivery of pink roses. It had Alex's name on the card attached, but nothing written. Being the stupid 17-year-old senior in high school I was, I actually unblocked him and thanked him. He asked to hang out, and I willingly went to hang out with him. Soon after, we started texting. My 17-year-old self thought it was cool to be dating a hot, well-known older boy, so I eventually fell back into Alex. After a couple of times of hanging out, we started dating again. I eventually lost my V-card to Alex and we started regularly sleeping with each other. Then one day he texted me saying he had a surprise for me and sent me an iCloud file. I opened the file and it was a video of us having sex. I had no idea he had recorded us. I couldn't even consent. I was 17 at the time and he was 20. Again, stupid 17-year-old me stayed with him regardless of the red flags. Eventually, our relationship became sexually and physically abusive. One night he raped me intoxicated/unconscious and left me bruising on my head and abdomen. A couple days after that, I decided enough was enough and broke up with him. The stalking, 2023 through 2024. Immediately following the breakup, he would constantly text and call me. He would beg for me to see him. I kept denying, but he kept going. He would threaten to come to my house in the middle of the night while I was asleep. This happened for a couple months. During this time, I met someone new and we started dating. I was having trouble with my mom and my new partner asked me to move in with him, but somehow Alex found out where me and my new partner were living, so he started showing up at our place. We documented everything from our cameras and ended up filing a restraining order against Alex. We got granted a temp order until our hearing. Our hearing day came, and the judge extended the temporary order to let things cool down for 6 months. And if he breaks the order, the judge will grant a long-term order at the next hearing. Within days of extending the temp order, Alex violated it by parking in front of my house on multiple occasions. I called the cops multiple times, but they never even gave him a warning. One day while I was working, I get a call from my local PD that Alex tried purchasing a firearm, which violates our order. They just warned him not to do it again, and had to let me know for my safety. Obviously, knowing your crazy ex has tried purchasing a firearm is scary itself. The following days, he would follow me to work and stand in front of my boyfriend's truck in the early hours of the morning. Most current/fleeing, 2024. He would start tailgating me on my way to work or swerve in front of me in his car. Me and my boyfriend moved somewhere else but in the same city. Somehow Alex still managed to find us. My boyfriend decided that if the cops weren't going to help us, then we would need to leave the state. We ended up packing up everything in the middle of the night and driving a state over where my boyfriend's family lives. I have been here for about 2 months. Me and my boyfriend found good jobs and plan on leasing our own apartment soon. It's been peaceful for the most part. However, I still hear about what Alex does back home. He still tells everyone that we are together, and even posts pictures of me on Instagram. My story is still ongoing, and I left out a lot of details, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. Worst travel experience. Mine was in India in the mid-90s. I was staying at an average mid-budget hotel in Goa, India. Went out for the night, bumped into a couple of lads from Birmingham earlier in the night, and went back to my hotel about midnight. Next to my hotel was a small lean-to type food shack, for want of a better description. I called in for a last drink before bed, and I was surprised to see the two Birmingham chaps from earlier. "What brought you here?" I asked. "Dunno. The taxi driver recommended it to us," they said. Anyway, there was only the three of us in there, and suddenly I was aware of another person on a table sat by himself, who I hadn't seen come in. I introduced myself and asked him what his name was. "They call me the Doctor," he replied. "Oh fuck, we've got some dodgy fantasists," I thought. "Oh, go on then, indulge me. Why do they call you the Doctor?" "Because I sought people out of bad trips." Me, being puzzled and looking around, couldn't see any beneficiary of his special skills, so I asked him who he was sorting. He gestured at the waiter, a Jamaican guy who had served us, and seems pretty normal and healthy to me. So I thought he was some Walter Mitty type character, but it didn't matter to me as I was off to bed in a minute. He rolls a joint in front of me and invites me and the two Birmingham guys to take some. I think I've only tried this once or twice in life, so I decline, but he's quite persistent. So I think, oh, what the hell, what harm can 2 or 3 draws do to me? I take about 3 draws, along with the two Birmingham lads who by this time are all sitting at the same table. Within 60 seconds, my brain has gone to mush. My eyes are spinning like saucers. My last abiding memory in the restaurant is this guy looking into my eyes, wagging his index finger at me saying, "That's why they call me the fucking Doctor." By this time, my mind's gone to shit, and I don't know if I'm or the other 2 guys are being set up to be robbed or worse, and I realize I've only got seconds to act. "I'm just going for a piss," I managed to utter before staggering out the place, my legs like Bambi on ice and stumbling into my hotel just yards away. I lay awake from midnight till 6 a.m. hallucinating. I had never taken acid before, but that's what I imagined it would be like. I never met the two Birmingham guys again, so I don't know what transpired after I left. So let's not meet again, Walter Mitty. And strangely, I don't believe you're a real doctor. Knock, knock. I was 15 years old. My family had just moved to a new city, and my parents found a house to live in which was very nice. My parents slept on the top floor where the kitchen and living room were also located. My brother and I slept on the bottom floor in the rooms next door. An important detail. Our rooms opened up onto a games room with 3 small windows. On one evening in the first week after the move, I was so tired that I fell asleep very easily while scrolling through TikTok. I woke up a few hours later, at around 2 a.m., with a feeling of being watched by something. I stood in complete darkness for a few dozen minutes, and grabbed at the remote control, then closed the shutters on my windows. After this, I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't, because the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. So I kept busy as best as I could. I played the electric guitar, as it's almost inaudible when not plugged in. I did some drawing, and I read. 4 a.m. arrives. I haven't slept for 2 hours, and I still don't feel tired, so I decide to stay on my phone until I fall asleep. I put on my headphones and turn on the music, and suddenly, I hear tapping on the window of the games room, which is just behind my bedroom door. I turn off my music right away, take off my headphones, and stay quiet. The tapping was becoming more aggressive. Then the person says, "Hey, hey," and no more noise. Panicked, I call my mother hoping she will wake up and answer the phone, and she answers me. Then I tell her everything. We exit the house to look around, but no one was there, but some plants under the window were damaged and were lying on the ground. So there was really someone. Today, we still don't know who it was, nor what he or she wanted. Sorry for my English. I tried my best. Terrifying encounter at a wedding. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still can't shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way, judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone, when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and introduced himself as the groom's friend, Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore I left it there. I was tired and thought I had just left it in my car, so I went to the parking lot and into my car to look for it, then found it on the center console. I still thought it was weird because I really thought I had brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late in the night, so I didn't think much of it. I danced some more and noticed Anthony was gone, so I asked the groom, who said he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. Pretty soon, I felt sick too, so I said bye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk, so I took my keys out and looked back there, and that's when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him, and that she had no idea he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since, because I'm worried that if I do, he'll be waiting for me like he was before. Update. The last couple of days have been kind of crazy, so I haven't had a chance to look, but thank you all for your advice that I wish I had known earlier. Unfortunately, my address was on my ID, and as I learned now, Anthony took photos of it. Anthony and the groom aren't exactly friends, but they know each other well enough for him to be invited. After the whole fiasco, the groom tried to text Anthony about it, but got no response. Anthony showed up at my job and lurked around the parking lot before he ran off when he saw security. He left me a note on my windshield that just says, "I'm watching." Security at my job has been notified about him, so hopefully I'm safe there. I was told by other people that went to the wedding that he was introducing himself as my boyfriend and that he was planning on proposing. I'm currently trying to file a restraining order against him and feel horrified. He lives in my city and knows where I live, so I'm staying at my aunt's house as I speak. If anything happens, I will update again. Man living among us in our summer camp house for a while. Admittedly, I've been a lurker on this sub for a few years now. I've tried to type out my story numerous times, but always struggled to wade through the pieces as they've gotten more and more jumbled and foggy with time. I can't say I was traumatized by what happened. I'm not sure if it makes me a fucked up person, but I typically tell the story at parties to manipulate drunk acquaintances into thinking I've survived something cool. Okay, let's get into it. In 2015, I was 19 and working for the summer at a Bible camp for inner city kids. I'm going to leave out the city name, but just know that obviously crimes occur frequently in big cities, and this one was no different. I had been assured that this neighborhood, however, was in the process of being gentrified, and they had even just opened up a hipster coffee shop / dog park right down the street. Just to give you a clear visual, this neighborhood had dilapidated houses with trash out in the front, right next to houses with immaculate yards and square modern architecture. The Bible camp where I was working was essentially just a huge 2-story house, with a large fenced-in yard. Again, we were assured that we were safe though, because we had bars on the windows, and the outer doors locked automatically when they shut. The camp was conducted downstairs, and the summer counselors, there were 4 of us, lived in the small upstairs that was off limits during the day to the kids. Our camp ran 5 days a week, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then time was ours to explore the city or rest or whatever. Probably enough to get to the story now. I love a good setting, and it could be important later. One weekend night in July, we were all just hanging in the house making a spaghetti dinner. We each got our own stipend for food, so we divided it accordingly for meals, then brought our own snacks and shit. We were also in charge of preparing lunch and snacks for the kids on camp days, so we had 2 fridges and 2 pantries. As you can probably guess, we labeled them camp fridge/pantry and staff fridge/pantry. We also were super fucking petty and wrote our names all over all our snacks in the fridge. My best friend worked at the camp with me. We'll call her Chris. And it was our turn to cook that night, so I went into the staff fridge to get the ground beef. I immediately noticed that my case of Go-Gurts is gone. They were my go-to snack, and I brought like 3 cases a week. I had just opened my last box like an hour before to have one, and left it in front of the ground beef. It sounds crazy, but I knew I did. I closed the fridge door and head to the dining room, Chris closely behind me, and yell at everyone else, "Who stole all my Go-Gurt?" That night, in addition to Chris and myself, there were 2 other summer counselors, 2 permanent counselors that lived in the area, and then the cousin of one of the permanent counselors. Everyone looked at me wide-eyed and looked around blankly. I figured it was the cousin because I had never met her before, so I sucked it up and said, "Whatever, just if it has a name on it, please don't eat it." Then pulled Chris back into the kitchen to finish up the spaghetti. We all ate dinner, and then 2 of the permanent counselors volunteered to do the dishes because we let them eat with us. The rest of us head back upstairs to get comfy in the sitting room on the couches and turn on Family Guy. We're only like 2 minutes in when the cousin, we'll call her Sarah, says, "Wait, I can't find my phone or wallet." I pause the show and roll my eyes, still annoyed about the Go-Gurt. Chris says, "Where did you last have them?" And Sarah says she left them on the couch before we went downstairs for dinner. Naturally, we all start looking around the small room, turning over couch cushions, looking under the couches, behind them, under blankets, really wherever. Finally, we're like, "Are you sure you didn't leave them downstairs?" And she agrees to head downstairs to look with the other 2, and Chris and I go into our room, which is connected to the sitting room. We flop down on the bottom of our bunk bed, and I proceed to talk shit about Sarah, who I feel is ruining our chill night. Our door is open, and I'm shocked when I see a hand kind of sneak into view, like it's going to grab the door frame. I say, "Hey, did you find them?" Thinking that Sarah or the other 2 may have somehow made it back upstairs without me hearing them, and have heard me talk shit for the past 5 minutes. But the hand immediately disappears out of the door frame, and there's no response. I look at Chris like, "What the fuck?" And she's looking back at me confused, because she never saw the hand. I quickly explained what happened, and then we both jump up and head to the top of the stairs. We yell down to the others, and they yell back that they haven't found them yet. By this point, I'm pretty freaked the fuck out, because who is up here with us? Of course, we're those people though. And we start looking around upstairs in our bedroom, the other bedroom, and the sitting room. But we find nothing. No one. We decide not to say anything yet because I might sound insane, and how could someone have gotten downstairs so fast without us hearing them? When we get downstairs, Sarah is super upset and crying. Her cousin says, "Come on guys, did you take her stuff?" But Chris and I both know we didn't, so we say so. Sarah screams that obviously someone took them, and we should just be honest. And then things got heated. I finally decide to tell them about the hand, because I feel like it will maybe reduce the tension between us. It does, but then everyone panics. We run around the house like maniacs, looking in every closet or hiding space that the kids use and find nothing. No one. We end up calling our camp director to come over because the situation just devolved into chaos. When he gets there, we're all sitting huddled in the foyer, freaked out, and explain what we can. He just doesn't seem convinced that someone was in the house, and threatens to call the cops if one of us doesn't give Sarah back her things. Well, none of us fess up, so he calls the cops, They come over and search the property and take our statements. It seems so dumb as we repeat our stories, but we didn't have much to go off of but a feeling. They do a write-up for the stolen property, and that makes Sarah feel better at least. With the house secure, everyone leaves us 4 summer counselors who live there. We spend the night in the same room with the door barricaded, reassuring ourselves that we were being stupid, and that the phone and wallet will actually turn up somewhere random and we'll laugh about it. Fast forward a few days. We've relaxed a bit. We haven't found Sarah's things like we expected, but nothing else weird has happened, and we've been occupied with the kids and the job in general. The kids have all gone home at this point, and it's just the 4 of us again at the house. We finish cleaning up outside, lock the gate, and head in the dining room door. We're all hungry and want snacks. Chris gets to the kitchen first and says, "Someone left the kitchen door open again. I mean, it's kinda weird, but kids go in and out of that door all day, so of all the doors to be open, this is the least weird." She shuts it, and then I notice that the staff fridge door is also cracked open. Then who knows what possessed me, but I go, "Oh no, y'all, he's back." We all laugh because we think this is ridiculous. Chris grabs a broom, holds it as a weapon and says, "Let's get him, girls." She starts to throw open the pantry door screaming, "Where the fuck are you, motherfucker?" And, "We know you're in here, show yourself." I'm following behind her laughing, but I start to inexplicably feel uneasy and nervous. She continues her charade into the next room, throwing open 2 more closet doors, then moves into the front room and cracks that closet door. She starts another confident, "We know you're," when she stops mid-sentence and screams so loudly skin on my neck prickles. Then she throws the broom in the closet and sprints out the door, leaving it open. My heart is pounding so fucking hard at this point, but I'm thinking she's messing with us, so I turn around and go the other way into the foyer and out the front door. I see her booking it down the street and towards the coffee shop, and I'm like, okay, what is she doing? As soon as I turn back around to find the others, he's just there. An older man, looks really dirty, has hardly any teeth, and he's just grinning at me. He has his hands up and says, "I didn't mean no harm," while slowly backing away down the street in the other direction. It's so creepy because even though he says this, it's like he doesn't mean it. It's like his tone and the grin are mocking me. I'm frozen for a second, then I sputter, "You can't just, leave." And he just says again with that goddamn grin, "I didn't mean no harm," then turns and runs. I fumble in my pocket for my phone and dial 911, then go to follow him, but as soon as I reach the edge of the house, he's gone. The next events are kind of a blur. Sounds wild, but we really all thought we just freaked ourselves out. No way in hell did we actually think someone was in the house. The cops took our statements and reminded us that we needed to keep the doors shut at all times no matter what. Our director apologized profusely for not initially believing us. My parents wanted me to come back home for the remainder of the summer, but I was like, what else could happen? Chris was the one who had it the worst. She was terrified to stay in that house. She told me that when she had opened the door, he was just grinning at her with dead eyes, like he was waiting for her to finally find him. She said she will never forget his face. We're still best friends at almost 30, and I can't bring up that summer to her unless she's been drinking. That's basically it. I think what kept me up at night after that were just unanswered questions. Like, how long had he been in the house? Why did he randomly decide to take the phone and wallet of the one person who didn't work there? Had he listened to our private conversations? Watched us get dressed and shower? How much food had he stolen that we didn't notice? Where the fuck had he gone when we were looking for him on spaghetti night? What hiding places did we miss? Was he under my bed at night or at any point during my stay? I don't know all of these answers, and I know I'll never have them, but I'm thankful our interaction wasn't worse, I guess. So, creepy grinning squatter who lived among us for God knows how long, let's not meet. Creepy guy at LARP. Little backstory before we begin. I'm into LARPing, and for those who don't know what it is, we basically spend the weekend in the woods dressed as medieval fantasy characters and interact with each other. I go to these events with my friend and my partner, and we meet some more friends when we're there. There are all types of people at these events, but 99.9% are absolute angels. I had yet to meet the 0.1%. but I wish I hadn't. Before the event started, a guy, we'll call him Greg, swung by my tent while I was setting it up. My partner and friend were setting up the secondary tent up a path and couldn't see me. There were 5 other people to my right. I had never met the guy before, but as soon as he said hi, I had a bad feeling. He was around 5'10", obese, a neckbeard, basically what would fit the description of an incel. He approaches me and asks if I'm here alone. I say no, I'm here with people, but don't mention my partner or friend directly. He asks me if I'm a gamer, to which I say yes. From then on, he starts rambling on Ark Survival, which is a game I personally have 3,000 plus hours on. He tells me blatantly wrong info, misnames the dinos, tells me stuff that's impossible to do in the game, even with mods, etc. And every time I correct him, I can see he looks to be getting even more annoyed. I end the conversation, saying I have to go back to setting up the tent, and he leaves. Fast forward to around 10 to 11 p.m. The event has started, which means any mention of the real world, such as cars, TV, pop culture, etc., is forbidden by a rule called decorum. We're playing a campfire game with my friends and my partner, and the guy comes by to sit with us. He sits next to me. I move over. He scoots closer. I move over. He scoots. Eventually, I get up and sit next to my friend. As we play the game, he keeps referring to the real world and to video games, so we tell him either to leave or to make an effort to speak properly. He leaves. The next day, I go up the trail for fake hunting. As I come back down towards the village, in the middle of the woods with no camps I can hide in, he's there waiting for me on the trail. He then asks me if I would like to go get a coffee or something sometime, to which I answer no thanks. As we go down the trail, I tell him I have to collect plants for my potions, so if he can excuse me, I'll be going back to the village to leave my bow and collect my basket. I'm fast walking. He follows me, grabs my arm and tells me, "I could come with you. You, me, alone in the woods looking for plants. That looks like the perfect scenario." I freak out and walk very fast down the trail to the village. My neighbor sees me and looks very concerned. They ask if I need help. I tell them, "In all honesty," which is a code to say take me seriously, which isn't part of the game, that this dude is being extra creepy and following me. They take their weapons, foam weapons, and tell him to fuck off before they carve him a new asshole. I stay with them for a few minutes before chilling with my friends. Night comes. We're having fun, stuff is happening in terms of fighting and encounters. Then at around midnight, I decide to go to the bathroom. At that point, I haven't seen the guy since around 7 p.m. As I come back from the bathroom in complete darkness, this guy jumps from a bush and pins me against a tree. He tells me he's not proud of me, that I've been leading him on and that he doesn't understand why I would hold another guy's hand and hug 3 other guys but not him. I tell him I hold my fiance's hand, and I do hug my friends, but he's neither. I also tell him to stop his bullshit, in all honesty. To which he answers, "But what if, in all honesty, I just want a little kiss, huh? Just a little kiss, and then you can go." I yell no, and try to hit him to get away. My friends, who were right on the other side of the bridge separating us, heard me scream. They took their weapons, called upon my neighbors, and around 10 people came careening down the bridge to help me. The guy let me go and turned to my rescuers, saying he was just interrogating me for information concerning the demons, our foes. My friends who have seen the guy be an asshole before tell him not to move, that they're going to get the owner of the LARP to deal with him. He tried to dissuade them, but my neighbors tell him to sit down or he'll be visiting Death's altar before he can move. I'm taken away by my fiancé, who is very worried and concerned about what happened. The owner comes. I explain what happened, and he takes Greg out to play to discuss. From what I heard, he was kindly asked not to come back for future events. So Greg, my medieval stalker, let's not meet again. Creepy guy in the park tries massaging me. Hello everyone. I've been thinking a lot about posting on Reddit since I've watched r/ for a long time, but I've never had anything actually interesting to talk about. Some backstory. I am a 17-year-old male, but I don't look my age at all. I've been compared to 28-year-olds, sadly. One day, Me and my friends were bored and went to Far Rockaway Beach in New York. It was almost night, so it was just getting dark. But that's really not important to the story. We decided we should return at around 3 or 4 a.m. another day, so that we can see the sunrise and enjoy the somewhat cool morning air next to the water. Now the real story begins. I decided to do an all-nighter because I just started talking to this girl, so it seemed like a good excuse to ask her to stay on call for long. Anyways, I needed to leave at around 3 a.m. to get to the beach early enough to see the sunrise. Before I left my house, I already felt some sort of bad presence. Something felt like it would go wrong. Skating through the park next to my house to get to the bus, I see this man from afar. He walked closer towards me slowly and eventually asks me to stop. And my dumb self wanted to be nice. I know it's not good at 3 a.m. But I stopped. He was speaking with an accent, but saying weird things I didn't understand well. What I did understand, though, was his constant praise on me for some weird reason, and his weird desire to want to massage me. Even though it's weird, I live in New York, and it didn't set off any real bells in my mind to think he was dangerous. The thing that messed me up slightly was the fact that he kept slowly inching towards me. And when I was walking away finally, I felt eyes on my back like daggers. I had turned around out of fear, and lo and behold, he was walking backwards away from me, but keeping eye contact with the back of my head. Utterly terrified, I ran as fast as possible, and then skated down another hill to try to go as far away and as fast as possible. Sadly, it happened while I was on call, so she heard this man trying to possibly kidnap or molest me in the park or something. Whatever that man wanted, whatever was really going on, let's please not meet again. Escaped the possible subway shooting / hostage situation. Hey y'all. So I just got back from a trip to New York City. I go there multiple times a year as I have family and a handful of close friends that live there. Been meaning to post this since it happened a couple nights ago, but I wanted to make sure I had the time to sit down and regather all the details correctly. I'm sure we've all heard crazy subway stories at one point or another, but I never thought I would end up in one this terrifying. So I was heading back to my hotel from a friend's house at around 3 a.m. the other night. My friend lives deep in Brooklyn. My hotel was in Manhattan. So if you know the city, you know that's about to be a 30 to 45 minute long train ride, give or take. My train finally arrived and I was happy to be headed home. I was exhausted and it was late. My trip had been going unexpectedly well up until this point, so I had faith I'd be able to get home with no worries, especially since the trains and streets were basically empty at this hour. The train was brand new and had just been cleaned, something I've never seen before. Hell, it even smelled like a new car and still had fresh mop water on the floor. There was only about 3 other people on my train, all minding their own business. So far, so good. About 2 stops into the train ride, a man that looked like he was in his late 20s stumbled into our train car mid-ride through the connecting doors of the cars. He had on a Nike ski mask, a shiesty mask, if you know, you know, which usually isn't a good sign on a nice 70-degree night in general context. But I'm not one to judge by appearance. Plus, I know the shiesty masks is sort of a trend nowadays, so I don't think too much of it at first. He sort of hobbled in and he was clutching his stomach, almost as if he was concealing something or hiding a wound. His eyes were bloodshot red, and at first I thought it was because he was high or something. He immediately hobbled into the nearest corner and sort of sulked into the corner, facing it, until the next stop. He then ran out the closest door and erupted into the most painful crying I've ever heard. He was just screaming, moaning, and crying, all while stumble running alongside the stopped train on the platform, still clutching his stomach, screaming things like, "Why?" and gasping through his tears. Keep in mind, I'm sitting in the middle of the train facing away from the side he got off, so I'm kind of breaking my neck behind me as he's running behind me to watch what's going on. He then ran back inside the same car, through the door on the opposite side of the car now. He was on my right before, now he's on my left. There is no one in between me and him now, since everyone else was closer to the right side. He did the sulking while facing into the corner thing on the other side of the car now, but this time he kept crying and yelling things like, "Why?" again. But he was crying so hysterically that it was hard to make out a lot of what he was saying. From the certain words I gathered though, I'm almost positive that a very close friend of his had just gotten killed or something. It's the only thing that would explain the way he was acting and the things he was saying. Plus, he was suited up like he had just come back from a street mission gone bad or something. At this point, everyone on the train was frantically flicking their eyes over to him every few seconds. You could tell they were panicked but not trying to cause a scene about it or rile him up more. I was getting a little sussed out myself, but I had seen/heard about worse on the subway, and if someone he knew had really just died, then I honestly felt horrible for this guy before anything else. But then, the entire situation escalated to a point I had only seen in movies or crime shows until now. The man stayed in this corner, crying, screaming, and muttering things to himself for another 3 minutes or so, all while still clutching his stomach, as if he was concealing something. I had definitely seen a black object in his hands by this point, but I couldn't tell if it was big enough to be a gun or not. After I saw this, I tried not to take my eyes off of him for too long at a time, since I was the closest person to him, but I also didn't want to stare. By this point, he was starting to say concerning things like, "Someone's gotta pay for this," and then he would just repeat it louder and louder. And then, he burst into a dialogue that made my heart fucking drop. Keep in mind, he's still facing the corner, hunched over clutching his item. "All you motherfuckers sitting on this train right now, y'all gonna feel me tonight. You hear me? Y'all gonna feel me tonight. And y'all are gonna fucking hate it too. Oh my god, y'all are gonna fucking hate this. Y'all gonna hate me." He kept getting louder and louder as he was saying this to the point where he was basically screaming by the last part. I don't know what he said after that, because as soon as the train stopped next, I fucking bolted. He was screaming shit at me as I got off, but I couldn't hear it and I definitely wasn't trying to turn back. I ran back up the nearest street exit, chain smoked a couple cigarettes, and waited 20 minutes for the next train to come. I've seen enough in my life to know that wasn't a situation I was willing to gamble with at all. I pray the last 3 people on the train got home safe and nothing happened. I briefly searched Twitter and the news the next day for any possible info I could find, and I didn't see anything. But who even knows what's worth a headline to them down there anymore? So, to the man in the subway at 3 a.m., I pray you find the solace you need and heal from whatever trauma you are going through. But please, let's not ever meet again. High school boyfriend from 15 years ago that ended up in a mental hospital. So, my senior year of high school, I dated this guy. Let's call him Tom. We dated for over a year. The relationship was not good. We were always breaking up and getting back together, fighting a lot, and he threatened me a lot. Just overall very toxic. His parents also had a very rocky relationship. His dad was an alcoholic and beat on his mom most nights. I even witnessed it when I spent the night there on rare occasions. It was scary. Towards the end of senior year, Tom cheated on me at his birthday party, so again, we broke up. Months later, he tried to get back together, but I realized I just didn't like him anymore and called it quits for good. That was 15 years ago, and the last time I saw him. Ever since then, I heard he became an alcoholic just like his dad, became very violent, and wound up in a mental hospital. 9 years ago, I met my now husband. We've been married for 4 years and have a 2-year-old and another on the way. This for context. Maybe about a year ago now, I got a random text message asking my name. I get work calls and text on my personal phone, so I answered, "Yes." And they wrote back, "How are you?" I should mention, I've had the same number since high school. I didn't respond because I didn't know who it was and at this point figured it wasn't something having to do with work. A few minutes later, I get another text. "It's Tom. How are you?" When I tell you I gasped, I responded, "I'm well. I hope you are too." And he wrote again, "What are you doing?" Again, I didn't respond. Then a minute later, "Do you ever think about us? Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we were still together? Do you ever think about getting back together? I sat in silence rereading these messages, unsure of how to respond. Finally, I replied, I'm sorry, Tom, but no, I'm married now and wish you the best, but I don't think we should have any form of communication. He responded, okay, sorry. I thought this was weird, but whatever. Maybe the dude is lonely and decided to reach out. Who knows? That was that. Last week, his mother showed up at my family business. I've worked here since high school in different roles. She and his father had gotten a divorce, and she now has a boyfriend she seems happy with. We exchanged pleasantries and then she asked, did you hear about Tom? He was in an institution. I said I'd heard that, and I was sorry to hear it. She said, he killed several animals. That's why they ended up locking him up. Again, I said I was sorry to hear that. Then she said, yeah, but he's out now. He's been for a while. You know, you were always my favorite girlfriend he had. Do you ever still think about him? I wasn't sure what to say to this. I wanted to say lady that was in high school. No. Instead, I said, no, I'm married now with a toddler. I don't have much time to think about anything. Trying to lighten up the mood, I guess, she then said, you know, he's not a bad guy. I don't see him that much anymore, but when I do, he still talks about you. He wonders what could have been. Would you ever be open to talking to him? That's when I shut things down. I told her it was great to see her, but that option was off the table now and forever. I said I had to get back to work, and walked away and hid in the back until she left. What the actual fuck? This high school relationship was years ago. I want to know part of him or his family. I'm just so sincerely hoping he doesn't pop up at my place of work. I have no idea if he's still around the area, but I really hope he isn't. Anyway, bizarre old high school boyfriend, let's not meet again. Creepy naked guy stole my pizza. This happened a few hours ago, and I'm not scared anymore, just angry my pizza got stolen. In my town, there's a story that a guy has moved into the deep woods close to our town. I never believed it as I go for night drives occasionally. I never saw him or anything resembling a man that lives in the woods. Anyway, tonight I decided to go for a drive and drove past the pizza place. Being hungry, I decided to get a pizza before I went home. In my head, I had a plan to eat pizza and play some Minecraft as I am in my 2-week Minecraft phase at the moment. I paid for my pizza and started walking to my car with the pizza in one hand and my phone in the other, messaging my friend if he wants to play some Minecraft when I get home. I look up from my phone to cross the road to the car park, and I see something under my car. It looks like a shadow or something dark. I put my phone in my pocket and pull out my keys. I unlock the car to scare off anything close to the car. I was thinking that it may be a cat or a dog just hanging around my car, but when I unlocked the car, nothing happens. No cat running away, and nobody running away. The shadow looked like it was cast from the driver's side, so I was going to have to look at what it was whether I wanted to or not to get in. I put my keys away, pull out my phone again, and turn the flashlight on to get a better view in the dark. As I turn towards the driver's side of my car, I see him. A dirty, naked guy with big eyes staring right at me. He was crouched down trying to hide from me. Now, I don't usually get scared of anything, but this guy scared me. It looked like he rolled around in mud and it dried out on his skin. His eyes looked creepy, bloodshot, and kind of bulging out of his head, and he was naked. I get startled and jump backwards out of instinct, dropping my pizza in the process. It falls out of its box and onto the floor, and I start moving back slowly, shouting at him to get away from my car. He looks up at me, then at the pizza, then back at me again. He tilts his head to one side, and then jumps towards the pizza like a dog, grabs it, and starts running away down the road, and I assume he ran all the way to the woods. I wouldn't know where he went as I didn't feel like following him. I lock my car and run back to the pizza place and stay there for a bit. The workers obviously don't believe me when I tell them what happened, but I know what I saw. Once the fear subsides after a while, I realize that this guy just stole my pizza. Angry as I was looking forward to it, I decide to get another one and run to my car this time. I get in, put the pizza on the passenger seat, and go home. Once I got home, I locked all of my doors and windows. I even locked my bedroom door as I feel a little scared still. I think I'll be playing Minecraft until the sun comes up. Creepy, dirty, naked guy that lives in the woods close to my town. I never want to see you again, because I may have to fight you for stealing my pizza. A stranger entered my apartment when I was 10. To begin this story, it's important to understand my dad was never a good father. He lacked all the qualities a normal, mentally healthy father would, and lived in very low-income housing. When he was in high school, he was told he was unable to have kids due to a car accident, leaving his bits mangled. Unfortunately, he still could in fact have kids, and in his 20s through 30s, he managed to accumulate 13 kids. 15 now. I was 13. Even though I lived week on, week off custody with my father, it feels like I never really got to know him, nor was I ever introduced to more than one of my father's other kids that were before me. My older half-sister was the only other person I'd ever met. I don't even know her mom. A lot of this memory has been repressed into deep corners of my mind, so details might seem foggy. I'm 21 now, and I only recently fully acknowledged that it happened. I even confirmed it with my mom. When I was 10, someone entered our apartment. I can't remember what his name was, but he claimed to be one of my father's long-lost children. He seemed to be in his late teens to early 20s, and asked if he could stay with us for a while he attempted to get back on his feet after moving up from California. I'm in Oregon. He didn't seem to have many belongings except an old laptop, and was so rough around the edges, mid-length hair, light shadow on the face, fairly skinny, and tall. My dad was always weird about him though. He told me that this was my brother. He's family, and will be taking my room for a bit while I sleep in the living room. What was weird was that my dad would never let me enter my old room. I remember thinking even though my new brother is kind of odd, he was a super cool guy. We played Minecraft together on LAN. He was a programmer trying to make some Skyrim-like game, and showed me everything he had made so far. He stayed with us for around a month. The day he was chased out of our apartment, we were having a Minecraft redstone competition for whoever could make the coolest redstone build, and the next day we would present what we made and decide who had the better build. Unfortunately, that never came to happen, because that night, I'm not sure what time it was, at least past midnight, I heard screaming. It was clearly my father, and loud banging coming from the wall over our apartment. After probably 30 seconds of banging, on the couch I witnessed my father full rage chasing out whoever my brother was as he ran out of the apartment holding a knife. My dad screamed and yelled and he chased him outside, but as he ran away, my dad came back to make sure we were okay. Much later that night, I went to sleep with my dad sitting in the living room until dawn guarding the apartment. It wasn't until months later that I found out exactly what had happened that night. Mostly my father's words, and he liked to embellish things, so take this with a grain of salt. Apparently, whoever was pretending to be my brother went into my father's room late at night and stabbed him in the chest while he was sleeping. My father woke up, and since he had previous military work in the Middle East, I guess he sprung pretty quickly into action as my younger sister was about to get stabbed. My father tackled the man and wrestled him for a bit, beating him senseless. After a struggle, he managed to get free and ran out of the apartment. That was about all I can actually remember. Recently, I asked my mom about it, and she basically confirmed the whole story and added in some bits that put it all together. My mom saw the stab wound herself and said he never went to the hospital, but instead she patched him up as she was a nurse and he couldn't afford that anyway. It wasn't really that bad, she said. I guess at some point after it happened, I also told her about it, which I don't have any memory of. Also, the police at some point came by and took a look around. The impersonator was wanted in California, Oregon, and Washington for multiple crimes. I don't remember his name, so I could never figure out if he was caught. So to wrap this up, is there really a good way to wrap this up? Don't let random people in your house. Open the door. This happened several years ago. While it may not be as scary as some of the stories here, it was definitely one of the most terrifying and bizarre encounters I've ever had. I, 33 male, live in the rural Midwest. I was born and raised in my hometown, and, with the exception of a few months of living with my father on the East Coast, I've lived here my entire life. I've become pretty acquainted with the majority of the back roads in my area. One such road is an old highway that no longer has the traffic of days prior to the construction of the interstate that runs through the town. It's a long and winding road that offers gorgeous scenic views during the day and a quiet escape from the city at night. Along this road is a small lot with no more than 10 parking spaces, 2 picnic tables, and a single trash can. It's easy to miss due to the heavily wooded area surrounding it and the majority of the rest of the drive to it. Due to its secluded nature, it had played host to a fair share of teenage debauchery. I myself spent many a Friday night smoking away with friends. Needless to say, there were a lot of good memories attached to this place, and over the years, it's become one of my favorite spots to venture to when I needed peace or solidarity. One night about 5 years ago, my girlfriend and I were going through a rough patch. We had had a big fight due to having work early in the morning and her deciding to have a party full of her loud and intoxicated friends. Things escalated, and I stormed out of the house and started driving away towards my favorite spot. As soon as I was out of city limits, I promptly cranked my angriest metal music and sped down the road, chain smoking my menthols in an effort to calm down until I finally found the turnoff for the spot. I was happy to find no other cars in the lot, meaning I wouldn't awkwardly stumble upon 2 lovers engaged in the act. I immediately jumped out of the car and sat down on one of the picnic tables, lit a cigarette, and stared up at the stars. I sat there for several minutes until I decided to head back to the warmth of my car after hearing some rustling coming from the woods. Not wanting to become a chew toy for a coyote or an angry bobcat, I hustled back to my car and blared my music again, quickly forgetting the sounds I just heard. I decided to have one more smoke and then make my way home. I smoked it halfway through, when out of nowhere I heard pounding coming from the passenger side of my car. I looked over to see a large hand beating against the window. I turned down my music that was still blasting, and as I did, I can hear a very angry voice shouting, "Open the fucking door!" while yanking on the door handle. Thankfully, my doors were locked, and after a few moments, the man disappeared from the passenger side and then reappeared out of the driver's side window while screaming and cursing at me to open the door. He was now punching my window to get in. I was frozen in a mix of confusion and fear, but eventually snapped out of it and threw the car in reverse. It was so dark that I didn't get a good look at the guy, except for the split second he was illuminated by my headlights. He had a black zip-up hoodie with the hood up, a dark gray t-shirt, and a ball cap. He was a stocky guy, and he would have to be over 6 feet tall as he towered over my Sonata. The only distinguishing feature I could make out was a very large dark beard. I noped out of there real quick. I floored it across the parking lot and back towards the highway. That's when I heard it. A loud bang that sounded like a gunshot. I slammed my foot on the pedal and took the first turn I could find. Once I was sure no one was following me, I slowed down and realized I was doing 90 on a gravel road. At the time, one of my best friends worked for a nearby gas station, so I made my way to tell him the whole story. We looked over my car thoroughly and found a couple of dents on the top of the car and what looked like a boot print on my passenger door. We talked it over and ultimately decided not to call the police. It's a 20-minute drive to the location from our nearest town. We were sure that the guy would most likely be gone by the time anyone got all the way up there. Yes, I realized this was probably ignorant of me in hindsight. I'm still baffled by this encounter. I don't know if the guy wanted to rob me, steal my car, or worse, but I'm glad that I made it home in one piece, and I hope I never meet that maniac again. Joe, the contractor. This just happened yesterday. I'll preface this with the fact that we are entering into the building phase on our house right now, so I'm meeting a lot of contractors and new people. We have been trouble finding someone to do our foundation. Over the last month, I have called tons of people who said they can't do the job, but know someone who can, and then give me their name and number. I call, get the same answer, rinse and repeat. After a lot of this, I finally land on the number of a guy named Joe. Joe sounded excited to do the job and was the most responsive and also the nicest person I've run into so far contractor-wise. We set up a meet time and he came out to my place to see the site. He seemed confident that he could do the job. He then asked to take plans of the home with him so he could go over them and said he would get back to me with a quote soon. I agreed, gave him the plans but told him I would need them back soon, and that was that. Not too long after, we met with a second contractor who we ultimately ended up hiring for the job. On Friday, I realized Joe still had the plans, and it's coming time now that the first steps are about to happen, and we need the plans back. So I texted him, "Hey Joe, would I be able to come get those architectural plans from you?" "Yes, I can stop by tomorrow." "I can meet you in town if that's easier. I need to go to the store anyways." "Okay, what time?" "Noon, at the grocery store parking lot." "Sounds good." Around noon yesterday, I arrive at the grocery store parking lot. I text Joe right away saying I've arrived, and he shows up soon after. He pulls up next to my car and gets out. I get out as well, and notice that he's empty-handed. Confused, I asked where the plans are, and if he brought them. "Oh, no. They're back at my house. Do you need them?" I'm slightly annoyed at this point, so I just said yes. The guy who is prepping the site needs them. Joe responds, "Oh, well, you can follow me back to my house and I'll give them to you." I started to feel alert at this point. Nobody but my husband knows I'm meeting this guy, and I really do not know him very well, so I asked how far his house was. Joe said, "The neighboring town. 5 minutes, 4 miles. The weird vibes are growing the more I think about it. Clearly nothing to write home about, but I'm ready to get out of there at the drop of a hat if necessary. I said to Joe, "Let me call my husband. I might not have time, because we need to be somewhere," giving myself an easy out. I walk away out of earshot, so I could think straight and call my husband. He thankfully answered and I told him everything that happened so far. He agreed that it sounded a little shady, and told me to be straight up with Joe and tell him I wasn't comfortable going to his house. I hung up and walked back to where Joe was waiting, and said, "So, I do have time, but I'm not going to your house because I don't know you well enough, but I'll wait at the community development building parking lot, across from the fish factory, a very loud, stinky place that you couldn't miss." Joe seemed confused and didn't know where I was talking about, so after a bit of back and forth and trying to explain where I was going to wait, I offered to drive first and he could follow me. That way he could see where I pulled into. Then, he could continue to his house and grab the plans and meet me back there. Also, I will mention that I was proud of myself because I tend to be a bit timid and too polite, to my own detriment sometimes. This time, I did not beat around the bush, and was clear and concise with everything I said, like I had adopted laser focus on my delivery for once. I then got in my car and drove first. Joe followed me, and I pulled into the community development parking lot. I looked to make sure Joe saw me, and I noticed he had stopped in the middle of the empty street, and he was signaling for me to turn my car around. Since I'm a good distance away, I get out of my car so that I can hear what he's saying, and he is yelling for me to turn around and follow him because his house is right there. Again, I said no, I wasn't going to his house. I'd wait right here for him to come back. A flash of annoyance went through him, but then he nods and continues down the street, leaving me there to wait for him to return. Less than a single minute later, he arrives back with the plans and hands them off to me. I quickly took them, said a quick goodbye, and booked it out of there. After I got out of the situation, I was finally able to think and reflect. It took him less than 1 minute to get the plans from his house. So it's one of two things. If he lived so close, why didn't he know what the community development building and the fish factory were? He could probably see them from his house if he'd been so close. Or he had the plans with him the whole time. Also, I think it's good to note that my husband and I tried looking him up after this. There is nothing about Joe on the internet. He does not have an email, business name, or registered phone number. I don't even remember who gave me his number. I now realize that aside from my husband, no one knows I have been talking to or meeting with him. He simply doesn't exist as a contractor online, and since we never decided to use him as a contractor, I never officially looked him up until now. Bad movie theater experience. Today, my best friend and I, both 18-year-old females, went to see the new Alien Romulus movie, and while the film was as thrilling and terrifying as we had hoped, something else overshadowed our experience: a man who sat directly behind us. We first noticed him as we approached the theater. He stood out immediately, dressed in an old-fashioned brown suit with a blue dress shirt. I'm not exactly a fashion expert. I was wearing a hoodie with my college logo and shorts, but his outfit was unusual. Certainly not red carpet fancy, but fancy enough to where it makes people dressed in a baggy t-shirt and jeans look bad in comparison. As we got closer, he turned his head and stared at us, making no effort to hide it, and kept staring until we entered the building. It set off alarm bells in both of us. Inside, while my friend ordered a mini pizza at the concession stand, she noticed that the man had come in, got behind us, and continued to stare. I was too distracted by movie posters to notice at the time, but she made direct eye contact with him. When we got our food, we headed to the ticket booth. The process was manual, and while we were figuring out which theater house was ours, I noticed that the man was again behind us, just watching. It struck me as odd, especially since he got his popcorn before we even got our pizza, but my mind didn't want to assume the worst. We eventually found our seats in a theater that wasn't very crowded. Only a few couples were sitting higher up, while we chose seats near the railing. Despite plenty of empty rows, the man chose to sit directly behind us. At first, I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe he didn't want to sit alone, or wanted to feel young again by being near some young ladies who had exaggerated reactions to jump scares. The man kept getting up and leaving the theater, sometimes for short periods, other times for longer. I could hear him grunting or sipping his drink, though I had never heard him eat his popcorn. Occasionally, it felt like he was staring at us when he returned, and once, when I turned my head slightly, it seemed like he was. As the movie neared its end, my anxiety peaked, and I couldn't handle it. My heart was already racing from the suspense on screen and the growing paranoia. I decided I wanted to leave, and it seemed like my friend felt the same way, as she immediately got up when I did. We were the first people out of the entire theater to make a move to leave. Me and my friend noticed that at the very moment we stood up to leave, the man did as well. As we made our way down the stairs opposite to the one he took, we noticed the man standing by his stairwell, just staring at us. He could have left before us, but he waited. When we passed him, he followed after us. As we walked down the hallway leading to the exit, I tried to play it cool, making casual comments about the movie to avoid looking alarmed. My friend was too freaked out to respond, but I kept talking until we reached the corner, where she suddenly bolted for the front doors. I followed, walking quickly, pretending to be on the phone and holding my car keys. Once outside, we sprinted to her car, both of us shaking with fear. We decided to go to a nearby store instead of heading home right away. As we pulled off into the road, I looked back and saw a truck moving about the area we were in at the parking lot. My mind convinced itself that it was the guy, but I had no proof to go off of. While we were at the stores, we discussed what had happened, both of us admitting to feeling a bad gut feeling. My friend had muscle tensions in her shoulders, while I felt nauseous and endured a painful stomach cramp. After some time, we returned to the theater parking lot. There were more cars and people around by then. She dropped me off at my car, and we agreed to meet at a nearby Walmart just in case. As I pulled out of my parking space, I noticed a truck of similar color to the one I had seen earlier behind my car. My heart dropped, and I called my friend in a panic. The truck made an abrupt turn to get into the same lane as me, or so it seemed, but fortunately, there were enough cars at the stop sign to slow it down. We made several turns to lose the truck before arriving at Walmart. I wanted to clarify that we weren't sure if the truck was behind us or not. We just assumed the worst and did what we felt was necessary in a scenario where we were followed. When we finished shopping, our anxiety had extinguished itself, and we both got home safely. Reflecting on it now, I feel a mix of embarrassment and sadness. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the man just liked those seats or was trying to be polite by letting us go first. Perhaps he had a bladder problem, which explained his frequent trips out of the theater. Or maybe my paranoia made me imagine that the truck was his. I don't know. I feel a bit ashamed for assuming the worst. My friend and I love movies, and to run out of our favorite theater felt humiliating, especially if the man meant no harm. Was I overreacting? Or was I right to trust my instincts? The whole situation feels weird and creepy, made worse by watching a horror movie. The movie was fantastic though, just maybe not the best idea to watch it when your mind is already on high alert. A man wanted to eat my tattoo. I'm a 29-year-old woman. I lived in a big city all my life, but at the beginning of April I moved to a medium-sized town about 1 hour away from that big city, along with my sister and our 4 pets. This happened after a month of living here. My sister was preparing her final presentation for her arts undergraduate, which was going to be shown in the city, so she had to spend the whole day there to make her preparations. I was left home alone with our cats and dogs, so in the early evening I decided to go for a long walk with my 2 dogs. We walked for like an hour, but about 5 away from our home as we were heading back, I saw a man knocking on a door about a block away. I thought he looked a bit weird because he would knock on the door, look around, then knock on the door, and then look around again, but he didn't look dangerous, so I just kept walking since I had to pass him to take the street that would take me to my home. When I was about 10 meters away, he looked my way and started walking towards me. He was tall and slender and was carrying what looked like a box of candy. He asked me if I had any coins to spare. I told him, "Sorry, mate. I only have my dog's poopy bags. Have a good one." And I was ready to keep walking when he saw one of my tattoos and stopped me. For some context, I have tattoos. I'm not heavily tattooed, but I have several on my arms and legs, and since I was wearing shorts, the ones on my legs were visible. The specific one he was looking at is of a ghost woman in traditional Japanese style. As he stopped me, he said, "That's a really cool tattoo. Would you give it to me?" I just laughed uncomfortably, thinking he was joking, but he was dead serious, just staring unblinking at my tattoo. He then continued talking. "No? So you're just gonna let the maggots eat it? Such a shame. It would be better if a person ate it." At this point, he raised his face and looked me straight in the eyes, with a very flat smile that seemed to be an attempt to be friendly, but only made me feel even more uncomfortable. He then asked me for my name, and not wanting to antagonize him, I gave him a fake one. Let's say it was Regina. He then asked me if I lived in town, to which I also lied and said that I was from the big city and just visiting. He told me he used to live in that city too. He lived on the streets downtown. He told me he used to rap in buses to get money, and just out of the blue started rapping about me, still looking me straight in the eye. He rapped about how I was very pretty, how amazing my tattoos are, and in his rap he said my name was Lorena. I corrected him and said my name was Regina and not Lorena. Since I had a suspicion he realized I had given him a fake name and was testing me, he just smiled and nodded. He then asked me if I'd give him my number. I said that me and my dogs had to go home, that we were expected. He pointed at a butcher shop a block away and told me that we could sit over there while I gave him my number, that it wouldn't take long, but I told him that I couldn't, that the one waiting for me at home was my boyfriend, but I was lying again, since I was home alone. His smile faded a bit, and he just said, "Well, that sucks." I wished him a good evening and turned around to leave, only for him to drop to his knees and grab my leg with both of his hands. He started caressing my tattoo while whispering, "It really is a goddamn cool tattoo." My dogs are pretty friendly, and they were calm during this whole exchange, but when he grabbed my leg, they started growling. I pulled my leg out of his hand, wished him a good evening, and just walked away as fast as I could. I took a longer way home to make sure he didn't follow me, and once home, I took a shower and scrubbed my leg real well since I felt gross after that. Luckily for me, I haven't seen him again, but for a while after that, I made sure to cover my tattoos every time I went outside, just in case. Attempted ambush at night. This happened 4 years back. It was the middle of winter, and the night was unseasonably warm, without a hint of snow on the ground. I left my apartment around 8 p.m. to go for my daily walk. I worked nights and my schedule was screwed up, hence the 8 p.m. walk. figuring I would cross the bridge into the city nearby. For further context, I'm a tall guy who's fairly athletic, and I was in my late 20s at the time. I'd rarely had a problem walking at night, and at the time, I felt safe to do so. I put on my headphones and headed towards the bridge. The first 20 minutes were uneventful. I passed by old houses, a subpar Mexican restaurant, a really good Mexican restaurant, a sketchy gas station, some newly built upscale apartments, and finally, I was at the river, enjoying the view of the bright lights over the dark flowing water, not yet frozen. I crossed the bridge into the city and hit a crosswalk button at a four-way intersection, then noticed someone standing on the corner opposite, the only other soul I'd seen on that night. Seemingly, she was doing nothing, and I assumed she was waiting for an Uber to come pick her up, since she didn't seem to be waiting for the light to change. The street, ordinarily busy during the daytime, was silent. The light changed and I crossed, headed in her direction. As I neared her, I noticed that she would cast glances in my direction, then look away almost sheepishly. She did this multiple times and I figured she was unnerved by me. I sympathized, figuring it must have made her uneasy, us being the only two people on a dimly lit street. As I passed by, I took in her outfit, mostly because I thought she looked cold. She wore a knitted hat with tassels, a sweater that looked too thin for the winter, tight jeans, and a little plastic children's backpack on her back. I thought she was in her teens at first, but upon closer inspection, she appeared to be in her late 20s or 30s. She had short-cropped light brown hair and a pale complexion. She was skinny and was of average height. I was maybe a head taller than her. I walked by and continued down the street. I passed by high-rise hotels on my right and left, and made my way into a central park. During peak hours, this place would be packed with tourists and locals alike, but that day, at an odd hour, and with the pandemic in full swing, I felt like the only man in the city. I admired the brilliant display of lighted trees as I crossed through the center of the park. Then, figuring I was at a good halfway point in my journey, I made my way around an old marble and stone library, back towards the bridge. As I turned the corner of the library onto the street from which I had come, I nearly collided with someone moving towards me. It was the same woman I'd seen 10 minutes earlier. My noise-canceling headphones were still on, so I pulled down one side and said something by my way of apology. She said nothing in return. Instead, she stepped back from me and stood below the streetlight, not making eye contact. She stole tiny glances at me, that same tick I'd noticed before. I put my headphones back on, nodded a good night, and headed towards the nearest crosswalk. Reason told me that she must be headed in the direction I'd come from, since we'd nearly run into each other headed opposite ways. But some part of me whispered that she wasn't headed that way. Sure enough, when I turned to look, she was trailing close behind me, her strides surprisingly long and energetic. I found this odd enough that I continued to watch her out of the corner of my eye. Shortly after I reached the crosswalk, as I stood there waiting for the light to change, she caught up with me, passed me by, and stopped. A car went past, and as it did so, she squatted over her plastic bag, a few meters from me, riffling frantically for something and looking up at me on occasion. I hit a button on my headphones, stopping my podcast so that I could hear her better. What I found disturbing about the motion of her looking through her bag is that it struck me as fake, as though she was pretending for some reason. She was barely looking inside, and her careless motions struck me more like bad acting. Something about her motions, the way she kept looking at me, felt wrong. The light changed and I began to walk quickly, but she was faster. She stood suddenly, darting past me towards the museum, swinging the half-open little pink backpack over her shoulder. I watched her silhouette disappear into the darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights. I hoped that that was the end of that, and after a few beats of not seeing her, I let my guard fall a little, restarting my podcast. Beyond the museum was a patch of poorly lit sidewalk in front of a squat building with mirror-like windows. I wasn't far from the bridge now. As I made my way back there, I turned my head to look at the reflections of buildings and streetlights in the windows. To my horror, a dark figure sprinted silently towards my reflection, dreamlike. I'm not sure why, maybe out of sheer confusion, but I turned to meet her as she hurtled towards me. Perhaps surprised by my sudden turn, She halted mere feet from me, staring. Her eyes were wide and looked frantic, wild. She kept looking at my arms, then back at my face, as though sizing me up. But my accidental bluff had worked, and in the darkness, I suppose I must have looked more prepared for a fight than I felt. She gripped something small tightly in one hand, though she held it off to the side, and in the shadow of the building, I couldn't see what it was. Seconds dragged as we stood there, staring at one another, immobilized by fear and confusion. I waited for her to make some move, to attempt to use whatever object she held in her hand. Just then, to my enormous relief, a car trundled slowly past. A bit of my strength returned, and over my blaring podcast, I heard myself shouting at her, "What do you want?" No reply. I slowly backed away from her, expecting her to move, but she just watched me, that same intense look on her face. I took another step back, then another, steadily backing away from her until I felt confident enough to turn and carefully walk away. As I reached the better lit area, I began to move faster, all the while keeping my eyes trained on her shadowy form, and she just stood there for some time, statuesque. Then abruptly, having spontaneously abandoned whatever plan she may have had for me, she turned from me, and without looking for traffic, she crossed the street with long strides and disappeared around the corner of a building. Something about the casual air of it disturbed me. I kept my eyes trained behind me on my walk home, afraid that she would follow me. But the bridge was well lit and I saw no sign of her. Knowing that this was the only way for her to follow me and keep up on foot, I breathed a sigh of relief. I saw no more cars headed from the city, no more pedestrians out walking. Nothing happened after that. I'm not sure why, but I didn't call the cops that night. I still regret having not called, despite my roommates insisting I do so. I just remembered thinking that I wasn't sure what to say to the cops, that I hadn't really been attacked, that they wouldn't be able to find her anyways. I made up excuses. I suppose I must have been in shock, in denial at having nearly been ambushed, especially by someone smaller than me, in my own city, so close to my apartment. One of my roommates called the cops for me. A cop drove through the area, but by that point, she was gone. Woman in the little pink backpack. Let's not meet again. A stranger broke into my house and took a shower. Last night, I awoke to the unsettling noise of loud banging and my dog's frantic barking. Living alone with my girlfriend, we had grown accustomed to our neighbors' domestic disputes, and I have had to call the police often. I stumbled to the bathroom as the walls there are thin and separated our duplex from theirs. As I approached the bathroom door, the entire house was dark, and a tall shadow was in my bathtub. I wasn't wearing my glasses, and I am incredibly nearsighted, so I struggled to discern whether the shadow was merely the shower curtain or what it was. Then the shadow spoke. I don't know what he said, but the gut-wrenching panic I felt is still fresh. I screamed and fled back to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My girlfriend, now awake and terrified, joined me as I dialed the police. They instructed me to lock the door, but my bedroom doesn't have one. With the banging growing louder and more aggressive, I braced myself against the door, praying that help would arrive in time. To my relief, the police arrived swiftly in only 5 minutes. When I finally emerged from the bedroom, I found that they had dragged him naked from the bathtub because he had been trying to shower. They were questioning him on my couch while he was handcuffed. He was incredibly drunk and had wandered into the wrong house. The one night we forgot to lock the doors. But to the drunk, naked stranger who saw me squinting at him pantsless in the dark, let's not meet again. I also caught this all on my camera outside my house. Here's the video. Creepy guy forced me to listen to his rapping. I live and work in a very small and rural area that also happens to be a college town. It definitely has an everyone knows everyone kind of vibe, and I will often run into the same people out and about around campus or running errands. It's mostly a town of students, professors/university staff, and young families with children. I have always felt very safe here. We have a police force patrolling campus almost constantly, and as a student, I would often explore campus late at night and never once felt unsafe. We have the occasional tourists coming in and out of town, or people coming in from neighboring areas who we call townies. The 4th of July is celebrated heavily here, with a parade, craft fair, and dog show during the day, and fireworks display at night. I have a boyfriend who lives about an hour and a half away from me, who usually comes to visit whenever he is able to get off of work. He was not off this past 4th, but really wanted to see the fireworks with me that evening, so he decided to make a drive up from work and planned to leave super early in the morning to make it in time for his morning shift. I had gone to the earlier festivities that day with some friends, and it was a beautiful but ridiculously hot day. Although I was dehydrated and sweaty, I was overall having a really great time and happy to see my boyfriend. The fireworks are done at a lake on campus, and community members will often come with their families and bring picnic blankets to spread out and watch the show. There are also food trucks everywhere. The fireworks started dark, but my boyfriend and I wanted to get there early to get a good spot, so we started heading there around 5:30 or 6. The lake is slightly removed from central campus. You have to turn off the main road and go a ways down another road, and then make a turn onto another smaller side road to find it. It's an older campus, and not many things are labeled, so it's kind of tricky to find your way around unless you know exactly where you're going. The lake is near the university farm, which is where the food trucks are set up in this big open field. From there is a road you can walk about a quarter-mile down to hit the lake. Some people were setting up in the grassy field by the farm, while others were actually walking down to the lake. My boyfriend and I decided we should go down to the lake, since there would likely be a better view there. But first we stopped and got ice cream from one of the food trucks. Across from the food trucks is the road to the lake. We were about to start walking towards the lake, but at the head of the road there was a small pasture with a few horses, and I told my boyfriend I wanted to look at them before we started our walk. As we're standing by the horses, we hear a man's voice yell out, "Hey you, in the white hat!" several times. It takes us a minute to realize what's happening, but my boyfriend and I realize that a man nearby is gesturing for him to talk to him. The man finally approaches us, explains he's not from the area but that his friends just dropped him off for the fireworks and he's wondering where the majority of people will be watching them. I'm creeped out by most unfamiliar men due to several bad experiences I've had, so I was very wary to the situation. I hung back and was pretending to be very interested in the horses while watching this guy out of the corner of my eye. He was a tall man with deeply tanned skin and shorter hair. I don't know any better way of describing him, other than to say he looked dirty. He was wearing an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants, and it looked as though he'd been wearing these clothes for several days. He also had a guitar slung over his shoulder, and he had a creepy look in his eyes, one I instantly clocked. My boyfriend is very outgoing and friendly, almost too friendly to strangers, and immediately started talking to the man and explaining the setup. I eventually walked over, hoping this would prompt the man to go on his way, and again explained that most of the people would be watching from the lake, and that if he kept following the road we were on, he would hit it. I told him that it's usually a great show, and that I hoped he enjoyed his visit here. I was trying to be nice, but also desperately wanted this man to leave us alone. The man did not take the hint, instead continuing to talk to my boyfriend, asking if we are students here. My boyfriend explained that I used to be, but that I now work at the university, so he often comes to visit me. The man explained that he was from a town about 30 minutes away, and my boyfriend began discussing how he also grew up in the surrounding area. Somehow, my boyfriend mentioned his favorite football team in the conversation, and the man suddenly became animated, saying he had just coincidentally finished writing a song about that exact team. He began reaching for the guitar on his back, and in a panic, both my boyfriend and I were like, "Oh no, that's okay. You don't have to play it for us." But the man kept insisting, and so I told him we would catch up to him down the lake and he could play it for us there. I was again hoping that the man would get away from us, but again he didn't get the bait. He told us that he considered himself to be a rapper, and asked if we wanted to hear him freestyle. I think my boyfriend was honestly entertained by this guy at this point and was like, "Yeah, sure, let's hear it." The man then proceeded to rap at us for, I kid you not, 15 minutes straight. My boyfriend and I were looking at each other the whole time, trying to hold back laughter. One highlight was when the guy tried to rhyme mad with bad and sad multiple times. I was amused but getting slightly annoyed as it was beginning to get darker out and people were streaming towards the lake, and I still wanted to get a good spot. When the guy finished, my boyfriend was like, "Wow, that was so good," and tried to start walking towards the lake, but the guy followed us and blocked our path. He kept trying to talk to my boyfriend, asking me if I was his sister. He explained we were dating, and the guy's eyes once again lit up. He pulled my boyfriend close, and then began to mumble vague expressions about dating and finding the one to him. At this point, I noticed even my boyfriend was beginning to look uncomfy. I saw his hands go into his right pocket, which is where I know he keeps a pocket knife. The man just kept mumbling, and was half mumbling, half rapping. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. I honestly couldn't make out half of what this guy was saying, as he kept getting quieter as he went, and he was slurring his words. I remember him specifically mentioning about his plans to run for mayor of this town in 2028, how he believed himself to be Archangel Michael, and how he had previously tried to give up weed/cigarettes but failed. This whole time, he was kind of stumbling around and mumbling while still inching closer and closer to my boyfriend, who kept moving away. My boyfriend positioned himself so he was in between me and this man. And at one point, I remember the guy grabbing my boyfriend and saying, "Wow, man, your eyes are really blue," and then went on a whole rant about how blue-eyed people are closer to God. He looked at my eyes and deduced that they are hazel. My eyes are also very blue, so not sure where he got this from. This whole interaction lasted maybe another 20 minutes, and the whole time I was trying to be polite and was going along with whatever the man said while simultaneously looking down the street and hoping another one of my friends would show up and save us from the interaction. There were several times a family would walk by with children, and I almost decided to pretend that I knew one of them to see if they would help us get away from this man, but decided against it since I didn't want to do anything to make this man angry, since he seemed a little unpredictable. At one point, I even pulled my phone out and secretly recorded part of this guy's mumble rapping. I don't remember how, but this man eventually decided he had had enough of us, I guess, and finally decided to go along his way and began to follow the crowd going towards the lake. My boyfriend and I just looked at each other like, what the fuck did we just witness? And watched the man walk towards the lake. We wanted him to get a good head start since neither of us wanted to really sit anywhere near him and be forced to interact with him again. As we watched the guy, we saw him stop and approach another group. We couldn't hear what he was saying to them, but we could tell they all looked confused and annoyed. We were considering going to distract the guy and help them out, but again, we didn't really want to interact with this guy again, and we didn't want him following us around all night acting like we are his friends. We also briefly considered going to get one of the police who were present at the event, but eventually decided against it, since this man hadn't done anything outright dangerous yet. My boyfriend told me he knew the guy mentioned smoking weed, but said he also suspected he might be on something else. My boyfriend is from the area, and is very familiar with the drug problems in the surrounding communities. I also wondered if mental illness could be at play, since some of the statements the man was making do seem like things someone experiencing a mania might say. My boyfriend and I went the whole rest of the night without running into this man again. He gave us his Facebook name, and so I went down a whole rabbit hole after the fact. A lot of his recent posts were making vaguely religious and rambly statements about religion, but scrolling further down, it looked like at one point he may have had a wife and kids. I could also tell the transition from him being clean-shaven to him not taking as good care of himself. It was honestly pretty sad. I'm not sure if this man's life was disrupted by drugs or mental illness, but I hope he is able to receive the care he needs. My boyfriend and I had a long discussion about it, and he knows several people from his hometown who have unfortunately faced similar struggles. Someone was watching me. I, 18-year-old female, live with my parents on their farm. We have a relatively big house with a nice back patio. We got a hot tub a while back, which my parents use a lot, and I sometimes join them. Since I have my own car, my parents have gotten more comfortable with leaving me in the house when they leave for extended periods of time. The longest they've gone is almost a week, and they keep in contact with me the entire time. I just take care of our animals and chill out when I'm not working, and I've gotten used to being home alone. My parents were both raised in farming/ranching families, but I was a city kid until they bought a farm and moved us out here. I'm used to it now, but it took a while of acclimating. Considering I'd lived in our previous house for 13 years and knew the city like the back of my hand, you could have placed me anywhere, and I'd be able to find my way back home one way or another. It's been a few years, and I consider myself well adjusted. Obviously, there's pros and cons, but I'm at peace with where we are now. One thing that took a lot of getting used to was how much space we have. In my old house, my bedroom window lined up with my next door neighbor's kitchen window, and so my curtains were drawn shut 95% of the time. Now, with my bedroom being on the second floor and our neighbors being 100 or so yards away, I can get changed with the window open and not worry about being seen. I mention this because it's unusual to have anyone walk past our driveway nowadays, as opposed to the city, where it was weird when people didn't pass by. Anyway, this took place a few weeks ago, and my parents had gone to a distant cousin's wedding, leaving me at the house to look over the farm. I was fine with this, as I didn't really know said cousin very well, but I sent my well wishes with my parents, and we sent constant updates back and forth for the few days they were gone. Earlier I mentioned that we have a hot tub on our back patio. I believe it was the second or third night, and I had gotten home from work absolutely exhausted and decided to relax in the hot tub for a bit to soothe my sore muscles before going to bed. I'm a bit of a night owl, so by the time I'd taken a nap and had dinner, it was around 11 p.m., and the sun was pretty much set. Another one of my favorite things about living on our farm is the lack of light pollution. I can look up and easily see the stars above me. I've always been into astrology/astronomy, and I love stargazing. That was part of the reason I waited so long before going out to the hot tub. Anyway, I went out and got myself settled, and just sat in the hot water, enjoying the stars and heat and occasionally sipping my drink I'd brought out with me. It was still light enough that I could see the edge of our property, but dark enough that I could see the stars relatively well. I had probably only been out there for about 10 minutes when I suddenly got a chill down my spine, and it wasn't from the breeze on my heated skin. I felt like I was being watched. Immediately, I snapped out of my daze and turned out to where I felt the feeling was coming from. It took my eyes a bit to adjust. I'm nearsighted, but didn't wear my glasses outside, and when they did, I felt my stomach drop at what I saw. From the patio, looking straight ahead, you can see our barn, which has some fences connected to it that make up a couple of pens. Our older horses are in the largest pen to the right of the barn, and behind that pen is a large field that stretches out to a row of saplings. Behind those saplings is a barbed wired fence, which indicates the edge of our property. To the left of the barn is a patch of trees that lead into the forest that surrounds our property, though there were a few divots here and there where we've set up some other farm things, like a garden and chicken coop. While I couldn't see directly behind the barn, I could see beyond it, into the field behind the pens, which is where I spotted what I figured caused my feeling of unease. A few feet out in the forest, standing between the two saplings at the edge of our field, was a figure of what I assume was a person, just standing there in the darkness. I immediately knew that that was where the feeling was coming from, and I stood up in the hot tub and turned to face the person. For a few moments, I just stood there looking at them. I didn't know if they saw me, but when they didn't move after me staring at them for a solid minute, I decided enough was enough, and got out of the hot tub. I closed everything up as quickly as I could while trying not to look panicked, and went inside, where I immediately turned on all the lights, shut all the windows, and locked all the doors. My dogs had been inside the whole time, none the wiser to the trespasser, and I figured it'd be best if I didn't alert them to what was going on, in case it turned out to be nothing, even though I was pretty sure I was right about what I'd seen. I debated on calling the police, but I lived 20 minutes from the nearest town, so by the time they got there, that person would likely be gone. Besides, it was midnight at this point, and I didn't want to wake any of my neighbors with the commotion authorities may bring. I resolved to sit in the living room with the dogs and keep an eye on the person from inside. Our living room has windows that face outside in the same direction our back door to the patio does, so I could see the same view from the hot tub, albeit a little more difficult with the lights on, but ever since I'd seen the figure, it was impossible to not notice them afterwards. The thought crossed my mind to grab my stepdad's rifle from the basement, but I had no idea where he stored it, or even how to use it, so it likely wasn't a wise idea, especially because going to get it would mean I'd have to leave my post in the living room and leave the person unsupervised. The more time passed, the more angsty I became. The person was just standing there, not doing anything, in the same position I'd spotted them in, and their apparent lack of motive was unnerving me like nothing else. I resolved that if they didn't leave in the next half hour, I'd call the police because by that point, that person would have been standing there for about an hour, trespassing on our property. More time passed. I stayed in the living room, my phone in hand and dogs at my feet, looking out the window every few minutes to see if the figure was still there, which they were. By now, it was 12:15 in the morning, and they still hadn't moved. Internally, I was thinking about who this person could be and what reason they'd have to do this. We're a friendly community, and we know pretty much all of our neighbors, though everyone mostly keeps to themselves. It was unlikely that anyone knew my parents weren't home and that I was alone. There were 2 vehicles parked in our driveway, mine and my mom's, as my parents had taken my stepdad's truck to travel in. As far as I knew, we didn't have any issues with anyone, which made the scenario even more confusing and terrifying. It was 12:20 when things finally changed. As I was looking out the window for probably the 50th time that night, I saw the figure move. I froze, not moving a muscle, as I watched them turn and walk back the way I assumed they'd come, to the left, where they disappeared behind the barn, presumably back into the forest. My relief was only temporary, because while they were gone, they could still very well be on our property, just hiding out in the trees. The feeling of being watched was gone though, which made me feel a little bit better, though not by much. I decided to pull an all-nighter and stayed up until the sun rose, and I passed out on the couch. I woke up around 1 p.m. and had a moment where I thought I'd dreamt the whole thing. Just in case, after I finished my chores, I made my way across the field behind the animal pens to our property line, and walked from one end to the other, to where the figure would have disappeared behind the barn, to see if I could find anything out of the ordinary. It had been dry for the past week, so the grass and dirt didn't show any footprints or any sign anyone had been there at all, which made me suspect that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I have a history of being paranoid because of my anxiety, and have had multiple nervous breakdowns over things that turned out to be inconsequential. Still, I couldn't just forget about the feeling I'd gotten in the hot tub that night, the unmistakable feeling of having someone's eyes on me, and not being able to tell who. To this day, I have no idea who it could have been, and to be honest, I don't really want to. Nothing like that has happened since, and I'm hoping it stays that way. To the figure that stood at the edge of my parents' property and watched me in the hot tub in the middle of the night, let's not meet. Winter 2014, unknown attacker. This happened in 2014/2015. I, female, was about 20 years old. I will give you some context before letting you know what happened. I was studying in a lovely seaside city in France, and everyone was cycling at the time. Cycling to school, to work, to parties, etc. It was a very safe place, full of tourists and students. I lived and studied in this city between 2012 and 2015. Up until the events I'm going to mention, I never ever felt unsafe, and I didn't hear anything from my friends either. In December 2014, my boyfriend took me to his engineering school's Christmas party. We were a large group of friends and mingled a lot. One of the guys from the group, whom I don't know personally, left the party without anyone noticing. A month later, he was found dead in the harbor, and the police never figured out what had happened. I went online to check if there was any news, and it's still a cold case. I didn't know him, but I think about it all the time. Was it because he was alone? Did he fall? Or did someone push him? Why didn't anyone care to walk home with him? Needless to say, the city started to feel a whole lot less safe. But at 20 years old, I didn't have the same understanding of such things as I do now as a 30-year-old. My life carried on. A couple of months passed and it was the beginning of 2015. My friend was assaulted badly while cycling back home after a party. He was found in critical condition, his body lying halfway on the road and halfway on the sidewalk. His head had been smashed on the sidewalk step, and his jaw was completely shattered. He was a big guy in every sense possible, not the sort of guy you could push around easily. When he was recovering in the hospital, he couldn't make sense of what had happened. He had no idea why he was attacked on his bike, and the police didn't find the suspects. 2 students my age in the same friend circles were also brutally assaulted for no reason. I still cycled everywhere because I had no other choice. I live 8 kilometers away from my school, and I didn't have any other means of transportation. That meant I cycled approximately 16 to 20 kilometers every day and had been doing it since 2012. We're in spring of 2015. I'm cycling back home from a party with my boyfriend. I've had a few drinks, but I'm not drunk. I'm just tired. My boyfriend is annoying me because he is not waiting for me, and the distance between us keeps getting bigger. Suddenly, someone jumps on me. He appears from nowhere and kicks my bike to the floor. I have been cycling so much. I'm so used to the bike. I let it fall between my legs, but I do not fall. I resist and stand up. It's a man. I reach for my bike, which is now on the floor, with my left hand. I'm trying to get a hold of the handlebars, but he kicks me, then my hand. He kicks me again and again, but I'm already holding the handlebars. It hurts, but I'm lifting the bike. He says something and I don't hear it. I see my boyfriend looking at me. He's a bit farther away, but he stopped cycling. He's going to help me. The man will see I'm not alone. I'm still standing and lifting my bike, and it's been maybe 2 or 3 seconds since the man jumped on me. My boyfriend is looking at me, and then he turns his back. My heart drops as he starts pedaling away. It's the dead of the night and there's no one else, so I'm on my own. The man keeps kicking. He wants me to let go. My hands look blue, but my grip is strong. I think about the other 2 students, and they give me strength. I think about my boyfriend. The sight of him cycling away just fills me with pure rage. I'll use this rage. The man is holding some kind of glass in his hand. I grab it with my free hand and smash it into his face. I'm doing it, and I'm furious, but I'm getting the bike up. Surely the glass had alcohol in it, because it burns his eyes. I then have a split second to launch myself and start pedaling away. He can't reach my hand anymore, so he kicks my bike one more time, but I stand strong on the pedals. He tries to chase me, but I'm faster. I pedal until I can no longer breathe. I pedal until I feel numb. That night I know I escaped something terrible. Due to the stress, I couldn't describe the man. I'll never know for sure if my experience was linked to the other attacks. However, we were all walking/cycling on the same route. 10 years later, I can remember the look on my ex-boyfriend's face when he turned his back on me. Let's never meet either of these 2 men again. I think I was almost kidnapped. So this is something I've kept completely to myself, except for a confused call to my best friend the morning after to try and figure out if what I thought happened actually happened. Truthfully, the event that incited this incident was my fault, and also so stupid, so I think I've been too embarrassed or mad at myself to share the story. I had only been living in New Orleans for about 2-ish weeks the night this occurred, and while I'd never been to New Orleans once in my life prior to moving there, a decision resulting from my desperation to get a job out of college, I am from a similarly large metro area in the American South, so I'm familiar with the dynamic of a city like this. One minute you'll see kids playing catch in the streets, and young couples walking arm in arm down tropically adorned sidewalks, and the next, dilapidated houses, still not made whole since Katrina, and further degraded from Ida. Gang violence, young boys posted up on street corners, and unimaginable poverty tied to rampant drug abuse. In the end, it was just all about knowing where to go and which areas to avoid entirely. Anyway, I was driving home from running some obscure errand at night around 9:30 p.m. that caused me to drive through St. Claude. For y'all that don't know, this is certainly one of those neighborhoods that should be avoided, if possible. As I came upon a stop sign right next to a small community center/food bank place, I suddenly slammed on the brakes due to driver's instinct before really understanding why I did it. Standing there just feet away from my front bumper was a teeny tiny cat. its white eyes staring back at me in terror as it became briefly blinded by my headlights. That damned cat. This is where my stupidity comes into play. I didn't really know where I was and how dangerous of an area it was, and without even thinking for a single damn moment, I stepped outside of the car to assess the situation, maybe see if I could help the little guy. I didn't even remove my keys from the ignition as I figured I'd only be there for a tiny bit. Didn't even grab my phone from the charger. I figured I'd be able to beckon over the little cat and help it or watch it dart away before slipping back into my car and continuing on home. What I didn't realize, when I knelt down on the pavement, was that my clumsy ass was too close to the barely open car door, and when I stood up, of course, I bumped it, and it immediately swung shut. No big deal, I thought, convincing myself that the door would be unlocked, only to feel my whole heart sink like a stone into my stomach when the door didn't budge. Well, fuck. I don't panic immediately. After trying all 4 doors and cursing myself for a solid minute for being such an idiot, I spotted a man sitting on the steps of the community center eating, and he spotted me. Noticing my situation and to my dismay, he slowly stood and came to the back of the car with his bag of Raising Cane's chicken, plopped it down on the hood, and proceeded to enjoy his dinner on the back of my Subaru. I had already been there for a good 10 minutes by this point, so honestly the company of another person was relieving. I didn't look as helpless to passerbys with him there. For context, I'm 5 foot and wearing a tiny tank top to fend off the brutal New Orleans summer heat. After I explained my situation, he explained he could try to jimmy rig the door open, and desperate to get back in, I agreed. But it was useless, unfortunately, and I could tell he was just fiddling around. I trotted over to a small church across the intersection where I spotted a few people closing up for the night. Sanctuary, I thought. Nice churchgoers have to help a woman lost and alone, right? Wrong. The man locking up looked straight through me, back at the man now clearly trying to open a locked car, shook his head and shot me a glance that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" and stepped right into his unlocked vehicle. It was at this point that I felt the tears welling up, but quickly told myself to suck it up and walked directly back over to my car. By the grace of God, the random stranger let me use his phone to call a locksmith, tastefully called Papa Lock, who told me he'd be there anywhere between 45 minutes and 4 hours. Great. After about 25 minutes of chit-chatting, the man informed me that his shift was about to start, and just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. This is when the gravity of my situation really began to sink in, and I became acutely aware of my surroundings. Acutely aware of the men who had been circling around the block on their bicycles during our conversation. I don't know about y'all, but I don't know many grown-ass men who ride around leisurely on bikes after 10 p.m. just for the fun of it. Especially not in the same big circles in the neighborhood. I heard the distant squeak of the wheels, and before I could duck for cover, they lapped the block over again, now aware that I was in fact utterly alone. They continued down the block, and I realized quickly that I needed to find somewhere to be by the time they returned. I swiftly walked towards the community center where I'd planned on sitting on the stairs, but quickly realized it was entirely too illuminated, and I'd be making myself a beacon amid the darkness of the neighborhood. Plus, as I rounded the corner, I saw a tall man standing in total darkness along the side of the building, just staring straight forward facing the steps not 10 feet away from them. Getting desperate, I jogged over to the church, and hearing the wheels rearing again, I squatted down behind the big sign in front of the building. As I sat there in the dirt, I couldn't help it anymore, and cried just a little bit. The combination of fear and frustration really put it over the edge. After a while, I didn't hear any movement, and because my butt hurt from sitting on the ground and the bugs were starting to come out beneath me, I decided to move spots like some stupid game of hide and seek. I had spotted a fenced-off area that appeared to be a restaurant earlier, and after finding the door to be unlocked, I darted inside and latched it behind me, sighing with relief. At that point, I situated myself at a table where I could peer through the fence at my car to see if the locksmith pulled up, and waited. After what felt like days, but probably more like 1 to 2 hours, the horrifying realization dawned on me that I had only made one singular call to the Papa Lock people and gave a vague description of the intersection where I was at. What if they couldn't find me? What if they had already driven past long ago and not seeing me there were long gone by now? I didn't know if I should keep waiting or venture back out in hopes of catching them if they were circling around the block looking for my car. After about 30 minutes, I decided I would just have to go out there. The men were gone, and although it was a bad neighborhood, it'd just get progressively worse come the early hours of the morning, and I didn't want to find out. It's so painfully obvious in retrospect, but of course, the moment I left the safety of my little restaurant hideaway, those damn wheels began to round the corner. Shit. I literally could not have looked more out of place and vulnerable. I felt so exposed, but there was no time to go back across the intersection to the fenced-off area, and to get to the church I'd have to run through the bike path of the two men. As I sprinted towards my car, a black truck rolled by, and to my horror, stopped just moments after passing me, put it in reverse, and began to roll slowly back in my direction. I almost resigned myself to my seemingly inevitable capture, assault, and God knows what as I watched it roll towards me. I pretended to walk away as if I was not utterly aimless, trying to give off the impression that I wasn't locked out of my still running car without any and all resources. The men on the bikes were so close now. Then, as if in an episode of CSI, the fucking Papa Lock truck rounded the corner. I instantly began waving my arms to flag them down, and as the truck drove off, my savior parked his van. Apparently, he had been looping around the area for 20 minutes trying to find me, and was about to give up to go help another stranded woman. If I had stayed behind a fence, he likely would have, and I would have been left without any means of communication to call anyone else for help. The moment I got inside my beloved Subaru, I began sobbing at the click of the locks behind me. God, it was pure relief to be secured within a locked space. Even as I'm writing this now, I feel dramatic, like I was freaking out over nothing. But in my recollection, working through the details does help to validate my experience. So, to the men on their dinky little bikes, let's never meet again. The reason I always keep all the doors locked. Back with another one. As I will likely post as I remember them, I've done so much healing this last year that buried memories keep resurfacing, like this little gem. This was some years ago, when I was living in a different city. I hadn't really been on my own all that long, and my housing situation fell apart at the last minute, so I had to scramble to figure it out. Meaning, you guessed it, random roommates. Now, the year before I'd had a random roommate that was the most amazing person and ended up becoming a great friend, so I figured this would be the same. It was not. But that's actually not the focus of this story. Enter the roommates. Ben, who I did actually know a bit from the previous year and was becoming friends with, Tom and Mike. Now this was the very first couple of days after the move-in, and we'd all hung out to get to know each other better, but Tom and Mike hadn't fully moved in yet. It was a big old house separated by floor, and the top level locked at the stairs. This is important to note. Ben and I lived upstairs with Tom and Mike downstairs. I've always been paranoid and definitely have good reason. So when I'm home, all doors are locked. When I leave, all doors are locked. I sleep with my bedroom locked. I was home alone with Ben at work and Tom and Mike sort of in and out moving stuff in. I'll note here that both had a lot of expensive stuff, like in the 5-figure range. Well, I was watching something on my laptop in my room, bedroom locked and both entrances to my part of the house locked. I started hearing a lot of noise coming from downstairs, sounding like doors and cupboards opening, furniture moving, etc. I figure it's just Tom or Mike, until I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I was technically supposed to be somewhere at the time, which they knew, but it had been cancelled last minute, so no one would have known I was home, and they had no reason to come upstairs when they knew both of us were supposed to be gone. That was when I got panicky, hearing them come closer and closer to the top of the stairs. I've never sat so still. Then, the knob began to jiggle. I could hear it clearly as my room was closest to the entryway. At this point, I'm on 911 whispering that someone is in my house without giving away that I'm there to whoever it was. The house was super close to downtown, and the cops arrived in mere minutes, but they were the longest of my life at that moment. The downstairs was completely ransacked, like something out of a movie. It was so surreal to see. They'd taken over $20,000 in electronics. Honestly, don't remember the exact amount. Just about that, I think. Broken furniture and plates and stuff. and even ripped through the mattress. Turned out, Tom and Mike had left the door unlocked when moving. This would not be the last time before I fled this house. They were gone before the cops showed up, so I'd spent the next several months afraid they'd come back, though it would turn out to be the least of my future worries. So glad that I always locked doors. Considering the way the downstairs looked, I don't know what they would have done with me. So, to whoever was on the other side of that thankfully locked door, let's not meet. I encountered this man when I was 8, and again when I was 18. It was summer break and we, my family, didn't go on any trip, unlike every other break. I was just 8 years old, and my younger sister was there. We were playing along with other kids who lived in the same building as us, just on different floors. The building is not exactly an apartment building. It was more of a multi-storied house. The front gate was a bit further from there, and was the only entrance and exit of the building. So since we were downstairs and playing, anybody who would enter or exit the building would be visible to us, and we'd greet them because every tenant knows us and we know them, as well as their family members who might visit them. A new person visiting any tenant is rare but not impossible. Right adjacent to the big entrance gate is a small old-style window with a grill that has a small opening at the bottom. We were all playing, but then I got tired and sat on one of the chairs placed at the porch-like area. From there, the window thingy is on my right side, and I can see it as well as the gate clearly. I was just looking out when I noticed the man staring at the gate. So basically, he was able to look at my sister and friends through it. It concerned me when I realized that he wasn't even trying to look away and just staring at them blankly. I turned around from where I was sitting to signal to my friend to move to the other side away from his sight, which she didn't understand. Frustrated, I turned back and was about to stand up when my gaze fell on the guy, and he was now staring at me. My body froze and I could feel fear creeping up on me. I couldn't move. I didn't know why I stared back at him, and suddenly, he started smiling. And when I say smiling, I mean full-on grinning from ear to ear. That scared the soul out of me, and I mustered up some courage, got up and ran towards my friends. I didn't tell them anything and just asked them to go upstairs with me, which thankfully they did without questioning. I didn't tell anything about this to my parents because I thought they would stop me from going downstairs to play. The next day, we again came to play and I looked through the window just to make sure he wasn't there. Fortunately, he wasn't. Or so I thought. 15 minutes in, and I spot the guy again. He was again standing in the very same spot and staring at us. At me. I tried to play it cool because my friends knew nothing about him, but I couldn't for long, and we went back up again. But what I remember, this happened for 3 or 4 days, and now my friends started complaining about how I don't let them play, and that they have to come back earlier than they're supposed to. On the 5th day, or 4th, I don't remember correctly, I made up my mind not to pay attention to him, and just focus on playing. We were playing cricket that evening, and I was batting. I hit the ball hard, causing it to go over the gate, which was a very normal thing, and as per rules made by us, the one responsible must fetch the ball. My heart started beating, because I could see his grin getting wider and creepier. He went towards the ball on the road and picked it up. He then held his hand out, gesturing for me to come and take it. I was shit scared at this point, but I had to go, so I did. As soon as I reached to take the ball from his hand, he bent, coming closer to my ear, and his words are still ringing clearly in my ears till this day. "I'm a good man. Look at the window when you go inside. I'll leave something for you." This is a rough translation in English, but it sounded much worse. That sent shivers down my spine, and I ran with the speed of light. After we were done playing, I saw him sliding a piece of paper from the little opening. He then looked at me, grinned, and waved goodbye. I grabbed at the paper and opened it. He had written his phone number and asked me to call him sharp at 2 in the afternoon, and that he knew my parents would be asleep by that time. It was also written that if I don't do it, my friends' lives would be in danger. As an 8-year-old, I didn't know any better, so I called him through my mother's phone. He picked up the call, but I didn't have the courage to say anything, so I was just silent. He said, "You're a good girl, just like me. You should come stay with me. Come outside. I'm waiting to pick you up." Because I lived upstairs, I went to the balcony, and he was actually standing near at the gate, looking directly at me, waving and smiling. I couldn't contain it anymore, so I started crying and disconnected the call. I ran inside and bawled my eyes out in my room. Thankfully, my mother didn't wake up, and I cried it all out. I didn't go out for the next few weeks, and everybody kept asking me about it. But still, I didn't tell them. The guy stopped coming too. I don't remember when he actually stopped coming, but when he did, I was relieved. Eventually, this experience started fading, and I grew up. Fast forward 10 years. I was 18 and my mother asked me to buy some snacks. I took my sister and went out. The shop I had to go to was at the end of the road, several houses away, so not too far. I was standing in line when I felt uncomfortable because of a man standing behind me, who kept pushing me. Annoyed, I looked at him only to realize that it was the same man. My face went pale and I could hear my heart throbbing in my throat. I tried not to panic and calmed myself down by telling myself that he wouldn't do anything in public. There were tons of people there, and that gave me a sense of security. As soon as my order came, I took out my wallet hastily to pay, but he beat me to it. The owner looked at him weirdly, and then at me, because I was a regular there and he was seeing this man for the first time. I paid for it anyway, and the owner politely asked him to take his money back. I gave the bag to my sister and asked her to go home and to inform our mom about the man following us, just in case he attacks. I'll have a backing, and she would be safe too. Our house is within sight from the shop, so I waited for her to get inside, and now it was my turn to go home. As soon as I stepped out, the man followed me and said something like, "You're a beautiful lady now. Let's catch up." Again, a rough translation. I kept walking and walking, but now that we were far from the shop, he started speed walking, and I had to walk even faster. I could feel goosebumps all over my body. I started running and I could see him catching up to my speed when the owner called for him loudly, saying that some of his money was still at the counter, and asking him to come back, which gave me enough time to get inside and locked the gate. I haven't seen him since that day, and it's been 2 years. I'm 20 right now, and I hope I never meet him anywhere in the future. I hope I never see him again, and I don't know why it has instilled the paranoia in me, and I dread seeing him when I turn 28. That's all for this episode. If you made it this far, please leave a like. And if you want to learn about one of the creepiest channels on YouTube, click the link to the video on screen. And as always, thanks for watching.